Chapter 1. Waking Up After 10 Years. 3 years 9 months ago. 3 years 9 months ago. Jinhai City, business district. Many high-rise buildings and all kinds of luxury goods shops occupied both sides of the street. Young men and women dressed in fashionable clothing also walked the street in groups of 2s and 3s. Occasionally, one could also see luxurious, levitating supercars roaring through the street, earning the envious and yearnful gazes of many young men and women. Despite today being a rest day, people crowded the business district's central plaza. At this time, dozens of handsome men and women could be seen holding various street performances by one of the central plaza's fountains. These performers either danced or sang. Paired with the use of vivid, holographic images, they managed to attract a lot of spectators. Among them, the most popular performer was a female singer singing God's Domain's theme song. The singer also paired her performance with a holographic promotional video for God's Domain's latest expansion pack, War of Worlds. The video depicted the world passage activating and the soldiers of two worlds clashing frenziedly on the battlefield. Tens of millions of people fought on the battlefield, and all sorts of flying ships and war weapons could be seen deployed to battle. Everyone was fighting desperately for the survival of their respective worlds. The spectacular scene caused the spectators' blood to boil in excitement. Meanwhile, along with the ending of the song, the advertising screen hovering above the central plaza also began broadcasting today's news. Greetings, everyone. This is the God's Domain Morning News. Greetings, everyone. This is the God's Domain Morning News. Our first news of the day comes from our city's Shadow Guild. Shadow has already announced that it will be merging into the Super Guild World Dominators effectively today, becoming World Dominators' 73rd affiliated guild. Along with this merger, Shadow will also welcome Gu Yiren as its new guild leader. Gu Yiren is one of World Dominator's rising stars, and he expresses that Shadow will make far better progress than it has before under his command. In addition, Gu Yiren states that Shadow will, under World Dominator's support, establish a new city in the Flame Woodland located outside the World Train, and he welcomes everyone with ambition to apply for the guild. He also promises to bring Shadow into the ranks of first-rate guilds as soon as possible. Next, a quick news from our city. Dazzle Wave Workshop, one of the top 3 workshops in Fenglin City, will be signing a contract with Wu Xiaoxiao, the champion of our city's talented rookie tournament, on August 26, 2139. The head of Dazzle Wave has stated that he would use the best resources available to nurture Wu Xiaoxiao. Not only will Wu Xiaoxiao receive a guaranteed annual salary of 100 million credits, but she will also receive the best legacies Dazzle Wave has to offer. Last but not least, she will also receive a fully customized epic set equipment to aid her in reaching Tier 5 as soon as possible. When the people in the plaza heard the news report on Wu Xiaoxiao, many of them revealed looks of envy. In the current age, if one were to ask which profession would earn one a fortune the quickest, 9,999 out of 10,000 people would answer, being a professional player in God's domain. As for those who answered otherwise, they needed to get their heads checked. Meanwhile, Shi Feng also stood among the crowd of people in the plaza. Currently, he wore a casual, light blue t-shirt and a pair of gray sweatpants. His hair was in a mess, and his face looked slightly pale. At first glance, he looked like someone who frequently worked overtime. As Shi Feng stared at the news bulletin hovering above the plaza, a bitter smile formed on his face as he muttered, "Fate really knows how to mess with people." Shi Feng was at a loss for words as he stared at the time displayed on the news bulletin. Although this was a time period similar to the one he remembered, the news report he heard caused his heart to grow restless. Previously, he had returned 10 years into the past, created his own guild, and developed it into the #1 guild in God's domain. He had even gotten promoted into a Tier 6 sword god, an achievement he had only dreamed of accomplishing before he went back in time. Afterward, to protect his own world, he had even set foot into a new world and continued his fight there. 10 years. 10 whole years. He had relived 10 whole years. Yet, as if playing a joke on him, fate had suddenly returned him to his original world, the world he resided in before he got reincarnated. Everything in this world was just like before he had reincarnated. After wasting 10 years of his life struggling for shadow, not only did he get removed from the guild, but he even had his account deleted. Now he was nothing but an unemployed, 32-year-old uncle. The only fortunate thing was that he wasn't completely broke. At the very least, he had a villa situated in a high-class residential district and 5 million credits in the bank, so he shouldn't have any trouble getting by for the short term. When Shi Feng first returned to this world, he had trouble telling which world was real and which world was a dream. If he were to say that his current world was the real one, it didn't make sense for him to remember everything about the previous world so vividly. Even now, he could recall the many events, both big and small, that had taken place in the previous world. Moreover, after he returned, although his 32-year-old body was still as terrible as he remembered it to be, his mental state was surprisingly excellent. The level of control he could exert over his physical body far exceeded that of the average neutralizing grandmaster. In fact, he was already nearing the mental strength master standard. If he were to say that his current world was a dream, then it didn't make sense why he couldn't wake up from this dream. Not to mention, the hidden injuries he had sustained during his early years of training still remained on his body. The only thing that confused Shi Feng was the sword scar left over his heart. From what he could recall, he had never sustained an injury at that location, let alone getting cut by a sword there. This would definitely be a fatal injury. Moreover, in the real world, even if fights occurred, people would fight using their fists and legs. They wouldn't use weapons at all. Most importantly, whenever Shi Feng tried to remember how he got this scar, he would get a massive headache that made him feel as if his brain was about to explode. Because of this, he had no choice but to abandon thinking of this matter. The reason why my brain can't withstand that segment of my memories is probably because my mental strength is too weak. So long as I raise my mental strength, I should be able to recall that memory, Shi Feng deduced based on his past experiences. There were times when he would also experience headaches when trying to learn complex legacies in God's domain. However, once he raised his concentration standard to a sufficiently high level, he no longer experienced those headaches. Although Shi Feng couldn't tell whether this world was real or fake right now, he felt that the scar over his heart should be of significant importance. It might even be related to his return to this world. It seems I'll have to find opportunities to improve my mental strength. Shi Feng began carefully planning his future actions. The loss of his memories made Shi Feng feel extremely uncomfortable. If he didn't properly look into it, he wouldn't even be able to sleep well. While Shi Feng was seated on a stone bench in the plaza and pondering how he should go about improving his mental strength, a middle-aged man wearing a suit and leather collar ran up to him in a hurry. Meanwhile, this middle-aged, tanned-skinned man was none other than Blackie, the person who had fought alongside Shi Feng in God's domain for many years. However, compared to the Blackie in the previous world, the Blackie in front of Shi Feng had been stuck working in Shadow's management for the past 10 years. Hence, he had already gained a rotund belly and a chubby face. If the Blackie in the other world found out about this, he would probably have a mental breakdown. "Brother Feng, I finally found you. What have you been up to recently?" Blackie asked as he looked at Shi Feng with a reproachful gaze. "You never answered any of my calls, and you weren't home when I went to look for you. For a moment, I even thought you wanted to take the short way out. You really worried me. Lan Hailong might be garbage, but there's no need for you to despair, Brother Feng. Don't forget that your skills still remain. Even if you've lost your account, you can easily retrain one with your skills. There's no need to do any stupid things." Looking at Blackie's anxious expression, Shi Feng faintly smiled and said, "Relax. I'm fine. How about you? Is everything all right on your side? The newly designated guild leader will probably try to replace old employees like you. Now that you're out here during work hours, he'll have even more reason to fire you." "I'm just a small-time manager in the guild. There's no way that genius from World Dominators will bother with me," Blackie said, clicking his tongue. Then, he nonchalantly continued, "What do you plan on doing next, Brother Feng. You don't have a character in God's domain anymore, so you can't make use of your skills. How about I have some of the guild's experts power level you? It won't take more than a month for you to reach level 100, Tier 3. Afterward, you can find an opportunity to take revenge on Lan Hailong. God's domain had already been in operation for 10 years now. So long as a player had someone to power level them, and the player themselves had sufficient skills, reaching Tier 3 within a short period was a piece of cake. In fact, many workshops in God's domain were providing such power leveling services. After all, there were many players in God's domain who had failed to complete an epic quest and had their accounts crippled. So, getting Shi Feng to a high level wasn't a problem at all. The only problem would be getting him weapons and equipment that rivaled the ones he previously used. No need for all that trouble. Man, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. The most recent expansion pack is starting soon. I heard that once it takes effect, players who used to own a level 150, Tier 3 character or above can take the system's trial and get directly promoted to level 100, Tier 3. I'll just take that route instead. I guess you're right. Blackie nodded in agreement after recalling this matter. This is a much faster way of leveling up. When that time comes, I'll have someone prepare you a set of level 100 epic equipment. No need to hurry for that, Shi Feng said. Didn't you tell me before that Jinhai University's God's Domain Academy is recruiting instructors before? Now that God's Domain had already become a part of everyone's lives, most universities in the world would provide specialized education on God's domain to students. These education programs were funded by the various corporations, and they were meant to nurture students into elite and expert players. These students would then become the new blood that supported these various corporations. Meanwhile, Jinhai City's Jinhai University was one such university. Jinhai University had even received funding from an international corporation this year. Hence, it expanded its God's Domain education program. And because of this expansion, the university was now offering high salaries to recruit God's Domain's experts to serve as instructors or trainers. To Shi Feng, this was definitely an opportunity he could capitalize on. The resources international corporations had access to far surpassed the likes of ordinary guilds. They even had access to resources that couldn't be acquired by the general public. Although Shi Feng currently had 5 million credits in the bank, without the necessary connections, he wouldn't be able to purchase S-rank nutrient fluids to improve his physical fitness and recover his vitality. However, if he became an instructor at Jinhai University's God's Domain Academy, he might gain a connection to purchase S-rank nutrient fluids. If he could mend the hidden injuries in his body and improve his physical fitness, he would have an easier time improving his mental strength standard. Otherwise, with his current body standard, he wouldn't be able to improve his mental strength even if he trained for another 20 years. That's correct. The Academy has even sent people over hoping that some of our frontline experts can work part-time there. But the Guild's frontline experts are too busy. They barely have enough time nurturing the Guild's newcomers, let alone other people, Blackie said, nodding. Then, he curiously asked, Brother Feng, do you plan on going there? I'm thinking of paying it a visit, Shi Feng said, not bothering to hide his intentions. After all, he currently had nothing noteworthy in his possession. Blackie sighed in relief upon hearing Shi Feng's words. Then, he said, All right, I'll get things straightened out for you then. When the time comes, all you need to do is report directly at the Academy. 2 days later, on the 24th of August, 2139, Shi Feng, in his tracksuit, arrived back at his starting point 10 years later. Translator notes. Big thank you to Pipapingu for getting us the raws of this chapter. Check out the novels he is translating. Legend of the Great Sage, Chaotic Sword God, Chapter 2, Starting Over Again. 3 years 9 months ago. 3 years 9 months ago. When Shi Feng entered the school grounds of Jinhai University, he found that the place looked the same as 10 years ago. He could feel the air of youthfulness all around and hear the insects reverberating under the scorching sun. Although the new semester had yet to start, many students could already be seen doing either self-studies in the library or participating in club activities. The small plaza by the university's entrance was especially crowded due to the registration booths set up there. Many university applicants accompanied by their parents could be seen lining up in front of these booths. Meanwhile, among the many registration booths, the one for the God's Domain Academy was, without a doubt, the most popular. There were easily over 100 applicants waiting for their turn in front of the booth. None of the other registration booths could come close to competing with this number. While Jinhai City might be an inconspicuous third-tier city, Jinhai University was one of the more well-known universities throughout the country, as its God's Domain Academy had produced many talents. In the current era where God's Domain had become a part of human life, Jinhai University's performance would naturally attract the attention of many. Not to mention, Shadow, one of Jinhai City's top 4 workshops, also originated from Jinhai University. This contributed even more to the university's fame. Moreover, for those who successfully get accepted into the God's Domain Academy, not only would they receive guidance and nurturing rivaling what large guilds provided, but they would also get to enjoy the freedom of independent players. After graduation, students of the academy were also almost guaranteed to become internal members of large guilds, receiving priority nurturing and a salary far surpassing white-collar workers. And if one were fortunate enough to pass the God's Domain Professional League selection during their school years, one could also become a professional fighter, an entity akin to a celebrity. Meanwhile, professional fighters were existences that even super guilds sought to recruit. This was also one of the primary sources God's Domain's various superpowers recruited their internal members from. After all, even the various superpowers were limited in their ability to recruit talented people. It was inevitable for the various superpowers to let some talents slip out of their radar. Hence, the God's Domain Professional League was an excellent way to catch these talents. After Shi Feng strolled around the familiar yet foreign school compound, he made his way to the Academic Affairs Office to register himself. And because of Blackie's strong recommendation, Shi Feng got to bypass the many troublesome reviews and got directly hired as a junior instructor of the God's Domain Academy. Instructor Shi, our God's Domain Academy imposes much less restriction compared to that of rival academies, especially when it comes to our instructors. We do not look at a person's academic qualifications or history. We only look at their current abilities. Lin Yaoyue, the God's Domain Academy's director and a beautiful woman in her mid-20s, explained to Shi Feng. You might be Shadow's ex-guild leader, but we cannot provide you with any special treatment. You will be treated like any other junior instructor. You won't need to hold lectures every day. You only need to hold 2 lectures a week. When you plan to hold a lecture, you need to notify one of the counselors 1 day in advance. Then the counselor will make the necessary arrangements for you. As to whether the students are willing to attend your lectures, that will depend on your personal charm. If it were the past God's Domain Academy, someone of Shi Feng's stature would have been given the VIP treatment. However, that was no longer the case now. Now that Jinhai University's God's Domain Academy had received investments from major corporations, even current guild leaders of second-rate guilds were of little significance to the academy. After all, many guild executives of large guilds were now frantically trying to apply for a position in the academy in the hopes of forming a connection with the academy's investors. If Shi Feng weren't Shadow's ex-guild leader, he would have had to go through a series of rigorous tests before he could become an instructor in the God's Domain Academy. Not to mention, even after struggling in God's Domain for 10 years, Shi Feng had failed to even reach Tier 4. Only those who had reached Tier 4 could be considered an expert in God's Domain's upper echelons in the current God's Domain. As for Tier 3 experts, they could be found everywhere in God's Domain. At most, these existences could strut around in small kingdoms. In regards to the benefits offered to junior instructors, you will receive a monthly salary of 20,000 credits and free access to the Academy's basic training facilities. While the Academy also has state-of-the-art training facilities and resources, you will have to exchange for those using Academy points. An example of one of the available resources would be the popular S-rank nutrient fluid. Each bottle will cost 1 million points. There are two main ways for you to acquire Academy points. The first way is to hold lectures. A junior instructor will receive 10 points for each participating student per lecture, whereas intermediate instructors will receive 20 points, and senior instructors will receive 50 points. The second way is to take in students as apprentices and train them. This is also the quickest method to acquire Academy points. If you can get a willing student to become your apprentice and guide them, every level your apprentice manages to progress in the trial tower will award you with a large amount of Academy points. If your apprentice reaches the expert standard, which is the early stage of the tower's 5th floor, you will be awarded 20,000 points. If your apprentice reaches the 6th floor's early stage, then you will receive 100,000 points. Simultaneously, apprentices also play a role in an instructor's promotion. Only instructors who have successfully guided 3 apprentices to the 6th floor's early stage can become intermediate instructors. Meanwhile, only intermediate instructors and above qualify to exchange for S-rank nutrient fluids. Junior instructors don't have the qualification to do so. Shi Feng was a little surprised when he heard Lin Yaoyue's explanation. He didn't think that the current Jinhai University had become so wealthy and generous. An intermediate instructor, is it? Initially, Shi Feng thought he would have to become a senior instructor at the academy before being qualified to exchange for S-rank nutrient fluids. After all, that was a resource that even master-level fighters had difficulty getting their hands on. In the current market where supply couldn't meet demand, one couldn't get an S-rank nutrient fluid even for the price of 1 million credits per bottle. By the time Lin Yaoyue was done explaining the God's Domain Academy to Shi Feng, the two of them had also arrived at the academy's testing area for new students. The God's Domain Academy functioned as a place to nurture talents for God's Domain's various powers, so it was only natural for the academy to take the path of the elite in its education method. Rather than treating its students equally, it would allocate resources to its students depending on their talent and capabilities. After all, the academy had limited resources. Hence, after students registered for the God's Domain Academy, they would have to undergo a test. To put it simply, new students would have to challenge the classical trial tower of God's Domain. This was also the best method to test a person's combat standards. Instructor Luo Tiancheng, this is our new teacher, Instructor Shi Feng, Lin Yaoyue said, introducing Shi Feng to a bald and robust middle-aged man standing in the testing area. I still have other matters to attend to, so I hope you can introduce Instructor Shi Feng to the matters here. No problem, Luo Tiancheng said. Then, glancing at Shi Feng, he smiled and continued, Instructor Shi Feng and I are old buddies. Leave it to me. Hearing this, Shi Feng also glanced at Luo Tiancheng, faintly recalling that he was acquainted with such a person in this life. From what Shi Feng could remember, Luo Tiancheng was one of Shadow's frontline experts, and he was someone nearly touching upon the half-step refinement realm standard. He was also one of Lan Hailong's trusted aides. Shi Feng never thought that the man would come here to become an instructor. Since you're acquaintances, then I'll leave it to you, Lin Yaoyue said, nodding before leaving the testing area immediately. She had no interest whatsoever in the affairs of junior instructors. What she cared more about was the improvement of her own strength. Meanwhile, after Lin Yaoyue left, Luo Tiancheng put on a big grin as he shifted his sights towards Shi Feng. Then, in a sarcastic tone, Luo Tiancheng said, Instructor Shi Feng. No, I mean guild leader Shi Feng. I really didn't expect we would meet at this place. I'm even a little surprised to see that our guild's sword magician would fall to the extent of becoming a measly junior instructor at this place. Director Lan will probably cry if he finds out about this. Shi Feng did not get angry at Luo Tiancheng's comment. Instead, he calmly said, It's okay. This God's Domain Academy is much better than I thought. Also, aren't you here as well? After having reincarnated twice, Shi Feng no longer felt anything toward the rise and fall of his life. At most, he would just have to start from scratch. Although the starting conditions for a new independent player in the current God's Domain were different from when God's Domain first launched, Shi Feng had a much better start than other independent players. After all, he got to enjoy the benefits the God's Domain Academy offered. The resources he had access to were much better than most newcomers in the current God's Domain. Don't think of celebrating just yet. Sneering, Luo Qiancheng said, "This academy isn't as easy of a place to survive in as you think. Director Lin probably didn't tell you this, but every junior instructor will need to recruit 20 apprentices when the new students officially enroll in the academy. And if you fail to do so before the new semester begins, you'll have to get lost." There were currently less than 3 days before the new semester officially began. Most importantly, today was the last day for new students to register and get themselves tested. Hence, after today, the difficulty of recruiting apprentices would increase exponentially. Not to mention, all new students would immediately seek apprenticeship from an instructor as soon as they completed their test. After all, the instructor they chose to apprentice under played a vital role in their subsequent education and development in God's Domain. Otherwise, they would have to rely on attending theoretical classes while playing solo in God's Domain. Moreover, because of the God's Domain Academy receiving investments from major corporations, the Academy had also gained many junior instructors. There simply weren't enough students to share between all of these instructors. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was nothing but a fired guild leader. He had no connections or resources to speak of in God's Domain. He didn't even have his account anymore. And even if he did, he had also only reached Tier 3 during his peak. With practically nothing to his name, how could he possibly compete against the various large guilds' executives in gaining apprentices? Chapter 3. Adapting to Changes. 3 years 9 months ago. 3 years 9 months ago. Shi Feng frowned a little when he heard Luo Tiancheng's words. Lin Yaoyue had left in quite a haste just now, and she had indeed forgotten to mention this important detail to him. Or, to put it in another way, she found it awkward to bring up this condition to Shi Feng. Hence she left it to Luo Tiancheng, one of Shi Feng's old buddies. The main reason why many students were willing to apply to the God's Domain Academy instead of taking the application tests of large guilds and becoming their internal members was because of the Academy's instructors. The God's Domain Academy wasn't paying a high price to hire expert players as instructors solely to teach the Academy's students. Instead, the Academy also depended on these expert players to support its students. After all, newcomers to God's Domain would have nothing to their name. They also had nobody to rely on for help. Meanwhile, the Academy's instructors were players who had mingled in God's Domain for many years. They were bound to have amassed a wealth of resources in the game, which would help make up for the God's Domain Academy's lack of resources in the game. With the support of expert players, newcomers to God's Domain could not only integrate with the game world quickly, but they also wouldn't have to worry about leveling up or upgrading their equipment. Moreover, in the 6th year of God's Domain's operation, the game had introduced the apprentice system. This system was also the basis for God's Domain to influence universities. Through the apprentice system, expert players could temporarily lower their levels to match that of the players they were helping. The system would even automatically adjust the level and statistics of players' smov, weapons, and equipment. This allowed expert players fighting at the front lines to guide new players without having to create a new account. They could also raid dungeons together with new players. Initially, Shi Feng had planned to casually teach some techniques in the God's Domain Academy, and nothing more. After all, he was someone who had become a Tier 6 god in his other life. The combat standard he could currently exert far exceeded the imagination of measly Tier 3 and Tier 4 experts. Let alone guiding new players, he could serve as an instructor for even Tier 4 players. Unfortunately, his current self had absolutely nothing in God's Domain. Compared to the various large guilds' upper echelons, he would have a much more difficult time persuading new students to come under his wing. This would also explain why Lin Yaoyue had left so hastily. She must have found it awkward to bring up such a matter. As for we do not look at a person's academic qualifications or history, We only look at their current abilities, claimed Lin Yaoyue made. It was nothing but drivel. Guild leader Shi, you don't look too well, Luo Tiancheng said, laughing when he saw Shi Feng frowning. How about I share a few students with you? At least you won't look too bad when you have to leave the academy. Unlike Shi Feng, Luo Tiancheng was still a member of Shadow. Meanwhile, through relying on Shadow's fame, he had recruited over 40 apprentices. In terms of apprentice count, he was among the top 10 of junior instructors. Luo Tiancheng had always looked down upon Shi Feng. He felt that Shi Feng's combat standard was superior to his only because the other party had an earlier start in God's domain. Yet, just because of this early start, he got to become Shadow's guild leader. Meanwhile, the current situation was the best evidence. Shi Feng was nothing without Shadow's support. It's just a few students. No need to trouble yourself over it, Instructor Luo, Shi Feng calmly said as he looked at Luo Tiancheng. No matter what, I am still Shadow's ex-guild leader. I used to instruct experts like you, so I can at least manage this much. After saying so, Shi Feng made his way to the testing area. He paid no heed to the grim expression Luo Tiancheng made. Laugh all you want now. You are nothing without Shadow's support. Luo Tiancheng thought as he viciously glared at Shi Feng's departing figure. Let's see how I'll laugh at you the day you get kicked out of this place. Meanwhile, over a dozen junior instructors were currently crowded outside the testing hall. These people were either people on the level of Shadow's executives or frontline experts of third-rate guilds. When these junior instructors saw a new student exiting the testing hall, they promptly swarmed the student. Fellow student, I can see that you're very talented. You managed to reach the late stage of the Trial Tower's 4th floor. You are an extraordinary talent. I am an elder of the Blood Spirit Guild. So long as you become my apprentice, I can guarantee you will get to use dark gold equipment up to level 150. Bah, Blood Spirit is nothing but a third-rate guild. Young man, you should join our Wolf Whisper Guild. Wolf Whisper is a second-rate guild. We are many times stronger than a measly third-rate guild. Let alone dark gold equipment. I can get you even epic equipment up to level 150. If you can reach the 6th floor's early stage, I'll even get a level 150 epic weapon for you. In no time at all, over a dozen middle-aged uncles surrounded the young man, looking to be around the age of 17 or 18. Every one of them fervently voiced their offers to recruit the boy. Shi Feng also took a look at the troubled teenager in sportswear. Reaching the late stage of the Trial Tower's 4th floor at the boy's age without any prior guidance showed that the boy had good talent. According to the God's Domain Academy's talent ranking system of A, B, C, and D, the boy would be given a ranking of B. He wasn't that far off from reaching the middle stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor, which was also the standard of ordinary experts in God's domain. If a first-rate guild provided enough training and resources for the boy, he could become a refinement realm expert in the future. After all, a player's physical and technique development would be at their fastest before the age of 25. After one crossed this age, the speed of their improvement would rapidly fall off. Meanwhile, so long as the boy could become a refinement realm expert, he could become a mainstay of a first-rate guild. If he received sufficient resources, it was highly possible he could become a Tier 4 player in the future. So it was no wonder why so many junior instructors were fighting for the boy. However, Shi Feng did not bother joining in on the fun. Instead, he made his way straight to the testing hall's entrance. Then he sat down on one of the prepared seats, held up his quantum watch, and projected a holographic white sheet in front of him. Afterward, Shi Feng wrote a few words on the white sheet. The words he wrote shocking many of the waiting students in the hall. Even the junior instructors outside the testing hall were dumbfounded when they saw Shi Feng's words. On-the-spot guidance. I will help you improve your Trial Tower performance by 1 stage. Each guidance costs 100,000 credits. I will only teach each person once. First come, first served. Did that instructor go crazy for money? 100,000 credits? I can live 4 years without working with that money. But it's not a bad deal if he can help improve my result by 1 stage. The test results affect the leveling resources the Academy gives us after all. If I can reach the Trial Tower's late stage, I'll get a B rank evaluation. Many of the new students present were slightly tempted by Shi Feng's advertisement. This was especially true for students who had reached the fourth floor's middle stage. After all, this was the dividing line between B rank and C rank students. Meanwhile, not only would B rank students get a 30% discount for using the Academy's resources, but they would also receive 12 bottles of A rank nutrient fluid each year. In the outside world, a bottle of A rank nutrient fluid was sold for 10,000 credits. It was not something ordinary people could afford to knowledge dead rink. Even middle-income families could only afford to feed their children B and C rank nutrient fluids, which cost 1,000 credits and 400 credits respectively. Meanwhile, 12 bottles of A rank nutrient fluid was equivalent to 120,000 credits. Not to mention, there was also a 30% discount for school resources. This meant that B rank students could purchase A rank nutrient fluids for only 7,000 credits per bottle. If Shi Feng's claim was true, then this was a worthwhile transaction. In no time, a lovely girl with her hair tied into pigtails approached Shi Feng with curious eyes. Then she asked, "Instructor, is what you say true?" Meanwhile, along with this female student's appearance, many other students and instructors turned to look in Shi Feng's direction. This was because this female student was Wu Lingling, one of the most talented students among this class of freshmen. She was also the younger sister of Wu Xiaoxiao, the God's Domain Academy's strongest talent. Even though Wu Lingling was only 16 this year, the God's Domain Academy had gone out of its way to send her a direct invitation. Currently, she had already reached the early stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor, and her performance was not much inferior to Wu Xiaoxiao's past performance. However, before Shi Feng could speak up, Luo Tiancheng, who had enough of Shi Feng's arrogance, suddenly walked over and said, "Miss Wu Lingling, don't fall for this person's trickery. He is nothing but a junior instructor who had come to work here for the first day. He was also only a Tier 3 player at his peak. His claim of improving your performance by one stage in one teaching session is something not even Tier 4 experts dare make. You should know yourself how difficult it is to improve your result in the Trial Tower. That is something that requires continuous effort over a long period. He will be getting kicked out of the academy soon because he doesn't have enough apprentices under him. He's just trying to make a quick buck off of you before leaving." Upon hearing Luo Chencheng's words, many of the new students present nodded in agreement. They had to train hard every day and study the battle videos of experts to reach their current standard. Meanwhile, a person's combat standard became increasingly harder to improve the further they progressed. It wasn't something that could be accomplished within a day. Not to mention, Shi Feng was nothing but a Tier 3 player. How could he possibly accomplish something that not even Tier 4 players could? In the blink of an eye, the students initially interested in Shi Feng's offer gave up on their thoughts. Seeing this, Luo Tiancheng looked toward Shi Feng and revealed a delighted smile. However, just as Wu Lingling was about to give up and leave, Shi Feng calmly smiled and said, "Right, I forgot to write a sentence here. If you don't make any improvements, I won't charge you anything." Chapter 4. Tired of living? 3 years, 8 months ago. 3 years, 8 months ago. Shi Feng did not speak loudly, and the expression on his face remained calm. However, as if his voice carried some kind of magic power, the many students in the testing hall found themselves inadvertently turning their heads towards Shi Feng. Even Wu Lingling, who was about to turn around and leave, halted her footsteps, her eyes full of surprise. "You won't charge anything? Instructor, are you telling the truth?" For Wu Lingling, 100,000 credits wasn't a significant amount of money. This was because her elder sister Wu Xiaoxiao earned a lot of money through God's Domain, and the occasional pocket money she received from her elder sister amounted to tens of thousands. And through saving this money, Wu Lingling had already accumulated over 1 million credits by now. Previously, Wu Lingling had only thought about leaving because she thought Shi Feng was a scammer. However, Shi Feng had declared that he wouldn't take any fees if she didn't make any improvements. If Shi Feng was someone without abilities, he definitely wouldn't dare make such a claim. Not to mention, Shi Feng was indeed an instructor of the God's Domain Academy. At this time, even Luo Tiancheng was surprised by Shi Feng's claim. He never thought that Shi Feng would take such decisive action. However, Luo Tiancheng knew better than anyone of Shi Feng's combat standards. Shi Feng was someone who hadn't even reached the refinement realm. This meant that he couldn't even exert subtle control over his physical body. So, what qualifications did Shi Feng have to teach others? Although Shi Feng could provide some pointers by relying on his 10 years of combat experience, the points he could give were mostly specialized in fighting monsters. At most, he could teach the students here the techniques players could employ when fighting against other players. However, these experiences wouldn't be of much use in the trial tower. This was because the trial tower tested the players themselves. Players needed to develop their combat standards to a certain extent to clear the tests in the trial tower. After taking these factors into account, Luo Tiancheng concluded that Shi Feng intended to take a gamble. After all, if it was a talent like Wu Lingling, the specialized knowledge Shi Feng provided might just be enough to help the girl get from the 5th floor's early stage to the 5th floor's middle stage. Then, if Shi Feng succeeded in his gamble, he would instantly attract the attention of the other new students. Of course, if Shi Feng's bet failed, he would solidify his identity as a scammer in the new students' eyes. At that time, he would have no hope of remaining in the God's Domain Academy. Noticing that Shi Feng's words had tempted many of the new students present, Luo Tiancheng looked at Shi Feng and smiled, saying, "Instructor Shi, you're not fit to be an instructor if you entice students in such a manner. You might not gain any money if your students don't improve, but you don't stand to lose anything either. At most, you can just blame your students, saying that they failed to learn the essentials, hence they failed to improve, and that it isn't your teaching that has a problem. In contrast, if a student coincidentally makes a breakthrough in the trial tower, wouldn't you make a lot of money?" Upon hearing Luo Tiancheng's words, many of the students also noticed the problem in Shi Feng's offer. "So, Instructor Luo, are you saying that I'm being unfair to these students?" Shi Feng said, smiling as he glanced at Luo Tiancheng. "In that case, do you have any brilliant ideas to share?" "I dare not offer any brilliant ideas. I just feel that as an instructor, you shouldn't be playing such word games with your students," Luo Tiancheng said. When he saw that Shi Feng remained calm even after he had exposed the man's ploy, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Even so, he still provocatively suggested, "Since you are so confident in your teaching, Instructor Shi, it shouldn't be difficult for you to help all of your students make improvements in the trial tower, right?" Wu Lingling was one of the best talents the God's Domain Academy had welcomed this semester. If Shi Feng got lucky, it was indeed possible for Wu Lingling to achieve a breakthrough after listening to his guidance. However, it would be a different story if Shi Feng had to help multiple students achieve a breakthrough. The sun would be rising from the west tomorrow if he managed to accomplish such a feat. If anyone else was standing in Luo Tiancheng's place right now, they might just allow Shi Feng to bet on his luck. However, Luo Tiancheng wouldn't. He wanted to cut off all of Shi Feng's paths of retreat and watch Shi Feng leave the God's Domain Academy in humiliation. Of course, Luo Tiancheng also knew that Shi Feng wasn't an idiot. The man definitely wouldn't accept such a suggestion. However, if Shi Feng rejected his suggestion, he could simply say that Shi Feng had a guilty conscience. In turn, this would cause the new students to doubt Shi Feng's abilities. However, contrary to Luo Tiancheng's expectations, Shi Feng nodded his head and said with a look of realization, "What you said is reasonable, Instructor Luo. This is indeed a good solution. If I only guide a small number of students, the results I achieve can't be used to prove anything. But Instructor Luo, as you can see, no students are coming to sign up for my lesson. How about you help me find 20 students?" Luo Tiancheng was momentarily dumbfounded when he heard Shi Feng agreeing to his suggestion. What's going on? Is he taking the initiative to put himself onto the path of no return? Also, aren't I trying to prevent him from recruiting apprentices? Why must I help him find 20 students now? Instructor Luo, you've constantly been casting suspicion over my abilities, Yet you aren't even giving me a chance to prove myself. Should such slanderous actions be coming from an instructor? Shi Feng said with a grin. Moreover, you are one of the more well-known junior instructors in our academy. You should be acting as a role model. If you question someone, you should first provide the relevant evidence. The new students nodded in agreement with Shi Feng's words. Then, they moved their gazes from Shi Feng to Luo Tiancheng. Since Luo Tiancheng doubted Shi Feng's abilities, he should provide substantive evidence to prove his claims. Otherwise, he would be doing nothing but create rumors, and who wouldn't know how to create rumors? Fine. I'll help you find 20 students. Luo Tiancheng gnashed his teeth as he glared at Shi Feng. Because of Shi Feng's words, he had now become a rumor monger in the new students' eyes. But if you fail to help those 20 students improve, you better not blame your failure on the students' lack of ability. Naturally, Shi Feng confidently said. In reality, Shi Feng had had a headache trying to figure out a way to attract new students. Firstly, not all freshmen had the financial wealth to pay 100,000 credits. Secondly, the freshmen that had yet to seek apprenticeship were already dwindling in number. If he started his performance with only a small batch of students, by the time he finished teaching these students, had them challenge the trial tower, and spread his fame, the other junior instructors present would have long since snatched away the remaining students. By that time, even if there were students who wanted to come under his wing, they wouldn't be able to do so. After all, under the God's Domain Academy's rules, students who had apprenticed themselves under an instructor were not allowed to change their instructors within a year. However, even for Luo Tiancheng, someone who had worked in the God's Domain Academy for several years, he failed to find more than a few students who were willing to spend the money to take Shi Feng's lesson. After all, 100,000 credits was a significant sum of money for most of the students present. This situation rendered Luo Tiancheng speechless. In the end, Luo Tiancheng had to offer to pay for these students to get them to try out Shi Feng's lesson. As soon as he went with this option, he quickly managed to bring 20 new students to Shi Feng. Instructor Shi, here are your 20 students, Luo Tiancheng said, glaring at Shi Feng. He even took the initiative to transfer 2 million credits to Shi Feng. Now, please begin your performance. Although Luo Tiancheng didn't know why Shi Feng behaved so confidently, he refused to believe that Shi Feng could create a miracle. After all, even Tier 4 experts were incapable of helping many freshmen achieve a breakthrough in the trial tower through just a brief lesson, let alone a Tier 3 expert like Shi Feng. No problem. Shi Feng felt delighted when he saw the transaction notification appearing on his quantum watch. If he combined these 2 million credits with his own 5 million, he wouldn't have to worry about equipment and resources for a while once he re-entered God's domain. Then, he looked toward the 20 students in front of him and said, I'll be doing a set of aerobics in a moment. All you need to do is learn the whole set. Once I see that you've reached an adequate proficiency, you may challenge the trial tower. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, the 20 freshmen in front of him instantly became dumbfounded. Aerobics? They had learned aerobics when they were in elementary school, but such exercise was only meant to loosen their muscles. However, they had never heard of aerobics being able to help one improve one's combat standard. Aerobics? It seems I have underestimated you, Instructor Shi. I am truly ashamed of my ignorance, Luo Cheng sarcastically said. At this time, he wanted nothing more than to laugh out loud. Should I play some music for you as well? Initially, Luo Tiancheng had thought that Shi Feng had prepared some kind of secret technique to turn the tables on him, but aerobics? Shi Feng was simply tired of living. It should be known that the God's Domain Academy students were all befitting the title of genius. This was especially true for Wu Lingling. Right now, many first-rate guilds had already put their attention on the girl, confident that she would become a future powerhouse in God's domain. Yet now, Shi Feng was having these geniuses do aerobics like a bunch of elementary students. If news of this spread, Shi Feng would become the joke of the city. And if none of his students managed to make any improvements, his image in the academy would also fall into tatters. "That won't be necessary," Shi Feng answered. Then, behaving as if he didn't see the awkward looks on the students' faces, he said, "There are 9 movements in the set. I don't need you to execute them to perfection. I just need you to reach a passing standard." Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, the 20 students before him couldn't help but look at him in contempt and anger. After all, they were people capable of perfectly executing even God's domain's complex combat techniques, let alone a bunch of measly aerobic movements. Meanwhile, Wu Lingling suddenly felt as if she had been tricked and her IQ insulted. However, Shi Feng did not care about any of the looks of contempt and anger he received. He simply began executing the aerobic movements he mentioned while explaining the movements. The set of aerobics Shi Feng currently executed was something he had invented during his other life, and it was used as part of the basic training for Zero Wing's newcomers. Meanwhile, anyone in the guild capable of perfectly executing the entire set would be instantly promoted into a core member. Shi Feng had created this aerobic exercise using a combination of multiple combat techniques found in God's domain and his understanding of the refinement realm. Although the set's 9 movements appeared ordinary, the execution difficulty increased with each subsequent movement as the minute movements became more and more complicated. One would need to be at the refinement realm standard to perfectly execute all 9 movements. Currently, most of the students in Fro and of him were still stuck on the trial tower's 4th floor. They were merely laymen when it came to manipulating their physical bodies. Needless to say, they were still miles away from rivaling refinement realm experts. Meanwhile, the aerobics he taught would allow them to gradually understand how they should control their bodies. As to the extent to which they could improve, that depended entirely on the individual. After all, the aerobic exercise only provided them with a clear direction to advance in. Subsequently, after Shi Feng completed the first set of aerobics, he had the students start exercising with him. 1 repetition, 3 repetitions, 10 repetitions. As the 20 students began following Shi Feng's instructions, the students who arrived in the testing hall afterward couldn't help but be shocked by the sight. This situation caused the 20 students to feel greatly embarrassed. Then, after guiding the 20 students through the aerobic exercise for nearly 3 hours, Shi Feng nodded in satisfaction at the sweaty students in front of him and said, "All right, the lesson is over. You can challenge the trial tower now." Chapter 5, Frantic Testing Hall. 3 years, 8 months ago. 3 years, 8 months ago. Outside of the testing hall, as soon as Shi Feng gave his approval to take the test, the 20 students before him couldn't help but look at him with skeptical and dumbfounded expressions. "That's all, Instructor Shi?" When Wu Lingling saw the satisfied look on Shi Feng's face, she couldn't help but feel that Shi Feng was challenging her intellect. She had already humiliated herself by earnestly doing aerobics that only grade schoolers would do. Although she could indeed sense her body becoming more flexible after the exercise session, that was it. She couldn't sense any improvements to her combat standard and combat techniques at all. In other words, nothing would change even if she challenged the trial tower now. Initially, she had thought that Shi Feng would more or less give them some pointers on their combat techniques once they were done with the aerobics. Either that, or provide some useful tips to tackle the trial tower. Yet, Shi Feng had concluded the training session, just like that. Shi Feng was charging them 100,000 credits, for heaven's sake. Yet, all he did was have them exercise their bodies for several hours. That's enough, Shi Feng said, smiling when he saw the dumbfounded look on Wu Lingling's face. "It'll cost you more if you want to receive more guidance. Of course, I can give you a 40% discount if you become my apprentice." Shi Feng's words instantly flabbergasted Wu Lingling and the 19 other students present. When other students sought apprenticeship under other instructors in the academy, the instructors would eagerly shower them with resources and provide them with personalized instructions. After all, it was in the instructor's best interest to help their apprentices improve as quickly as possible. Yet, when it came to Shi Feng, not only did he not offer any resources to his apprentices, but even the lessons he provided came with a price tag. Moreover, he was only offering a pitiful discount of 40% to students who became his apprentices. At this time, even Luo Qiancheng, who had been spectating from the side all this time, couldn't help but give Shi Feng a look of admiration. Shi Feng was definitely the first instructor in the God's Domain Academy to ever charge their students money for lessons. It would be an absolute miracle if he still managed to gain any apprentices under such a situation. However, Shi Feng didn't bother explaining himself. While ignoring the looks of contempt his students were giving him, he pointed at the testing hall and said, "There's not much time left. You might not make it if you don't go test yourselves now." Hearing Shi Feng's words, the 20 students turned to look at the large digital clock set up inside the testing hall and found that they were indeed running out of time. Immediately, they ran into the hall and joined the queue to take part in the test, leaving behind Shi Feng and Luo Tiancheng. "It's finally time. Let's see how long you can keep pretending to be calm." Luo Tiancheng inwardly laughed as he glanced at Shi Feng's calm expression. Originally, Luo Tiancheng thought that Shi Feng had an ace hidden under his sleeve. After all, Shi Feng used to be Shadow's guild leader. It wouldn't be strange for him to know some secrets that others did not. However, looking at things now, Luo Tiancheng felt that he had been worried for nothing. A measly set of aerobics wouldn't be of any help to a fight even in the real world, let alone the virtual world. All Shi Feng was doing was spouting nonsense to grab attention. Time passed by quickly. After 20 minutes had gone by, one of the students Shi Feng taught finally got his turn to test himself. The student's name was Meng Ziyou, and he was one of the freshmen who had already taken part in the test once before. Meng Ziyou had previously reached the 4th floor's late stage, but he wasn't satisfied with this result. After all, he could only receive a B-rank evaluation with this result, which would net him only 12 bottles of A-rank nutrient fluid per year and a 30% discount to all school resources. However, if he could reach the trial tower's 5th floor, even if it was only the early stage, he would receive an A-rank evaluation. In that case, he would receive 24 bottles of A-rank nutrient fluid per year, which was equivalent to 240,000 credits or a high-ranking white-collar worker's annual salary. Most importantly, he would also enjoy a 40% discount for all school resources and free access to the school's basic training facilities. The difference in benefits might not be significant for wealthy students, but Meng Ziyou came from an average family. He would be able to afford more resources for himself with the additional discount. After all, God's Domain was unlike any other virtual reality game. It placed heavy importance on a person's physical fitness. Only by having a strong physique in the real world could one let their brain better exhibit its potential in God's Domain. As to why Meng Ziyou decided to try Shi Feng's course, it was simply because Luo Qiancheng had offered to pay the 100,000 credit fee for him. Since the course was free, he naturally had to try it. He didn't have anything to lose, even if he tried it. However, if the course worked, then he would have struck the jackpot. After taking a deep breath, Meng Ziyou anxiously stepped into one of the virtual gaming cabins prepared in the testing hall. That Meng Ziyou looks like a good seedling. Once he comes out, I should think of a way to get him to become my apprentice, Luo Tiancheng thought as he watched Meng Ziyou entering the gaming cabin. Despite being only 17 years old and having received no prior training, Meng Ziyou had managed to reach the 4th floor's late stage. It was an incredible achievement. After all, the boy was only 2 steps away from reaching the recognized expert standard in God's Domain, which was the 5th floor's middle stage. Even after God's Domain had been in operation for 10 years, it still wasn't an easy task for players to reach the recognized standard for ordinary experts in God's Domain. This was especially true for someone as young as Meng Ziyou. One would need to have great talent to do so. Based on Meng Ziyou's current performance, if the boy received systematic training, he could become a first-rate expert in no time. He might even have a chance at becoming a refinement realm expert in the future. After all, the various powers of God's Domain had been enhancing and refining their training processes throughout the years. New players joining God's Domain now enjoyed much better training conditions than players who started playing God's Domain 10 years ago. If Luo Tiancheng didn't have his physique and brain activity regress along with age, he could also become a refinement realm expert. At this time, Luo Tiancheng wasn't the only one to have his eyes on Meng Ziyou. The other instructors present were also figuring out how they could win over Meng Ziyou. After all, they would receive significant rewards if they could help their respective guilds welcome a young genius. Not to mention, they could also form a connection with a potential expert, which would ensure them a better future. However, even though many of the basic instructors present were looking to rope Meng Ziyou to their side, none thought about laying their hands on Wu Lingling. After all, Wu Lingling was a genius that first-rate guilds and even super first-rate guilds had set their sights on. The resources she could receive from these existences were leaps and bounds better than what she could receive from second- and third-rate guilds. Wu Lingling would be an utter fool to seek apprenticeship under the basic instructors present. After the instructors outside the testing hall waited for some time, Meng Ziyou suddenly left his gaming cabin, joy and surprise coloring his face. What's going on? Did he make an improvement? The many instructors shared the same thought when they saw Meng Ziyou's expression. However, they also couldn't help but doubt their guesses. After all, they had also been present when Shi Feng made his students do aerobics. There was no way such simple exercises could help the students make substantial improvements in the trial tower. Just when a few instructors thought to approach Meng Ziyou and ask the boy about his test result, the screen displaying test scores inside the hall released Meng Ziyou's result. Meng Ziyou, 17, trial tower, 5th floor's early stage. Previous best result was 4th floor's late stage. Evaluation. A silence immediately enveloped the area outside the testing hall. Apart from Shi Feng, every basic instructor present looked at Meng Ziyou as if they had just seen a ghost. Impossible. Luo Tiancheng rubbed his eyes and took a look at the screen again, his mind unable to accept what his eyes were seeing. After all, who could believe that Meng Ziyou had improved his performance in the trial tower by a stage after doing a few hours of aerobics? However, Meng Ziyou had no reason to hide his strength and help Shi Feng. Most importantly, Luo Tiancheng had personally recruited Meng Ziyou for Shi Feng's lesson. Are you kidding me? How is that possible? Could this be an act? The instructors weren't the only ones dumbfounded at this time. Even the other students present couldn't help but doubt the situation before them and suspect that Shi Feng and Meng Ziyou were in cahoots with each other. Luck. This is just luck, Luo Tiancheng said in denial. Meng Ziyou probably only failed to reach it before because he wasn't in peak condition. He must have already had the strength to reach the 5th floor before. Everyone hurriedly nodded in agreement when they heard Luo Tiancheng's words, finding his words to be reasonable. After all, not everyone could maintain themselves in peak condition at all times. Small problems such as anxiety could easily affect one's performance. However, shortly after the crowd agreed with Luo Tiancheng's opinion, another person exited their gaming cabin. This person was a girl with an innocent look, and she was also one of the students Shi Feng instructed. And just like Meng Ziyou, the girl wore a look of joy and excitement on her face. I did it! I did it! I finally broke through to B rank. Along with the girl's excited shouts, her score appeared on the central screen. The crowd outside the testing hall instantly fell silent upon seeing the girl's result. Even Luo Tiancheng became thoroughly dumbfounded. Subsequently, as more and more of Shi Feng's students completed their test, the crowd outside the testing hall also grew more and more silent. Finally, when all of Shi Feng's students completed their tests, the crowd immediately exploded into an uproar. The reason for the uproar was because Wu Lingling, the last of Shi Feng's students to complete their test, had surpassed her previous record and reached the 5th floor's middle stage, becoming an officially recognized expert in God's domain. Simultaneously, Wu Lingling had also become the second student after Wu Xiaoxiao, her elder sister, to achieve such a result on the day she enrolled into the God's Domain Academy. Luo Tiancheng's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when he saw Wu Lingling's score. He couldn't help but feel as if he was dreaming. At this time, let alone the spectating crowd, even Wu Lingling herself was still in shock over her achievement. Her mind failed to process how she had made such an improvement. After all, she previously had failed to break through the 5th floor's early stage, no matter what she tried. She didn't even have a clue as to what she needed to do to make further progress. Yet, when she challenged the trial tower this time, she had cleared the 5th floor's early stage with surprising ease. Among those present, only Shi Feng wasn't surprised by this outcome. The aerobic exercise he formulated wasn't any ordinary aerobics. Instead, it was created based on God's domain's combat techniques and the refinement realm's principles. If one earnestly practiced these movements, not only could one experience the realms of refinement much more easily, but one would also start to notice subtle movements that one normally wouldn't notice. Although one couldn't reach the refinement realm just by practicing this aerobic exercise, once one became familiar with the management of these subtle movements, one could reduce the unnecessary movements in one's actions. In turn, one's movements would flow much more smoothly. Moreover, the effects of these changes would become even more prominent in the virtual world of God's domain. After all, players controlled their virtual bodies with their minds, and their virtual bodies had much fewer physical limitations than their physical bodies. Hence, certain actions and reactions would be amplified, and one could execute movements that one normally couldn't execute. Naturally, this would lead to significant improvements in one's combat standard. In reality, the exercise's real benefits would only start to show themselves if one practiced it over a long period. To be precise, one needed to practice the exercise to the point where one could instinctively reduce their unnecessary movements. The benefits one could gain from practicing the exercise for a few hours were hardly anything noteworthy. Of course, helping someone stuck beneath the trial tower's 6th floor improve their performance by a stage was still entirely possible. Instructor Luo, thank you for your 2 million credits, Shi Feng calmly said as he glanced at the dumbfounded Luo Tiancheng. Now that I've already recruited 20 apprentices, I'll be taking my leave. Wu Lingling's shocking performance had worked as a great advertisement. Shi Feng had managed to recruit 30 students as his apprentice in less than 5 minutes. Of them, 20 were the students he had taught. Even Wu Lingling had sought apprenticeship under him after hesitating for some time. As a result, Shi Feng had met the minimum requirement to remain as one of the God's Domain Academy's basic instructors. Shi Feng, don't get too delighted. Luo Tiancheng's complexion was pitch black right now. However, when he looked at Shi Feng's departing back, he sneered and said, "So what if you become a basic instructor at the academy? Do you think you can return to your peak?" After saying so, Luo Tiancheng left the area as well, his eyes full of resentment. 2 million credits. He had spent years saving that money. However, when Luo Chang recalled that Shi Feng had been kicked out of Shadow like a loser, his mood brightened up a lot. The God's Domain Academy might have access to many real-world resources. It was a different story when it came to God's Domain's resources. Now that Shi Feng had no guild backing him, there was no way he could achieve anything in the academy. At night, Wanhao Villa District, inside the top-floor training room of a 3-story villa, Lin Yue wiped the sweat on her forehead and grabbed a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid from the nearby refrigerator. The way she gulped down the liquid, paired with the tight sportswear she wore that outlined her charming figure, created a sight that would make any man drool with desire. However, there were no men present in this room. Instead, the only other occupant of this room was a gorgeous woman wearing a short, lace dress. Even so, when this woman looked at Lin Yaoyue's attractive figure, she couldn't help but lick the corners of her mouth. "Yaoyue, it seems your combat standard isn't the only thing that has improved a lot in the time we haven't met. That place of yours has developed a lot as well. If young Master Li and the others find out about this, they'll probably become even crazier than before," the woman in the dress said, smiling as she looked at Lin Yaoyue. "Stop teasing me, Yalin," Lin Yaoyue said as she looked at her best friend, Zhuo Yalin. Then she curiously asked, "I've been busy with the academy recently. How's the situation in the guild?" "What else could be going on? Everyone's preparing for the War of Worlds expansion pack that's going live tonight," Zhuo Yalin said with a slightly tired look. I've been busy running around looking for information on this expansion pack recently as well. Is the miniature ancient world described in that new expansion pack that amazing? Lin Yaowei asked. The new War of Worlds expansion pack was something announced over a month ago. Once the expansion pack went live, not only would their god's domain have to fight against another god's domain, but a miniature ancient world would also come into existence. Meanwhile, according to rumors, this miniature ancient world possessed an environment comparable to that of the ancient god's domain. Such an environment would be of significant help to the development of players. Hence, many of God's domain's various powers were thinking of competing for this miniature ancient world. That place is much more amazing than you think. Rumors say that it is the creation of a primordial god, and that it is a small part of our God's domain that was separated during ancient times. If that's the case, there should be plenty of legacies and resources that are only available during ancient times, Zhuo Yalin said, a hint of excitement appearing in her eyes. But according to the information provided on the expansion pack, the rules of this ancient world are a little unique. Only players who have reached level 100, Tier 3, and above are allowed to enter. Moreover, once players enter that world, they will have their progress reset to level 100, Tier 3. Even so, because of the environment and legacies available in there, many Tier 3 and Tier 4 experts are thinking of taking a gamble on that miniature ancient world to try and rectify their lacking foundations. Hasn't the Tier 5 promotion been troubling you? You can consider giving that place a try. I'll consider it. Lin Yaowei nodded. Her friend's words had piqued her interest. The difficulty of God's domain's tier promotion increased exponentially with each subsequent tier. Meanwhile, the Tier 5 promotion was akin to a nightmare for Lin Yaoye. If she could lay herself a better foundation in the miniature ancient world, she would undoubtedly have a much better chance at reaching Tier 5. By the way, I heard that Shadow's ex-guild leader joined your place. What do you think of him? Zhuo Yalin suddenly asked. Most of our guild's experts are stuck having to defend against the outer world forces, so we still need many more experts to secure a foothold in the ancient world. Since he is Shadow's ex-guild leader, he should be quite strong. If we can recruit him, it should significantly increase our combat power in the miniature ancient world. That man is indeed capable. He managed to recruit 30 apprentices in the academy within a day, Lin Yaoyue said as she forwarded Shi Feng's personal information to Zhuo Yalin. Then she shook her head and continued, but he is, in the end, only a Tier 3 expert. He is also growing in age. It'll be difficult for him to make any further improvements. Moreover, Shadow is still keeping an eye on him even now. There is also world dominators standing behind Shadow. It's best if we give up on him. Is that so? Zhuo Yalin muttered as she read Shi Feng's information. Then, after pondering for a moment, she sighed and said, "What a pity. With his standards, if he wasn't Shadow's ex-guild leader, he could easily join the middle management of any first-rate guild." Meanwhile, when Lin Yaoyue and Zhuo Yalin were chatting with each other, Shi Feng, who was living in a villa located in the distant Blue Bamboo Villa district, laid into his virtual gaming cabin and entered God's domain once more. TL Notes. Made an edit to Chapter 4, Realms of Refinement, Refinement Realm. The aerobic exercise Shi Feng developed is based on the Refinement Realm's principles only. Principles of the Flowing Water Realm and Void Realm aren't included. Chapter 6. Black Flame 3 years, 8 months ago. 3 years, 8 months ago. God's Domain was a virtual reality game that had been operating for 10 years already. Since God's Domain's launch, people worldwide have gradually learned to accept this virtual world. By now, God's Domain had already become an integral part of human life, and many people sought to live and rise in this second world. Meanwhile, the flow of time in God's Domain was different than that of the real world. 2 hours in God's Domain was only equivalent to 1 hour in the real world. Hence, one could experience up to 48 hours a day if they spent their entire day in God's Domain. Moreover, God's Domain experienced a standard 30-hour daytime and 18-hour nighttime. One could technically double their lifespan by playing God's Domain. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng found himself arriving in a colorful space-time passage. After walking along this passage for 10 seconds or so, an ancient temple suspended in the starry sky appeared in front of him. Subsequently, Shi Feng felt an invisible force carry his body toward the ancient temple that was the size of a mountain. When he arrived before the temple, a female angel with 4 pairs of white wings and clad in a holy dress flew out of the temple and hovered in front of him. Meanwhile, this was a scene Shi Feng was incredibly familiar with. This female angel was none other than Gabriel, the angel that would only appear when players first created their character. However, unlike the Gabriel Shi Feng had seen when God's Domain had first launched, the Gabriel before him had already undergone significant changes. When God's Domain first launched, Gabriel was only the size of a palm. Now, though, she had a normal person's height. The sacred aura her body exuded had also become much more powerful than before. In front of this angel lord, players would feel as if they were no different than ants. Hello, adventurer. Welcome to God's Domain. I am the navigation angel, Gabriel. I will be introducing to you the 4 main categories and 12 main classes. Please choose the class that you like most, Gabriel said to Shi Feng with a smile on her face. Then, she extended a hand and summoned a list showing the 12 available classes to Shi Feng. These 12 main jobs were categorized into 4 main classes: warrior, shield warrior, guardian knight, berserker, weapons specialist, swordsman, assassin, ranger, healer, cleric, druid, oracle, mage, elementalist, summoner, cursemancer. As this is your second time creating an account, and your first account has satisfied the swordsman class's level 180, tier 3 condition, if you select the swordsman class again, you can start as a level 100, tier 3 swordsman. If you choose any other class, you will have to start from level 0, Gabriel said after giving an introduction on the 12 main classes. Then she asked, "Do you wish to choose the swordsman class again?" "I will choose the swordsman class," Shi Feng said in a resolute tone. He had spent a total of 20 years fighting in God's Domain as a swordsman in his 2 lives. He was even the first player to become a tier 6 god in his second life. Hence, the swordsman class had already become something inseparable from him. Now that he would be starting another journey in God's Domain, he naturally wouldn't select any other classes. He had already determined himself to reach the apex of God's Domain as a swordsman in this life. He would make up for the regrets he had in this dreamlike world and recover his missing memories. Shi Feng felt that the missing part of his memories should be tied to God's Domain's existence. Meanwhile, only by reaching the apex again could he potentially recover those memories. "Class selection complete," Gabriel said, nodding. "Please designate a name for your character." Hearing this, Shi Feng pondered for a moment before saying, "Black Flame." Black Flame was the pseudonym he had used most of the time in his other life. In that life, Black Flame was also the name of the sword god that everybody in God's Domain knew of. Now that he was no longer Shadow's sword magician, he naturally didn't have to continue using his original ID of Ye Feng. Naming successful. Do you wish to adjust your appearance? The adjustment rate is limited to 15%, Gabriel added. Shi Feng had decided to alter his character's appearance to match the original Black Flame's appearance. Although he couldn't mimic it perfectly due to the limitations imposed, his character still turned out very similar to the Black Flame in his other life. His character looked very close to becoming a middle-aged uncle, and his eyebrows also gave off a strict feeling. Appearance adjustment complete. Please select a birthplace. After confirming Shi Feng's appearance adjustment, Gabriel waved her hand again and summoned the complete map of the God's Domain continent and the map of an unknown landmass. Then she said, "You are allowed to choose any major city in God's Domain as your birthplace because you will be re-entering God's Domain as a level 100 tier 3 player. Apart from the major cities, you can also choose the newly appeared miniature ancient world as your new birthplace." "I can start directly in the miniature ancient world?" Shi Feng was slightly surprised by this revelation. The environment found during the ancient times of God's Domain was significantly better than the environment found in modern times. Not only was the mana during ancient times more plentiful, but the mana itself also provided significant help in improving the concentration of players. This, in turn, could increase the success rate of players in completing their tier promotions. After reading about the upcoming expansion pack in God's Domain, Shi Feng had planned to search for a way to enter this miniature ancient world. Now, it would seem that he didn't need to waste his time doing so. Now that God's Domain had already been in operation for a decade, most of the available resource spots and leveling spots in God's Domain already had an owner. Unless Shi Feng joined one of the major powers, he would have difficulty acquiring any useful resources. Leveling up would become an especially big problem. After all, the prime leveling spots of God's Domain were the various guilds' capital to help their new recruits catch up to frontline players as quickly as possible. There was no way these guilds would share their leveling resources with outsiders. If Shi Feng couldn't gain access to these prime leveling spots, even if he was a level 100, Tier 3 expert, his leveling speed would be astonishingly slow. It would take ages for him to return to level 200. Meanwhile, the miniature ancient world was a place untouched by God's Domain's various powers. It was undoubtedly good news for Shi Feng that he could enter the miniature ancient world straight away. After seeing Shi Feng remaining unresponsive for some time, Gabriel couldn't help but ask, "Do you wish to select the miniature ancient world as your birthplace?" "Yes," Shi Feng nodded. Player Black Flame has selected to be born in the miniature ancient world, initiating teleportation in 5 seconds. I wish you a happy gaming experience. Gabriel nodded to Shi Feng before chanting an incantation. 5 seconds later, Shi Feng transformed into a streak of white light and disappeared from the space in front of the ancient temple. Then, after an unknown amount of time had passed, Shi Feng opened his eyes again and found himself standing in the middle of a majestic city filled with tall buildings. To be precise, he currently stood in the plaza in front of a war god's temple, the bustling plaza filled with tens of thousands of players who had similarly just arrived in the miniature ancient world. 100 Flow City, is it? When Shi Feng checked the system map for the city's name, he couldn't help but be astonished by what he saw. According to the map, 100 Flow City measured 40 kilometers from side to side. It was much larger than any main city found on the main continent. Even a Tier 3 player would need to run at full speed, for 15 minutes and in a straight line to cross the city. Meanwhile, the mana flowing in the air was simply wonderful. When standing in this mana, Shi Feng could feel his mind clearing up to a great extent. Afterward, Shi Feng closed the system map and called up his current character's attribute panel. Character, Black Flame, Human, Miniature Ancient World Suppressed State. Affiliated City, 100 Flow City. Title, None. Class, Swordsman, level 100 HP, 96,000, Attack Power, 7,432. Defense, 9,140. Attack Speed, 186. Movement Speed, 450. Attributes, Strength 2,050, Agility 1,049, Endurance 2,100, Intelligence 1,670, Vitality 594. Free Attribute Points, Sword King Class Talent, obtain 30 free attribute points every level. What a ruthless suppression. Shi Feng was a little astonished when he saw his statistics. The starting equipment the system provided him was by no means terrible. The system had given him a full set of level 100 secret silver equipment, paired with 2 level 100 fine gold ranked longswords. With such equipment, he should have basic attributes rivaling a level 100 High Lord. However, because of the miniature ancient world's suppression reducing his attributes, he was only slightly stronger than the average level 100 Lord. With such basic attributes, ordinary experts would need to form parties if they wanted to defeat level 100 lords efficiently. If an ordinary expert tried soloing a level 100 lord with so little attack power, it would take them ages to defeat the monster. What gave Shi Feng an even larger headache was the state of his mana body. The mana body played a pivotal role in determining a Tier 3 player's strength. The stronger a player's mana body, the stronger their skills and spells would become. Moreover, a strong mana body would also allow players to recover their stamina and concentration much more rapidly. Meanwhile, mana bodies were divided into 4 ranks: bronze, silver, gold, and epic. In his first and current life, Shi Feng had only completed a bronze mana body the first time he reached Tier 3. This was also one of the main reasons preventing him from reaching Tier 4. Although the system had directly elevated his new character to Tier 3, his mana body remained at the Bronze standard. If he had to rely on such a weak mana body, he would have a much more difficult time getting promoted into higher tiers. Fortunately, this ancient world has a solution to make up for this problem. Otherwise, I'd have no choice but to start over from level 0. The minimum entry condition for the miniature ancient world was level 100, Tier 3. Meanwhile, once players entered the ancient world, their statistics would be forcibly reset to level 100, Tier 3. It didn't matter whether a player was a Tier 4 or Tier 5 expert in the outside world. Despite this being the case, many Tier 4 experts had chosen to enter the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, one of their reasons for doing so was that this miniature ancient world provided players with a chance to reconstruct their Tier 3 mana body without starting all over from scratch. They would get the opportunity to pave a much sturdier foundation and create a much brighter future for themselves. During the time Shi Feng was inspecting his statistics, most of the players who had appeared together with him in the plaza had already left the area. Now, only a few thousand players remained. These people sure know how to move quickly. When Shi Feng saw the many players rushing toward the city's center, he leisurely made his way out of the plaza and followed after them as well. Every NPC city found in the miniature ancient world housed a special building known as the Colosseum. This was also the only place where Tier 3 players could acquire the opportunity to reconstruct their mana bodies. Chapter 7, Epic Challenge 3. Years 8 months ago, 3 years 8 months ago. 100 Flow City, Colosseum. The Colosseum was a massive building that occupied an area spanning 6 sports stadiums and extended over 300 meters into the air. It was, without a doubt, the most prominent building in 100 Flow City. Just by approaching the Colosseum's metal gates that measured several dozen meters in height, players could feel a strong bloodlust radiating from the building. When Shi Feng arrived before the Colosseum, over 200,000 players had already flooded the place. Among these players, only a small part of them were players who had recreated their accounts and entered 100 Flow City, while most of them were players who had teleported from the main continent of God's domain. As Shi Feng made his way into the Colosseum, he saw many players hawking their wares by the entrance, selling 6-piece level 100 dark gold set equipment for cheap. Each set only costs 2,000 gold coins or 200,000 credits. You can use it up to level 120. It is a must-have for new accounts. Level 150 epic equipment going for only 2,000 gold per piece. Level 150 epic weapons going for only 5,000 gold each. These are must-haves for those challenging the Colosseum. Stock is limited. First come, first served. 6-piece level 120 epic set equipment for only 20,000 gold. 10% off paying by credits. Hundreds of players continuously hawked their wares in front of the Colosseum, adding even more noise and liveliness to the crowded establishment. This was a rare sight in God's domain nowadays. It was as if the game had reverted to its launch day. Only, not many players took these hawking players' offers. Instead, most of them looked at these hawking players in contempt. These merchant players must be insane. Level 150 epic weapons are only going for 2,000 gold outside, yet they're asking for 5,000 gold here. This is daylight robbery. I know, right? Thankfully, I bought myself an 8-piece level 150 epic set equipment before coming here. Also, players can only bring up to 1,000 gold and not a copper more to the miniature ancient world. These people must have lost their minds. 10 years had passed since God's domain launched, and players had already explored over 90% of the game's available maps. Hence, currency in God's domain was no longer in as high demand as it had been initially. At launch, players could exchange 1 copper coin for up to 30 credits. Now, though, one could get 1 gold coin, which was the equivalent of 10,000 copper coins, for just 90 credits. Meanwhile, the exchange rate had remained like this for 2 years without changing. Although the miniature ancient world's release had affected the recent pricing of God's domain's currency, The change wasn't particularly drastic, since players could only bring a limited amount of money into the miniature ancient world. Hence, the exchange rate had only gone up from 90 credits to 100 credits per gold coin. Of course, currency wasn't the only thing players were limited to bring into the miniature ancient world. The weapons, equipment, tools, and materials they were allowed to bring were also limited. For example, items at the fragmented legendary rank or above were prohibited, and some powerful epic items were barred. Moreover, players were only allowed to bring up to level 150 epic weapons and equipment. For expert players seeking to explore the miniature ancient world, this was a massive restriction. After all, only items at the fragmented legendary rank or above could allow players to transcend tiers. However, most players entering the miniature ancient world welcomed these restrictions. After all, even in this day and age, the number of players in possession of fragmented legendary items and above was few and far between. Not to mention, over 90% of them were the executives or peak experts of the various guilds. If these players were allowed to bring such powerful items into the miniature ancient world, ordinary experts would stand no chance against them. With these tie-ins, though, everyone would have a fairly even starting point, since even ordinary experts could get their hands on epic weapons and equipment, so long as they were willing to put a few holes into their wallets. Hence, guild experts would no longer have as much of an advantage over independent experts in the miniature ancient world. These restrictions had undoubtedly created an opportunity for many players seeking to explore the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was also one of the beneficiaries of these limitations. Before returning to God's domain, Shi Feng had even thought about selling his mansion to exchange for coins. After all, a 6-piece level 150 epic set equipment alone would cost over 1 million credits. He also had to buy individual epic equipment pieces and epic accessories to fill the rest of his equipment slots. At the end of the day, he was merely a level 100 tier 3 player right now. Even if he had amazing skills, without having a bunch of epic items to support him, he would still have a difficult time getting by in the miniature ancient world, let alone reaching the apex of this world. After looking at the various items the merchant players were selling, Shi Feng shook his head and made his way inside the Colosseum. He had to admit that these merchant players were exemplary businessmen. The prices they sold their epic weapons and equipment at were truly reasonable. After all, the prices were only 2 or 3 times higher than those found outside the miniature ancient world. If Shi Feng had to rely on these merchant players to fully equip himself in epic items, the credits he currently had on him wouldn't be enough at all. He would have to sell the mansion he had as well. Not to mention, the priority of players who had just entered the miniature ancient world wasn't to spend all of their funds on weapons and equipment. Instead, they needed to spend their money on supportive consumables. In the miniature ancient world, the areas outside of NPC cities were filled with a strange and corrosive energy. So long as players left the protection of NPC cities, this strange energy would immediately start corroding their bodies. Once the corrosion level reached a certain point, not only would players lose stamina and concentration rapidly, but they would even have their basic attributes reduced as well. Eventually, they would even lose their lives to the corrosion. For this reason, players could only spend a very limited amount of time outside of the confines of cities. Meanwhile, players would need to rest inside NPC cities to expel this corrosive energy out of their bodies. And if players wished to expedite this process, they would have to consume expensive foods or potions. In addition to supportive consumables, players also needed to save their money for the crucial services offered in NPC cities, and one of these services was the Colosseum. The process of acquiring the opportunity to reconstruct one's mana body in the Colosseum wasn't free. On the contrary, players had to spend a fortune to acquire this opportunity. The Colosseum was split into 5 floors, with the first floor being used as a reception hall and the second to 5th floors being used for challenges. The challenges were split into 4 ranks, namely bronze, silver, gold, and epic, and each of the 4 floors corresponded to a particular difficulty. The rank of the challenges also corresponded to the rank of the mana body players would get to create. Meanwhile, the cost of the challenges ranged from 10 gold to 500 gold per try. It was undoubtedly an exorbitant expenditure. It should be noted that new characters created in the miniature ancient world were only provided with a starting fund of 1 gold. This wasn't even enough to pay for a bronze challenge. Hence, after entering the Colosseum, Shi Feng spent the 2 million credits he won from Luo Qiancheng and bought 20,000 gold from a few merchant players. He would use this money as his starting capital in the miniature ancient world. After acquiring his starting G capital, Shi Feng headed straight for the 5th floor. The 5th floor only housed a few arenas, and each one was almost the size of 2 football fields. Currently, in one of the few arenas, a player was fighting against 10 8-meter-tall, 4-armed sea giants. The player looked like an infant in front of these sea giants. Moreover, these sea giants possessed a special bloodline, and even the weakest among them was a level 100 Great Lord, while the strongest was a level 100 Grand Lord. There was no doubt that the sea giants had the upper hand when it came to speed and power. So the player fighting these sea giants dared not confront the sea giants head-on at all. To make matters worse, all 10 sea giants were armed, with some of them wielding shields, some wielding longbows, some wielding spears, and some wielding greatswords. They also synchronized their movements with each other, moving as if they were of one body. They attacked the player continuously, giving the player no opportunities to catch his breath. The player would be besieged from all sides should he make even the slightest error while dodging. Eventually, faced with this constant pressure, the player wearing epic set equipment crumbled in less than 20 seconds, his body perishing to an arrow the size of a ballista bolt. That's another one. Isn't the epic challenge's difficulty a little too high? I know that guy, and he's a tier 4 expert who had long since reached the refinement realm already, yet he didn't even last 30 seconds. Can anyone even survive the 1-minute requirement? That's right. Over 100 tier 4 experts have taken the challenge already, yet none managed to succeed. It seems we'll have no choice but to go for the gold challenge instead. A gold mana body is plenty good already. Some tier 5 experts only have silver mana bodies. After seeing one expert after another fail the epic challenge, the thousands of experts present started changing their minds about going for the epic challenge. However, just when some of the experts present were about to leave for the 4th floor, the spectators on the other side of the hall suddenly burst into gasps and cheers, attracting the attention of everyone in the hall. On the other side of the hall, a beautiful woman with her silver hair tied into a ponytail slowly walked out of the arenas there. The woman was clad in seductive black leather armor and wielded 2 crescent scimitars in her hands. As the woman left the arena, the words "Challenge Successful, A rank" appeared above the arena. What? Someone succeeded? Crap! A rank? She lasted 2 minutes? Who is that person? I know her. She's the first-rate Guild Mysterious Moon's Nightingale, Zhuo Yalin. She's the vice commander of Mysterious Moon's 3rd Legion. I heard that she was only half a step away from reaching Tier 5. I didn't think she would come to the miniature ancient world as well. The spectating crowd was in disbelief when they saw the silver-haired woman named Zhuo Yalin completing her challenge. They also couldn't help but grow envious of the woman. After all, her success meant that she had earned an opportunity to construct an epic mana body for herself. For an expert of Zhuo Yalin's caliber, if she could successfully construct an epic mana body, then her future would be limitless. While the spectating crowd discussed Zhuo Yalin's success, several experts from Mysterious Moon excitedly approached the silver-haired woman. "You're amazing, Big Sis Zhuo." A female oracle dressed in white robes exclaimed as she looked at Zhuo Yalin with sparkling eyes. "You're the first person to ever pass this epic challenge. With this, our guild will become famous in 100 Flow City. It's only the challenge that I completed. It's no big deal. The important part has yet to come," Zhuo Yalin said, smiling while shaking her head. She did not grow prideful over her recent success at all. This was because completing the challenge was only the first step to reconstructing her mana body. The truly difficult part was the actual reconstruction of her mana body. However, despite Zhuo Yalin's words, many of the experts present in the hall still approached her to strike up a conversation and ask for pointers. Everyone present was well aware of the epic challenge's difficulty, and it definitely wasn't as easy as Zhuo Yalin made it out to be. Meanwhile, during the time the many experts were crowding around Zhuo Yalin, Shi Feng approached an unoccupied arena in the hall. Each challenge costs 500 gold. The arena's manager, a level 150 Tier 4 NPC, indifferently said to Shi Feng, "You will receive varying rewards depending on the evaluation of your challenge. Do you wish to proceed?" "Here's the money," Shi Feng said, nodding. He then handed 500 gold to the manager and walked into the arena. Chapter 8. Expert. 3 years 7 months ago. 3 years 7 months ago. 100 Flow City, Colosseum, one of the epic challenge's arenas. Along with her successful challenge, Zhuo Yalin became the topic of discussion for everyone in the Colosseum. Many of the various first-rate guilds' peak experts present also looked at her with envy. Among the crowd in the 5th floor hall, a girl wearing light blue armor and carrying 2 longswords around her waist stared at Zhuo Yalin from a distance. A look of worship on her face, the girl with her hair tied into double ponytails exclaimed, "Big Sis Nightingale is so amazing, as expected of the genius who's on par with our Academy's director Lin. Now that she has cleared the epic challenge, it seems she's certain to set foot into this year's A-League." In the 10 years God's Domain had been in operation, all sorts of combat tournaments revolving around the game had been created. Among these many tournaments, the Professional League could be considered the most popular tournament. The Professional League was something countless experts aspired to participate in. This was because the Professional League was a place for players to display their skills to the innumerable players of God's Domain. The tournament garnered well over 10 billion spectators each year, and the revenue it generated was astronomical. The Professional League was divided into multiple stages: preliminaries, B-League, A-League, and lastly, the 10 Saints League. Meanwhile, the top 10 winners of the tournament would be officially recognized as the Sacred 10 of God's Domain. Setting aside becoming one of the Sacred 10, anyone capable of setting foot into the A-League would already be considered a peak existence in God's Domain, their names capable of sending tremors throughout the continent. However, after the girl's exclamation, the gray-robed, middle-aged man standing beside the girl dismissively said, "You don't need to envy her, Lingling. Setting aside the fact that your sister is also close to reaching the A-League, you yourself possess talent rivaling your sister's. With the Dazzlewave Workshop's support, it is only a matter of time you enter the A-League as well." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Wu Lingling bitterly smiled and shook her head, saying, "You think too highly of me, Uncle Gan. I'm not even qualified to participate in the Professional League's preliminaries right now, let alone reaching the A-League." "You don't need to be so humble, Lingling. When your elder sister first joined the God's Domain Academy, she had to undergo 1 month of training under our vice commander before she managed to reach the middle stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. You, on the other hand, achieved this without receiving such training," Gan Yuan, the middle-aged elementalist, said confidently. "Now, you have even become one of Dazzlewave's seeded talents. Otherwise, the vice commander wouldn't have let me come here in person." "This really is a misunderstanding, Uncle Gan. I only managed to reach the 5th floor's middle stage because of Instructor Shi's guidance. Otherwise, I would have needed to train for much longer," Wu Lingling earnestly explained. Originally, she had not been receiving much attention from the Dazzlewave Workshop. Yet, because of her results in the God's Domain Academy's admission test, she had immediately become one of the workshop's seeded talents. The workshop had even officially recruited her as a member and sent Gan Yuan, a Tier 4 expert, to train her. Wu Lingling was naturally happy that a first-rate guild like Dazzlewave could value her. However, she also knew that her achievements weren't all to her natural talent, but Shi Feng's guidance instead. As proof, everyone Shi Feng had taught outside the testing hall had made significant improvements. She was merely one out of many. "Stop being humble, Lingling. I understand that you place a lot of importance on bonds," Gan Yuan said. The more he looked at Wu Lingling's humble behavior, the more he liked the girl. He had seen many talents in his life, yet almost every one of them had a little arrogance in their behavior. For Wu Lingling to be so well-behaved and humble, despite being so gifted, was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Then, Ganyuan continued, "Since I've already come here, I'll make sure that Instructor Shi of yours receives plenty of benefits. I heard that Shadow has dismissed him and has even sent some veteran employees to keep an eye on him. He'll probably have a difficult life in the future if this keeps up. However, if I bring it up with Shadow, I believe he'll be fine from now on. As for your future lessons, you just need to follow me in this miniature ancient world." "Uncle Yuan, isn't this against the rules? I finally became a student of the academy. I've also apprenticed under Instructor Shi. If I keep training with you, I'm afraid many people in the academy will speak badly of Instructor Shi." Wu Lingling said in disagreement. "How about I train under you after I pass the preliminaries, become a professional player, and formally join Dazzlewave?" There were many precedents of the God's Domain Academy's students joining a guild while still a student. However, these students would generally only do so after successfully qualifying for the professional league's preliminaries. This was because of the regulations the academy had set up to prevent the various powers from rampantly snatching talents. According to the academy's rules, students would either have to graduate from the academy or qualify for the professional league before joining any guild. Before students met either of these conditions, they would have to study under the academy's instructors. Although many guilds would secretly start to cultivate the talents they prioritized, even before these talents met the academy's requirements, these guilds typically did so in secret. If guilds blatantly nurtured their unqualified talents, it would be a huge disrespect to the academy and the instructors involved. "Don't worry, Lingling. I came here specifically to talk with that Shi Feng. I believe he will be more than happy to cooperate once he hears me out," Ganyuan confidently said while caressing his goatee. Before meeting up with Wu Lingling, Ganyuan had already conducted a thorough investigation on Shi Feng and found out that the other party was merely the former guild leader of a second-rate guild. Moreover, even at his peak, Shi Feng was only a Tier 3 expert who hadn't even reached the refinement realm. He was nothing but an insignificant existence in God's domain. In comparison, Ganyuan was a Tier 4 refinement realm expert. Any smart person would eagerly try to curry favor with him. Wu Lingling was momentarily at a loss for words. Having a Tier 4 refinement realm expert serving as a personal instructor was indeed something many students in the God's Domain Academy looked forward to. However, for some inexplicable reason, Wu Lingling did not think that Shi Feng would be in any way inferior to Ganyuan when it came to instructing students. Unfortunately, Wu Lingling didn't have a say in this matter. Her elder sister, Wu Xiaoxiao, had acquired this opportunity for her and even told her to cherish it. After all, Tier 4 experts were considered mainstays in first-rate guilds, and every one of them was incredibly busy. These experts usually didn't even have time to instruct the guild's new members, let alone provide one-on-one guidance to someone who hadn't even formally joined the guild. "Let's stop talking about this," Ganyuan said, interrupting Wu Lingling's thoughts when she saw the girl's hesitance. "By the way, where is that Instructor Shi of yours right now? What's his ID? Didn't he say to meet here?" "I'm not sure. Instructor Shi only said to wait for him in the Colosseum's 5th floor, Wu Lingling said, shaking her head. Then she quickly typed out a message and sent it to Shi Feng, asking for his whereabouts. A moment later, she received a reply and read it. Instructor Shi just replied. His ID is Black Flame, and he says he is preparing to enter Arena number 3. He'll come to meet us once he's done with his challenge. Black Flame? Ganyuan frowned, feeling dissatisfied with Shi Feng's behavior. Then he sneered and said, since he's taking the challenge in Arena number 3, we'll meet him there. I also can use this opportunity to see how capable he is. The players in 100 Flow City capable of passing the Colosseum's epic challenge probably numbered only a handful. Shi Feng was nothing but a Tier 3 expert who hadn't reached the refinement realm at his peak. Let alone completing the epic challenge, he would have difficulty even completing the silver challenge. When Gan Yuan and Wu Lingling arrived before arena number 3, the challenge in the arena had already begun, and many players in the 5th floor hall had come to watch. There were only 8 arenas in the Epic Challenges hall, and each challenge cost 500 gold. In a situation where coins were limited, even frontline experts wouldn't recklessly take on the Epic Challenge. Instead, they would first watch other people take on the Epic Challenge and learn from their attempts. Along with the start of Shi Feng's challenge, 10 sea giants wearing tattered armor appeared in the blood-stained arena. As soon as these sea giants appeared, they immediately sprung into an attack. 3 bow-wielding sea giants sealed off Shi Feng's escape routes with arrows. 2 shield-bearers charged straight at Shi Feng to force him into revealing weak points. 3 sword-bearers executed a flurry of sword strikes, and 2 spear-bearers waited for an opportunity to strike. The sea giants had distinctly divided their responsibilities, and their movements were in sync with one another. They left no room for their opponent to catch a breather, and their assault was unrelenting. Thanks to Shi Feng, many of the spectating players got to experience the sea giants' accurate and vicious 3-pronged assault once more. What a crazy guy! He came here to take on the challenge right after recreating his account. He didn't even bother getting a single piece of epic equipment. He's probably here to test the waters. Even so, he looks quite skilled. It's been 10 seconds already, yet the sea giants still haven't managed to corner him. I think he won't have any problems lasting 20 or 30 seconds. 30? Are you kidding me? I say he'll last 20 seconds at best. The challenge's difficulty ramps up every 15 seconds. Each of those archers is only firing 2 to 3 arrows at a time right now, but after the 15-second mark, they'll be firing 4 to 5. Although the arrows the sea giants fired would have their power decreased along with the increase of their arrow count, even the weakest arrow carried the power of a level 100 Great Lord. That wasn't something a player without a single piece of epic equipment could receive without flinching. Not to mention, Shi Feng was fully geared in secret silver armor only. If even one of those arrows landed on him, he would be knocked back and have his posture ruined. At that time, he would open himself to the attacks. Gan Yuan also nodded in agreement with the other spectators' comments. Gan Yuan had watched the sea giants' 3-pronged assault many times already, so he knew very well how powerful the group of sea giants was. So long as players allowed themselves to get cornered by the 3 archers, the true nightmare would begin. Meanwhile, when Wu Lingling watched Shi Feng weaving around the stone pillars in the arena while dodging the sea giant's arrows, anxiety overwhelmed her. Shi Feng dodged every arrow only by a hair's breadth. He had evidently reached his limit already. So long as the number of arrows he faced increased by a few, he would certainly die. Subsequently, the seconds ticked by one after another. When the challenge reached the 15-second mark, the 3 bow-wielding sea giants suddenly changed their rhythm. In the blink of an eye, the 3 archers launched a total of 14 arrows from 3 separate directions. Moreover, apart from the arrows, each of the remaining 7 sea giants had also positioned themselves beside a pillar near Shi Feng. So long as Shi Feng dared try to use the pillars to shield himself from the arrows, they would be ready to strike at him. It's over. Gan Yuan smiled as he looked at Shi Feng. Wu Lingling, on the other hand, clenched her fists and looked at Shi Feng with a heavy gaze. At this moment, even an ordinary expert like her could tell that there was no way Shi Feng could dodge those 14 arrows. And even if he desperately evaded himself, 3 or 4 arrows should still strike him. He would need to actively defend himself with his weapon if he wanted to neutralize this threat. However, Shi Feng's current equipment was... when the 14 arrows were less than 10 yards, Shi Feng suddenly switched his footwork, his body's movements accelerating by a large margin. From afar, it looked as if his body had accelerated from rest to lightning speed in an instant, then instantaneously returned to rest once again. Moreover, Shi Feng was repeating this cycle one after another. The sight was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, through this series of stops and movements, Shi Feng weaved through the 14 arrows like flowing water, letting none of the arrows hit him. Impossible! What did he do? The spectating players in the arena momentarily fell silent as they stared at Shi Feng. The player who said that Shi Feng wouldn't last more than 20 seconds before even had his mouth fall wide open. Chapter 9. Astonishing Sword 3 years 7 months ago. 3 years 7 months ago. Formless water? Gan Yuan muttered, his eyes filled with disbelief when he saw Shi Feng dodging the arrows in the arena. Formless water? Wu Lingling curiously looked at Gan Yuan when she overheard his mutterings. This was the first time she had heard of the term formless water. Right, this is the rumored formless water. Crap! Who is this guy? Shouldn't formless water be an ultimate move that only geniuses at the flowing water realm can master? Amazing. I only saw this move twice in last year's A-League, but this guy's evasive maneuvers look even more natural than those two people. Could he be some superpowers big shot here to have some fun? Initially, most of the experts present had failed to discern the identity of Shi Feng's evasive technique. However, when some of the nearby experts overheard Gan Yuan's mutterings, realization quickly dawned upon them. Simultaneously, they also grew curious to find out Shi Feng's identity. Instructor Shi is amazing. Meanwhile, when Wu Lingling overheard the nearby experts' exclamations, excitement filled her heart. She never thought that Shi Feng was such a powerful expert. Although Wu Lingling didn't know how amazing the formless water technique was, based on the surrounding experts' comments, the technique was something only experts at the flowing water realm or above could execute. Meanwhile, flowing water realm experts were much more powerful than refinement realm experts. If a flowing water realm expert chose to join a first-rate guild, this person would be given an executive position at the very least. Not to mention, from what she had overheard, not all flowing water realm experts could master the formless water technique. Instead, only experts capable of qualifying for the professional league's A-League could do so. The A-League. That was a realm that her elder sister was constantly seeking to reach. However, even until now, her elder sister was still half a step from reaching it. Yet, now, Shi Feng had revealed that he had already reached this realm. Impossible. He is merely the former guild leader of a second-rate guild. There is no way he can master such a profound technique. Gan Yuan instinctively shook his head and denied his conjecture. Then, he said in a determined tone, "This must be an advanced combat technique resembling formless water. There is no way it can be the true formless water. 15 seconds, at most, he will deplete his stamina and concentration after 15 seconds from using such a combat technique." Formless water was an ultimate move that tested the level of control players had over their bodies. Only by having superb control over one's body could one execute this technique. However, it was a different story if Shi Feng had executed one of the many combat techniques found in God's domain. These in-game combat techniques could allow players to exhibit effects resembling skills and spells or even combat standards of a higher realm. For the average expert, the combat techniques they would typically come across could be categorized into basic and advanced combat techniques. And unlike skills and spells, these combat techniques did not have a cooldown, and neither did they cost any mana to use. Instead, players only needed to expend a significant amount of their stamina and concentration to use these combat techniques. In the case of combat techniques that could allow their users to exhibit combat standards at the flowing water realm, they were typically considered advanced combat techniques. However, if a Tier 3 player tried using an advanced combat technique, it would place a huge burden on their stamina and concentration. Thus, it was unlikely that Shi Feng could continue struggling for much longer. Gan Yuan also dismissed any possibilities of Shi Feng executing the actual formless water technique. After all, Shi Feng was merely a Tier 3 player who couldn't get promoted to Tier 4, even at his peak. There was no way he could master an ultimate move like formless water. It should be known that flowing water realm experts were existences that even God's domain's various superpowers welcomed with open arms. If Shi Feng was a flowing water realm expert, there was no way a second-rate guild like Shadow would dismiss him. An advanced combat technique? Wu Lingling couldn't help but doubt Gan Yuan's explanation. After all, Shi Feng's movements were like flowing water as he dodged the sea giant's arrows. Moreover, He showed no signs of exhaustion, even until now, so it didn't seem like he was exerting himself when executing those movements. "You'll see soon enough," Ganyuan confidently said and nodded. In the meantime, Shi Feng could be seen moving about the arena like a ghost. Not only did he effortlessly evade the arrows flying toward him, but he also evaded the other sea giants' offensive like flowing water. Moreover, Shi Feng would sometimes even use the sea giants charging at him as shields against the incoming arrows, making dodging even easier. Before anyone realized it, 15 seconds had already passed since the challenge had begun. At this point, every expert present in the hall had their eyes focused on Shi Feng's movements. During the past 15 seconds, every move Shi Feng made was a textbook example. He had dodged every attack sent at him with minimal movement, and he had utilized the surrounding environment to maximize his advantage. How is this possible? Ganyuan was dumbfounded when he saw that Shi Feng showed no signs of tiring. Since Shi Feng began his challenge, Ganyuan counted at least 24 movement techniques. Even a Tier 4 expert would feel tired after using 24 advanced combat techniques consecutively. Yet, Shi Feng behaved no differently than when he started his challenge. Before Ganyuan could recover from his shock, the 10 sea giants in the arena suddenly increased their offensive. Not only did the 3 bow-bearers fire 18 arrows simultaneously, but the 3 sword-bearers also activated a Tier 3 skill. Tier 3 skill, Spatial Fissure. Immediately, the 3 sword-bearers brandished their blades, every swing they executed creating energy blades that reached up to 50 yards away. The energy blades carried so much power that they could even bisect the stone pillars situated around the arena. When the spectating experts saw the storm of energy blades that filled the arena, a grim look appeared on their faces. Thus far, most of the Epic Challenge's challengers had failed at this stage. Even someone wielding an epic weapon wouldn't be able to block those energy blades without getting pushed back. To make matters worse, the wide coverage of those energy blades made it incredibly difficult to dodge them. Unless one possessed powerful life-saving skills, one would fall to those energy blades in no time at all. "It seems that person won't last for much longer," Big Sis Zhuo, the female oracle standing beside Zhuo Yalan, said, sighing. Although Zhuo Yalan didn't say anything in response, she still silently agreed with her companion's words. Past the 30-second mark, the Epic Challenge would no longer test the equipment standard of players. Instead, it tested players' mastery over their skills and spells. However, judging by Shi Feng's equipment, he was someone who had entered the miniature ancient world by recreating his account. If that was the case, he wouldn't have learned any powerful Tier 3 skills or spells at all. For him to take on the Epic Challenge in such a state was simply a joke. The next moment, the timer displayed above the arena jumped to its 33rd second. Immediately afterward, an energy blade flew straight at Shi Feng, who was in the midst of evading several oncoming arrows. The energy blade left no room for Shi Feng to avoid it, and Shi Feng's only option was to receive it. It seems this is the end. The spectators shook their heads when they looked at the 10-meter-wide energy blade. Even a Tier 3 berserker fully equipped in epic equipment and wielding an epic weapon would lose 50% of their HP if they received an energy blade with their weapon. If Shi Feng tried to receive the energy blade in his Tier 3 starter set, the energy blade would kill him instantly. Just as the energy blade was about to devour Shi Feng finally unsheathed the silver sword hanging beside his waist. Then, he brandished the sword against the oncoming energy blade. "Break!" Shi Feng let out a low roar. Immediately, the longsword in his right hand split into 6 after-images that moved to meet the approaching energy blade. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, 4 slashes, 5 slashes, 6 slashes. The 6 after-images landed on the same spot, one after another. Then the energy blade miraculously deviated from its original path and flew toward a shield-bearing sea giant. Boom! The energy blade sent the shield-bearing sea giant flying. Meanwhile, Shi Feng remained perfectly unharmed. This sudden development silenced the entire hall momentarily, and only after a second had passed did the spectating experts gasp and snap out of their daze. "Crap! That's the 6 extreme slashes. He knows how to use Miracle Dragon's trademark move?" His 6 extreme slashes look so similar to the real deal. Could he be the sword freak himself? Practically everyone in God's domain knew of Miracle Dragon, the sword freak. He was in existence standing at the apex of God's domain. Meanwhile, one of the main contributors to his fame was the technique 6 extreme slashes. Miracle Dragon had defeated countless experts by relying on this move. Who is he? At this point, even Gan Yuan, who knew about Shi Feng's identity, couldn't help but gasp. The shock he currently felt could no longer be described using words. It was true that Miracle Dragon wasn't the only person in God's domain who could execute the 6 extreme slashes. However, it was also a fact that every person who had mastered this move was in existence capable of shaking God's domain with their name. Before Gan Yuan could recover from his shock, Shi Feng continued executing 6 extreme slashes one time after another to deflect the sea giant's attacks. Moreover, he did so until the 1-minute time limit was up. Meanwhile, as soon as the challenge ended, the following words appeared above the arena. Challenge successful. S rank. Chapter 10. Fame begins to spread. 3 years 7 months ago. 3 years 7 months ago. S rank? Mysterious Moon's Nightingale barely managed to keep her HP at 80%, even when she's fully equipped in epic equipment. How can a Tier 3 newbie like him take no damage whatsoever? Could he be some super guild's big shot here to experience the life of a newbie? I doubt that's the case. I heard that the various superpowers big shots are currently preparing to go up against the Outer World's apex experts. How would any of them have the time to retrain an account? He must be a superpowers big shot. Otherwise, how can he execute Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes with such proficiency? Shi Feng's performance had dumbfounded the spectating players in the hall. Everyone was also curious to find out Shi Feng's true identity. They were more interested in his identity than the fact that he had just gotten an S-rank evaluation in the Colosseum's epic challenge. However, when Shi Feng got teleported out of the arena, he paid no attention to the crowd talking about him. Instead, he calmly made his way to the NPC manager, managing his arena to retrieve his rewards. Your performance was outstanding. You are the first to have completed the challenge unharmed in 100 Flow City's Colosseum in the past few decades, the Tier 4 NPC said, a hint of respect appearing in his eyes as he looked at Shi Feng. Then, he retrieved an exquisite crystal box from the container beside him and handed it to Shi Feng, saying, "Here is your reward. Apart from the demon god's blood necessary to construct an epic mana body, there is also a Colosseum Master's insignia for 100 Flow City inside. From now on, you are a VIP of 100 Flow City, and you will get to enjoy the privileges of a noble in the city." A noble's treatment? Shi Feng was slightly surprised when he took out the golden lion insignia from the crystal box. The process of becoming a noble in the miniature ancient world's NPC cities was much more tedious compared to the outside world's NPC cities. The average city here required players to accumulate 500 contribution points through completing quests, and each quest only awarded around 3 to 5 points. Meanwhile, after becoming an NPC city's noble, players could enjoy certain privileges, such as the right to buy land and shops. This privilege was especially important since players without noble status could not purchase lands and shops in the miniature ancient world. This restriction was also why, despite many guilds and adventurer teams entering the miniature ancient world, nobody had managed to acquire any land or shops in 100 Flow City, even until now. This saves me a lot of trouble. Shi Feng couldn't help but smile when he looked at the Colosseum Master's insignia. In his current state, he would have difficulty competing with the various large guilds for resources, even in the newly opened miniature ancient world. After all, there was strength in numbers. The various large guilds also had numerous experts under their command. Meanwhile, if one did not have sufficient resources in God's domain, let alone advancing through the tiers, even leveling up quickly would become a problem. The resources one consumed increased with each subsequent tier they advanced in God's domain. For this reason, most independent experts without powerful backers would choose to join a guild after struggling by themselves for a certain period. Otherwise, they could kiss their progress goodbye. Needless to say, hardly anyone in God's domain would refuse to make progress when given the opportunity. After all, one's status and standing in God's domain would improve dramatically with each Tier 1 ascended. If a player managed to become a Tier 6 God-ranked expert, they could receive VIP treatment from even world-class corporations in the real world. In God's domain, they would become existences capable of vaporizing an entire city with a single attack. Even flattening a kingdom consisting of several hundred cities wasn't out of the question. However, Shi Feng currently had nothing in both the real world and in the world of God's domain. The current funds he had were also far from enough to let him improve his physical fitness in the real world, let alone helping him return to Tier 6 in God's domain. Thus, acquiring resources in God's domain became a must for Shi Feng. Originally, Shi Feng had been pondering how he could go about becoming a noble in Hundred Flow City as quickly as possible and securing himself a shop in Hundred Flow City before the various guilds. Now, he no longer had to worry about these problems. Whether in the real world or God's domain, real estate was the mother of wealth. Now that countless players had swarmed into the miniature ancient world, so long as he could secure some land and shops in Hundred Flow City, he wouldn't have to worry about making money in the future. Subsequently, Shi Feng wore the Colosseum Master's insignia and approached Wu Lingling, who stood nearby. Currently, Wu Lingling had her eyes glued to the S-rank evaluation displayed above Arena Number 3, an indescribable sense of joy and excitement coloring her eyes. Meanwhile, Gan Yuan, the gray-robed middle-aged man standing beside her, wore a complicated look on his face. Even until now, he still hadn't recovered from the shock of witnessing Shi Feng's battle. Gan Yuan dared not and could not believe this outcome. According to the intelligence report Gan Yuan received, Shi Feng was nothing but the abandoned guild leader of Shadow, a second-rate guild. Moreover, even at his peak, Shi Feng had only reached Tier 3. Yet now, not only did Shi Feng come out unscathed after clashing with 10 powerful sea giants for 1 minute, but he had even shown astonishing mastery over Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes. No matter how Gan Yuan looked at it, Shi Feng should be a mighty expert that shouldn't be underestimated. If speaking solely based on technique standards, Shi Feng would be unmatched in Dazzlewave, a first-rate guild. Yet, a guild like Shadow had banished such an expert because he was too weak? Did we get the wrong person? Gan Yuan couldn't help but harbor such a thought. However, before Gan Yuan could snap out of his daze, Shi Feng approached them and looked at Wu Lingling apologetically, saying, "Sorry for the wait. You seem to be in a hurry to look for me, Wu Lingling. Do you have some urgent business with me?" Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, Wu Lingling glanced at Gan Yuan before carefully saying, "It's nothing big actually, Instructor Shi. Uncle Gan is just hoping to talk with you." Wu Lingling didn't wish to bring up the matter of Gan Yuan replacing Shi Feng as her instructor. After all, it was too disrespectful toward an instructor of the academy. Moreover, she felt that learning from Shi Feng wasn't a bad idea either. 6 extreme slashes was the trademark move of Miracle Dragon, the person she idolized. It was also a combat technique she had constantly been thinking of learning. Now that Shi Feng had shown himself to have incredible mastery over the technique, this was undoubtedly the best opportunity for her to learn it. However, her elder sister had gone out of her way to get Gan Yuan to train her, and she couldn't simply ignore her elder sister's decisions. Thus, she decided that it was best to let Gan Yuan bring up the troublesome matter instead. "Talk with me?" Hearing Wu Lingling's words, Shi Feng turned toward Gan Yuan and narrowed his eyes. Then he smiled and asked, "May I know what business Brother Gan has with me? Are you perhaps here to discuss Wu Lingling's future education with me?" Wu Lingling's talents were clear for all to see. There was no way the guild Wu Xiaoxiao belonged to wouldn't be interested in such a talent. Although recruiting Wu Lingling shortly after she joined the God's Domain Academy would be going against the Academy's rules, the benefits far outweigh the risks. If Dazzle Wave could recruit Wu Lingling before she developed, not only could the guild better develop her potential, but doing so would also increase Wu Lingling's loyalty to the guild. Meanwhile, as soon as Shi Feng spoke up, Gan Yuan's expression immediately turned awkward. He didn't think that the person before him was the instructor Shi he was looking for. To make matters worse, Shi Feng had even seen through his thoughts. For a time, Ganyuan was at a loss for words. Originally, Ganyuan had planned to simply greet Shi Feng and forget about Wu Lingling's matter. After all, offending a Tier 3 expert with no background and offending an expert who had acquired an S-rank evaluation in the Colosseum's Epic Challenge were two entirely different things. Right now, Ganyuan wanted nothing more than to beat up the person responsible for collecting information on Shi Feng. However, Ganyuan was an executive of a first-rate guild. He had experienced many crests and troughs during his career in God's domain. Although he felt very embarrassed on the inside, he behaved as if nothing had happened on the outside. With a bright smile on his face, he said, "You jest, Instructor Shi. All academies associated with God's domain have a common rule prohibiting organizations from poaching talents in advance. Although Dazzlewave isn't a superpower, it is still a first-rate guild in God's domain, so we strictly abide by the rules. I am only here this time because I have long since heard of your great name. I never got the opportunity to meet you, so I asked Lingling to introduce me. Please don't misunderstand my intentions, Instructor Shi." Wu Lingling couldn't help but be dumbfounded when she heard Ganyuan's words. She looked at the man as if she was meeting him for the first time. "I see." Shi Feng nodded. Then, his expression brightened up a little as he said, "However, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Brother Gan. I am merely a Tier 3 player that Shadow has banished. How can I possibly enter the eyes of a first-rate guild like Dazzlewave?" Ganyuan awkwardly laughed when he heard Shi Feng's words. He also quietly wiped the sweat dripping down from his forehead. Although Shi Feng hadn't said anything hostile, Ganyuan felt as if he was standing in front of a ferocious beast capable of seeing through all lies. When he looked at Shi Feng's faint smile and calm eyes, he saw no signs of a downtrodden man in his 30s whatsoever. Is he only the ex-guild leader of a second-rate guild? Ganyuan wondered as he looked at Shi Feng. In Ganyuan's opinion, Shi Feng's insightfulness and the oppressive feeling he gave off far superior to those of even Dazzlewave's guild leader. When standing in front of Shi Feng, Ganyuan felt no different than a child. When Ganyuan was about to say something, a group of players wearing Mysterious Moon's guild emblem suddenly approached Shi Feng. Why are they here? Ganyuan couldn't help but be surprised when he saw these players. Out of the dozen or so Mysterious Moon members standing before him, every one of them was fully equipped in level 150 epic equipment. Moreover, the dense killing intent they radiated deterred even the many experts present in the hall from approaching them. At a glance, Ganyuan could tell that these Mysterious Moon members were battle-hardened experts, and he couldn't help but feel frightened when standing in their presence. Zhuo Yalin, the leader of the group, gave off an especially bone-chilling aura. Ganyuan felt as if he was standing within a cave made out of ice when he stood beside her, and he dared not loosen his guard even for a moment. Before Ganyuan could react to the situation, Zhuo Yalin stepped closer to Shi Feng and started scrutinizing him with an enchanting smile on her face. Then, she enthusiastically introduced herself. "Hello, I am Nightingale from Mysterious Moon. Your performance just now has truly amazed me. Can I ask for the opportunity to treat you to a drink?" Zhuo Yalin's voice was as beautiful as an Oriol's, and her actions carried both a lady's charm and bold enthusiasm. Many of the male players present were instantly captivated by her, and they couldn't help but look at Shi Feng with eyes full of envy. Meanwhile, Wu Lingling gaped in shock in this situation. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she switched her gaze between her idol Zhuo Yalin and Shi Feng. Zhuo Yalin was the prided genius of Mysterious Moon, a first-rate guild. She was also the vice-commander of Mysterious Moon's main force. She was even being nurtured as a potential vice-guild leader candidate in the guild. There was no doubt that she was a core executive in Mysterious Moon. As icing on the cake, Zhuo Yalin also possessed an enchanting body and exquisite face. Many young talents from the various superpowers had once sought to pursue Zhuo Yalin. However, the number of invitations Zhuo Yalin accepted numbered less than a handful. Yet, now, Zhuo Yalin was taking the initiative to invite Shi Feng out for a drink. Even the vice-guild leaders and guild leaders of other first-rate guilds were unlikely to receive such treatment. "Hello, Miss Nightingale." Shi Feng smiled as he looked at Zhuo Yalin. He had somewhat an impression of the woman before him, since she was quite the celebrity in God's Domain's professional league. Many superpowers had tried recruiting her before, but she had refused all invitations and chose to remain in Mysterious Moon. "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I will have to turn down your invitation since I am very busy right now. If you wish to have a drink, we can do so on another day. Of course, if you wish to discuss business with me, I very much welcome it." "You are as great as I imagined you to be, Mr. Blackflame." Zhuo Yalin's smile deepened. She wasn't at all surprised to hear Shi Feng refusing her invitation. "I'll get straight to the point then. I highly admire your skills. Thus, I would like to invite you to join me in besieging the Dark Moon Outpost 10 days later. As for remuneration, feel free to name your price." Besieging the Dark Moon Outpost? Realization dawned upon Gan Yuan when he heard Zhuo Yalin's offer. The miniature ancient world was filled with a type of hostile energy that corroded players' bodies. This energy was much more hostile than ones found on the main continent, thus reducing the amount of time players could spend outside the safety of NPC cities even further. To make matters worse, mounts originating from the main continent couldn't be used here, so players could only travel across maps by foot. This greatly restricted players' range of activity and exploration progress of the miniature ancient world. Fortunately, there was a solution to this problem. Mana outposts were located all across the miniature ancient world, and players could use the environment and facilities in these outposts to dispel the hostile energy in their bodies. Although the effectiveness of these outposts wasn't comparable to NPC cities, players could still use these outposts to increase their range of activity by a significant margin. Thus, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that whoever controlled these mana outposts controlled the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, a battle for control over these mana outposts would be hosted once a month, and among the many mana outposts out there, the Dark Moon Outpost was located closest to Hundred Flow City. Hence, practically every guild based in Hundred Flow City had their eyes set on the Dark Moon Outpost. However, there was a participation limit for the battle over the Dark Moon Outpost. To participate in the battle, players had to acquire a permission token dropped by specific targets scattered across the wild, and only 5,000 of such tokens would drop each month. If every guild in Hundred Flow City competed for these tokens, each guild could only acquire a small amount. Meanwhile, in such a small-scale battle, the role a powerful expert could play was massive. After pondering for a moment, Shi Feng smiled at Joyan and said, "I am interested in your offer. However, I have 2 conditions." Zhuo Yalin was a little surprised by Shi Feng's response. She didn't think that Shi Feng would agree so readily. Then, she revealed a seductive smile and generously say, "Please speak, Mr. Blackflame." "For my first condition, if we win, I hope to acquire the rights to a large shop in the Dark Moon Outpost," Shi Feng stated in a definitive tone. Zhuo Yalin hesitated a little when she heard Shi Feng's condition. Immediately, the tall and robust man standing behind Zhuo Yalin glared at Shi Feng and said, "Our vice commander is sincerely extending an invitation to you, Mr. Blackflame. You are only participating by yourself, so don't you think you're asking a little too much? A mana outpost only has 6 shops, and only one of them is a large shop." The other Mysterious Moon experts also nodded in agreement. They also felt that Shi Feng was going too far in his demands. However, Shi Feng didn't mind their reactions and continued. "This brings us to my second condition. I won't be participating alone. Instead, I hope you can prepare 31 slots for us." 31 slots? Zhuo Yalin was a little surprised, not expecting Shi Feng to already have his own team. However, after thinking it over, she found this situation to be reasonable. After all, how could such a powerful expert not have a team to support him? Immediately, she nodded and said, "All right, if you can help Mysterious Moon achieve victory, I can agree to give you a large shop, Mr. Black Flame." Afterward, Shi Feng signed a contract with Zhuo Yalin via the main god system. So long as Mysterious Moon acquired the Dark Moon Outpost, Shi Feng would gain the rights to the outpost's largest shop. As their interaction had attracted a lot of attention, Zhuo Yalin didn't continue chatting with Shi Feng after signing the contract. Immediately, she left the Colosseum together with her team, leaving Shi Feng, Gan Yuan, and Wu Lingling behind. When Wu Lingling could no longer see Zhuo Yalan in the hall, she quietly asked Shi Feng, "Instructor Shi, about the 31-man team you mentioned. Don't tell me you're talking about me and the other new students." Wu Lingling had a rough idea of Shi Feng's situation. So, when she heard the head count of 31, she couldn't help but grow worrisome. "What do you think?" In response, Shi Feng gave Wu Lingling a look and chuckled before leaving the Colosseum as well. Chapter 11. Reconstructing Mana Body, 3 years 7 months ago. 3 years 7 months ago. Even after Shi Feng had left the Colosseum, it took a long time for Wu Lingling to come back to her senses. "What are your thoughts on Instructor Shi's words, Uncle Gan? Do you think he really intends to have us students participate in the battle for the Dark Moon Outpost?" Wu Lingling asked as she looked at Gan Yuan, her heart filled with anxiety and excitement. The Dark Moon Outpost was a stronghold that every guild based in 100 Flow City sought to obtain. Meanwhile, because of the limited number of people that could participate in the actual competition, every participating guild would undoubtedly be sending their strongest members to represent them. Although many of God's Domain's guilds did not send their truly powerful experts to develop in the miniature ancient world, some of the larger guilds should not have any problems dispatching peak experts to fight for the Dark Moon Outpost. In the case of first-rate guilds, even the weakest member they sent would most likely be first-rate experts that were capable of reaching the Trial Tower's 7th floor. In comparison, most of the students apprenticed under Shi Feng hadn't even reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor. With their strength, they couldn't even serve as cannon fodder if they participated in the competition. Of course, Wu Lingling couldn't rule out the possibility that Shi Feng was trying to widen their horizons. After all, it was rare to see battles involving thousands of powerful experts in God's domain, let alone participate in one. If budding players like them could take part in such a battle, it would significantly help their future development. However, as the first mana outpost one would encounter after leaving 100 Flow City, the Dark Moon Outpost held extraordinary significance to the various guilds. It was also why Zhuo Yalan tried to recruit Shi Feng's help, even if it meant paying a steep cost. Only if Zhuo Yalan were to find out that Shi Feng's so-called teammates were merely a bunch of freshmen from the God's Domain Academy, she would absolutely refuse Shi Feng's demand. If Mysterious Moon failed to occupy the Dark Moon Outpost, the entire guild would probably bear an eternal grudge against Shi Feng. After all, the 30 participation slots Shi Feng asked for could significantly impact the competition's outcome. Not to mention, Mysterious Moon had no lack of peak experts and first-rate experts to fill these slots. The guild wasn't so desperate as to seek freshman students as backup. "He is probably joking with you," Gan Yuan said, shaking his head and smiling. "There are only 5,000 participation slots in total, and there are more than 30 second-rate guilds and 7 first-rate guilds based in 100 Flow City. There are also numerous third-rate guilds and unrated guilds. A first-rate guild would be fortunate to even secure 300 slots. If he lets you students take up 10% of Mysterious Moon's slots, Mysterious Moon might as well call it quits already." In Gan Yuan's opinion, there was no way an expert of Shi Feng's caliber would not know of the Dark Moon Outpost's significance. Even if he wanted to train his students, there was no need to do so during such a crucial event. Having the students participate in the competition would be no different than making an enemy out of Mysterious Moon. Although Shi Feng possessed great combat standards, even he would suffer if he angered a first-rate guild. After all, even Tier 5 experts dared not go up against first-rate guilds up front. Otherwise, they would have to face the pursuit of several Tier 5 experts. However, shortly after Gan Yuan finished speaking, Wu Lingling received a message that thoroughly dumbfounded her and Gan Yuan. Is he insane? Gan Yuan felt his mind falling into disarray when he read the message Wu Lingling shared with him. The message's content was simple. Shi Feng had appointed Wu Lingling as his class representative, and he had tasked her with contacting her classmates and gathering them in 100 Flow City's Blue Rose Bar in 8 hours. At the end of the message, Shi Feng had also stated that all students under him would be participating in the battle for the Dark Moon Outpost 10 days later. What should I do, Uncle Gan? Wu Lingling couldn't help but be scared by this situation. Should I ask Big Sis to send some experts over? Wu Lingling was truly afraid now that she was certain of Shi Feng's intentions. After all, what Shi Feng was doing was no different than playing with their lives. If this situation wasn't handled properly, all of them would be dragged down into the abyss. In response to Wu Lingling's question, Gan Yuan shook his head and said, "There's no point in doing that. Entering the miniature ancient world is equivalent to starting a new account. Not everyone is willing to take such a risk, since there is no guarantee that they can return to and surpass their strongest state." Although the benefit of reconstructing one's mana body was indeed tempting, the mana body wasn't the only factor that affected a player's ability to ascend to higher tiers. There were still many other factors that had to be taken into account. Typically, only experts who had poor foundations and encountered very little fortuitous opportunities in God's domain would be willing to enter the miniature ancient world. Either that or the mana body they created was far from ideal. Take Gan Yuan, for example. He had only created a silver mana body with a 76% completion rate when he was at Tier 3. While it wasn't terrible, it wasn't good either. If he kept with that mana body, it was unlikely that he would ever reach Tier 5 in his lifetime. Thus, he had decided to enter the miniature ancient world. Not to mention, he could also nurture a budding talent like Wu Lingling and earn a favor from Wu Xiaoxiao, one of the top prodigies of the guild's younger generation. Apart from him, few of the guild's other Tier 4 experts were willing to enter the miniature ancient world. And for those who did enter the miniature ancient world, the guild had long since assigned them other important tasks. There was no way they'd be willing to make time to help a bunch of outsiders. Upon hearing Gan Yuan's words, Wu Lingling remembered that they were no longer on the main continent, but in the miniature ancient world instead. Here, even a prioritized talent like her elder sister would have difficulty mobilizing groups of experts. But you don't have to worry too much. I know a few skilled experts who have entered the miniature ancient world. If I give them a call, I'm sure we won't have any problems coping with the competition. Gan Yuan said, smiling when he saw Wu Lingling's crestfallen expression. However, I'll need you to talk things out with Instructor Shi first. Under normal circumstances, Gan Yuan wouldn't have bothered himself with such a troublesome matter. However, after witnessing Shi Feng's skills, he felt that it wouldn't be a bad idea to befriend such a powerful expert. After all, it was rare for Tier 4 experts like Gan Yuan to come across an expert of Shi Feng's caliber. And even if he managed to come across such an expert, the other party wouldn't bother interacting with him. After all, they were standing on two completely different levels. Meanwhile, for experts like Gan Yuan, who were stuck at Tier 4, their only option to make further progress was to acquire more resources. However, the resources necessary were not things that measly Tier 4 experts could obtain. Only experts of Shi Feng's caliber could do so. Thus, now that there was an opportunity to befriend such an expert, Gan Yuan would naturally take it. Wu Lingling also nodded to Gan Yuan's request. 100 Flow City, City Hall. After leaving the Colosseum, Shi Feng had visited the City Hall and made his way up to the second floor. When Shi Feng arrived on the second floor, a blonde elven woman wearing black office wear approached him. Then, the woman pointed at a record book on a nearby coffee table and smiled, saying, "Greetings, sir. You can buy and all of 100 Flow City's vacant lands and shops sold here. If you are interested in a particular land or shop, feel free to tell me. I will do my best to give you the best price." The record book was very thick. When Shi Feng flipped through the pages, he found that the number of lands and shops available in 100 Flow City far exceeded even that of royal capitals found on the main continent. Looking at all the available options, Shi Feng didn't know where to begin his search for his ideal shop. After looking through the record book for some time, Shi Feng gave up and asked, "Do you have any recommendations for shops in the central area?" There are two excellent shops in the central area. One is an advanced shop located near the main street. It has 7 floors, and it is selling for 45,000 gold. The other one is a hotel located near the teleportation hall. The hotel has 3 floors, and it is selling for 22,000 gold, the elven administrator said as she took out 2 projection crystals and activated them. These 2 locations have only gone up for sale starting this month. Whether it is their price or location, they are rare finds in 100 Flow City. Shi Feng couldn't help but be moved as he looked at the projected images. The lands and shops found in 100 Flow City's central area were exceptionally expensive. Even a basic shop sold for upwards of 30,000 gold, while vacant lands sold for upwards of 20,000 gold. Moreover, these prices only referred to small lands. Meanwhile, the 2 locations the administrator introduced both occupied medium lands. The fact that they're being sold for such a low price could be considered a hidden benefit to the first player to purchase shops and lands in 100 Flow City. Moreover, out of the 2 recommendations, one of them was even an advanced shop. If Shi Feng could purchase this shop, he could make a fortune just by letting other players consign their items at the shop. Not to mention, an advanced shop would also come with its own specialty goods, and he could use these goods to earn a stable income. As for the hotel, it wasn't a bad option either. Now that there were no guild residences in 100 Flow City yet, the only way players could accumulate the double EXP buff and accelerate their grinding speed would be to stay in hotels. Thus, Shi Feng could also earn a significant income if he bought the hotel. Unfortunately, Shi Feng lacked the coins to purchase even the hotel. Previously, he had spent 2 million credits to purchase 20,000 gold from a player merchant. Afterward, he had spent 500 gold in the Colosseum. Thus, he only had 19,500 gold in his bag right now. "Can I get a discount if I decide to make a purchase?" Shi Feng asked as he looked at the administrator. The elven administrator pondered for a moment when she heard Shi Feng's question. Then, she said, "You are the first person to have acquired 100 Flow City's Colosseum Master's insignia in the past few decades. If you decide to make a purchase, I can give you a 20% discount on one purchase." 20%? Shi Feng was surprised. Originally, he thought it would be great if he could get even a 5% discount. He didn't think that the Colosseum Master's insignia would provide him with such an amazing benefit. "Okay, I'll take this hotel then," Shi Feng said as he pointed at the 3-story hotel projected before him. Although the advanced shop was tempting, he currently lacked funds and resources. Thus, the hotel was his best option. Moreover, he still needed to guide a bunch of students. If he bought the hotel, he could save on their accommodation fees, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "Very well, that will be 17,600 gold, the administrator said. "You will also have to pay a monthly management fee of 1,000 gold for this hotel. If you fail to make payment for 3 consecutive months, we will be repossessing the hotel." Afterward, Shi Feng decisively paid 17,600 gold to the elven administrator and received the hotel's deed in return. Then, he left the city hall and visited the hotel to complete the property transfer. The hotel was located next to the teleportation hall, so it could be considered prime real estate in 100 Flow City. After all, every player that teleported into 100 Flow City using a return scroll would arrive in the teleportation hall. So, the street the teleportation hall was located on became a place where almost all players had to pass through. In reality, the hotel's value was far from being worth just 17,600 gold. Even if it was sold for an astronomical price of 50,000 gold, guilds would still fight to purchase it. A magic array currently sealed the 3-story hotel, and no employees were working in the establishment. Only Shi Feng, the holder of the hotel's deed, could enter the place. The density of the mana here is quite good. It's actually 30% higher than the outside world. Shi Feng felt very satisfied when he sensed the mana within the hotel. A difference of 30% in mana density might not seem like much, but the mana in the miniature ancient world was originally much higher than the main continent's mana already. Thus, an increase of 30% was substantial. Players could receive substantial benefits if they tried to perceive and manipulate mana in this environment. Afterward, Shi Feng started inspecting the hotel's interior. The hotel had 600 rooms spread across its 3 floors, of which 560 were basic rooms and 40 were advanced rooms. This was an impressive number for a basic hotel. Even if he charged only 20 silver per room, he could still make 120 gold per day. Currently, ordinary Tier 3 experts earned only 2 to 3 gold per day on average. After deducting the money spent on repairing equipment and purchasing supplies, a Tier 3 expert would be fortunate if they could have 1 gold remaining. Meanwhile, a daily income of 120 gold was unfathomable for the average Tier 3 expert. When Shi Feng entered an advanced room, he found that the density of the mana here was 20% higher than the mana found inside the basic rooms. This is a good place to reconstruct my mana body. Originally, Shi Feng had planned to visit an advanced hotel in 100 Flow City to reconstruct his mana body. The construction of a mana body heavily depended on the ambient mana's density. Players would have a much easier time constructing their mana bodies if they did it in a place with dense mana. Of course, after a certain point, the benefits high-density mana brought would start to diminish. Meanwhile, the density of the mana found in this hotel's advanced rooms was already considerably high. Even if Shi Feng visited a place with even denser mana, the benefits he could gain would be negligible. Immediately, Shi Feng sat cross-legged on the mana-gathering magic array prepared in the middle of the room. Then, he took out the demon god's blood that he had won from the Colosseum. The instant Shi Feng opened the vial housing the demon god's blood, a powerful divine might instantly flooded the room. Even Shi Feng found himself having difficulty breathing under the pressure of this divine might. System, do you wish to use the demon god's blood and begin reconstructing your mana body? Yes! Chapter 12. Going Beyond Epic 3 years 6 months ago. 3 years 6 months ago. As soon as Shi Feng chose to reconstruct his mana body, the crimson blood in the vial transformed into streams of purplish-red mist that flowed into his body. 3 seconds later, golden divine runes appeared around Shi Feng one after another, emitting ripples of divine might. The divine might was incredibly powerful, and even Tier 4 experts would find themselves immobilized when subjected to it. The divine runes that appeared were akin to flames as they continuously burned and erased Shi Feng's original mana body. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. After 15 minutes had passed, Shi Feng could feel the divine might that enveloped his body growing weaker and weaker. Likewise, the presence of his mana body also grew fainter and fainter. By the time the divine might disappeared completely, his mana body's presence had disappeared completely. Simultaneously, a feeling of weakness spread across Shi Feng's body. Amazing! It removed my mana body completely. Shi Feng grew excited when he sensed that his bronze mana body had disappeared already. Although players could progress up to Tier 6 in God's domain, the biggest milestone was at Tier 3. This was because the mana body players constructed at Tier 3 would play a significant role in their advancement to higher tiers in the future. The mana body was also the main factor that separated God's domain's experts into 2 distinct classes. Even if a player managed to reach Tier 4, if their mana body did not reach the silver rank, they couldn't be regarded as an upper-class expert no matter what. They could never become a true mainstay in first-rate guilds and above. However, this wasn't an unreasonable distinction. After all, the mana body represented a player's future potential. No guild would be willing to support and nurture a person with no potential. This was also why second- and third-rate guilds could never contend against first-rate guilds. Unlike second- and third-rate guilds, first-rate guilds would only accept those with a silver mana body or above as their mainstays and executives. Next is the last step. Shi Feng focused his attention on the system notification that had appeared before him. System, you have begun the reconstruction of your mana body. You have 6 hours to reconstruct your mana body. System, congratulations. You are the first player to have acquired a perfect epic demon god's blood. You can choose between obtaining 1 legendary mana body diagram, 1 peak epic mana body diagram, or 1 advanced epic mana body diagram. Legendary? Shi Feng was dumbfounded. When he became a Tier 6 sword god in the past, the mana body he had created for himself at Tier 3 was only an advanced epic mana body. Although he couldn't say for certain that he had been the only person to have acquired an advanced epic mana body out of the many god-ranked experts back then, even if there were others like him, there shouldn't be more than a handful. After all, in the eyes of most guilds, gold mana bodies were already the best mana body one could acquire. Information on epic mana bodies was so rare that most people didn't even know they existed. If not for the miniature Ancient Worlds expansion pack information publicizing the existence of epic mana bodies, the first-rate guilds in this life probably wouldn't even know that there existed mana bodies surpassing gold mana bodies. As for legendary mana bodies, that was something even Shi Feng had never heard of after becoming a Tier 6 sword god. It should be known that players with a gold mana body could already roam the continent without fear of the hostile energies that plagued high-level maps. If a player acquired an epic mana body, they could further boost their stamina and concentration recovery rates. Even their perception toward mana would receive a considerable improvement. The benefits an epic mana body provided could probably allow players to move about freely, even in the miniature Ancient Worlds hostile environment. Acquiring an epic mana body was also part of Shi Feng's plan to restart his campaign in God's domain. However, Shi Feng never thought that there existed another rank above epic. Before Shi Feng could recover from his surprise, another system notification appeared. System: you have 15 minutes to choose a mana body diagram. If you fail to decide within 15 minutes, you will receive the advanced epic mana body by default. Interesting. Shi Feng smiled when he saw the system notification. Then, he began carefully inspecting the 3 mana body diagrams the system provided. If given a choice, Shi Feng would naturally choose the best mana body he could get his hands on. However, that was based on the precondition of completing the construction process within the allotted time. If he went with the legendary mana body out of greed and failed to construct it, he would simply be throwing away the opportunity to secure himself an advanced epic mana body or peak epic mana body. 10 minutes later, Shi Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. As expected of a mana body that is above epic rank, even Apex experts are unlikely to be able to complete this legendary mana body in just 6 hours. Shi Feng already experienced constructing an advanced epic mana body in his previous life, so he was confident he could construct a perfect one this time. He was even confident he could construct a peak epic mana body with a 95% completion rate or above. The construction of a mana body depended on the player's control over mana. The more adept one was at manipulating mana, the easier it would be for one to construct one's mana body. Meanwhile, as someone who was a Tier 6 god in the past, Shi Feng's mastery over mana manipulation had long since reached a realm that ordinary experts could not fathom. However, the legendary mana body's complexity was far above that of even epic mana bodies. The construction of an advanced epic mana body only needed players to control 5 sources of mana to create 5 separate magic arrays, while a peak epic mana body needed players to control 8 sources of mana. However, in the case of the legendary mana body, players needed to control as many as 16 sources of mana simultaneously. Even Shi Feng had barely met this requirement. Moreover, this still wasn't the most crucial point. What made constructing the legendary mana body truly challenging was that players needed to construct 7 master magic arrays and connect them to form 1 grandmaster magic array. Although Shi Feng had been a grandmaster magician during his previous life, with his current tier and concentration standard, he would be hard-pressed to construct so many high-ranking magic arrays. Not to mention, every one of these magic arrays needed to have a considerably high completion rate. Otherwise, the legendary mana body he created might even lose out to an epic mana body with a high completion rate. However, despite knowing the difficulty, Shi Feng still chose to construct the legendary mana body without hesitation. He had lost his memories for some inexplicable reason after entering the main world in the past. This showed that the main world was a much more dangerous place than he expected, and that the strength he had back then wasn't enough to ensure his safety in the main world. Thus, what he needed to do now was simple: become much stronger than he had been in his previous life. Only by doing so would he have a chance at recovering his lost memories. Meanwhile, the legendary mana body was undoubtedly the first step into helping him grow stronger. Thus, regardless of the difficulty, he needed to try constructing the legendary mana body. Subsequently, Shi Feng began manipulating the surrounding mana and constructing the legendary mana body based on the provided diagram. Because Shi Feng sorely lacked in concentration recovery methods right now, manipulating 16 sources of mana simultaneously placed a heavy burden on his mind. At this time, he was relying entirely on his knowledge and experience as a Grandmaster Magician to create the E9 supporting magic arrays and one Grandmaster magic array. As time passed and he encountered failure after failure, he grew increasingly familiar with the Grandmaster magic array's construction process. After working continuously for 4 hours, Shi Feng finally completed his first attempt at constructing the legendary mana body. System: mana body constructed. Completion rate 71%. Do you wish to keep this mana body? No, Shi Feng rejected without hesitation. A mana body needed to reach an 80% completion rate for it to function normally. Below 80%, a mana body would have its effects weakened. Thus, Shi Feng's legendary mana body needed an 80% completion rate at the very minimum. Otherwise, he would have been better off going for an epic mana body with completion rate above 90%. After all, a mana body with a 90% completion rate would be able to perform at 100% capacity, and every additional percentage gained in completion rate would improve the mana body's performance significantly. In the past, Shi Feng had been lucky and achieved a 91% completion rate on his advanced epic mana body. It had saved him a lot of trouble when he was advancing to higher tiers. Subsequently, Shi Feng started his second attempt. Because of his previous experience, Shi Feng took less than half an hour this time to complete his mana body. Moreover, its completion rate had surpassed the passing mark and reached 83%. However, Shi Feng wasn't satisfied with this outcome, so he proceeded with his third and fourth attempts. Shi Feng made a slight mistake on his third attempt, and the completion rate he got was 76%. On his fourth attempt, he managed an 86% completion rate. For the average expert, they would be delighted with such a result, even if their mana body was only at the silver rank, let alone the unheard-of legendary rank. However, Shi Feng still wasn't satisfied with this result. I only have time for one more try? Shi Feng hesitated for a moment when he saw the remaining time. However, after thinking it over, he clenched his teeth and began his fifth attempt. Shi Feng would be lying if he said he wasn't satisfied with an 86% completion rate. However, if he wished to surpass his previous life, this result wasn't enough. After all, he no longer had the support of a guild in this life. If he lacked a sufficiently powerful mana body, he would have a tough time rising to the top of God's domain. After 4 attempts, Shi Feng had already become very familiar with the legendary mana body's construction process. On his 4th attempt, he needed 10 minutes to construct the 7 master magic arrays and link them into one big grandmaster magic array. Now, he needed only 7 minutes to do so. Moreover, the construction process went much more smoothly than before. However, time was also ticking away rapidly as Shi Feng constructed his mana body. 17 minutes remaining, 12 minutes remaining, 6 minutes, 3 minutes. When less than 2 minutes remained, Shi Feng inhaled and exhaled deeply. "Good, it's done," Shi Feng exclaimed out of excitement. Simultaneously, a system notification also appeared before him. System: mana body constructed. Completion rate 94%. Do you wish to keep this mana body? Chapter 13. Inherent mana domain 3 years 6 months ago. 3 years 6 months ago. 94%? Shi Feng grew ecstatic when he read the system notification. A mana body with a 90% completion rate could already perform at 100% capacity, and every percentage increase after 90% would further enhance the mana body to a certain extent. Meanwhile, an additional 4% would provide a massive improvement. To provide some context, take Alice, the Witch of the West, for example. She was known by all in God's domain for her gold mana body that had a 98% completion rate. This gold mana body granted her extraordinary perception and control toward mana, which, in turn, allowed her to stand above all magical class players. Meanwhile, the only mana body that could match Alice's near-perfect gold mana body was probably Shi Feng's advanced epic mana body, which had a 91% completion rate. Now though, not only did Shi Feng have a legendary mana body, but its completion rate had even reached 94%. If comparing solely in terms of mana perception and control, he was leagues above his previous life. System: mana body constructed. Completion rate 94%. Do you wish to keep this mana body? Upon receiving another reminder from the system, Shi Feng quickly snapped out of his daze and chose to keep the mana body he created. Immediately afterward, golden divine runes appeared around Shi Feng's body. The dense mana surrounding Shi Feng also flooded into his body, continuously improving his body's overall strength and perception. In just several seconds, Shi Feng could sense that he had already surpassed himself when he first constructed his advanced epic mana body. The strengthening process continued for nearly 20 seconds before the divine runes faded out of existence. At this time, not one bit of mana remained inside the room. Mana was the foundation of all life in God's domain, so a place without mana was not a place that living creatures could survive in. Even Tier 3 players with a gold mana body could only survive in a space void of mana for a short period. Yet, at this time, Shi Feng did not feel even the slightest discomfort while sitting in this mana-less room. So this is a legendary mana body? An indescribable sense of shock filled Shi Feng as he perceived the space around him. When he had first completed his advanced epic mana body in his previous life, he had only acquired a rudimentary form of a mana domain whose only function was to prevent the mana in his body from leaking away. However, the completion of the legendary mana body had directly provided him with a fully functioning mana domain. Although this mana domain only covered a small radius of 10 yards, it was still a bona fide mana domain. Within the space the mana domain covered, he was the ruler. He could freely manipulate mana within this space and prevent it from being influenced by the mana outside. Typically, players would only begin creating a rudimentary form of a mana domain after they had reached Tier 4. Meanwhile, only a small minority of experts would be capable of creating a full-fledged mana domain at Tier 4. Yet, Shi Feng had received a full-fledged mana domain immediately after he had constructed his mana body. Apart from the full-fledged mana domain, what also surprised Shi Feng was the improvement he received toward his mana perception, recovery speeds for stamina and concentration, and the toughness of his body. Even though a mana body didn't provide players with any increase in basic attributes, it still influenced a player's performance heavily, as it provided non-statistical improvements such as mana perception, recovery speed, and physical toughness. Firstly, mana perception. Mana perception played an important role in players' ability to manipulate mana. Meanwhile, the better a player was at manipulating mana, the higher their skills and spells completion rates would be. Secondly, recovery speed. The greater a player's recovery speed was, the quicker they could recover the stamina and concentration they expended in battle. This, in turn, would increase the duration in which they could stay in the battle. Lastly, physical toughness. Physical toughness affected a player's ability to withstand attacks. Although physical toughness wouldn't reduce the amount of damage players took, it reduced players' chances of suffering physical injuries. If a player had sufficiently high physical toughness, an attack that should have originally caused a heavy injury might only end up causing a light injury. This was a significant difference, as a light injury wouldn't hamper a player's performance, whereas a heavy injury would. If a player sorely lacked physical toughness, they might even lose their limbs to a powerful attack, severely affecting their combat performance. Currently, Shi Feng could sense that his mana perception was already on par with what he had when he initially reached Tier 4 during his previous life. He could already clearly perceive the basic operating principles of the various elements of mana surrounding him. As for his recovery speed, it was double that of the advanced epic mana body. Even though he was only a Tier 3 Sword King right now, he could execute 6 extreme slashes and advanced combat technique without burden. As for his physical toughness, it was already on par with the physical toughness of the average Tier 4 mythic monster. Now, attacks at the Tier 3 standard couldn't even put a scratch on him, and only Tier 4 attacks could threaten him. This inherent mana domain saves me a lot of trouble. Shi Feng couldn't help but smile as he manipulated his mana domain. His mana domain would only cover a 10-yard radius around him when he wasn't actively controlling it. However, once he actively controlled it, the mana domain could cover up to a 50-yard radius. While a 50-yard radius was below average for a full-fledged mana domain, it was more than enough for a Tier 3 player. This was because the maximum attack range of the average Tier 3 expert was only 50 yards. Meanwhile, his mana domain would weaken all enemies within its range by a certain extent. Originally, Shi Feng had been having a headache trying to think of a way to help his students. His students were far too weak right now, and if he wanted them to be of any help to him, he needed to improve their combat standards. Only, improving their combat standards was easier said than done. Even though he had taught his students the refinement exercise, they couldn't reach the refinement realm solely by relying on the exercise. They needed to pair the exercise with lots of combat experience. If he still had the resources available to Zero Wing, he could have simply let his students participate in simulated battles against refinement realm experts and gain combat experience that way. This was also how the various superpowers trained their young talents. However, he was merely the ex-guild leader of a second-rate guild right now. He didn't have any training resources in his possession right now. Trying to mimic the training methods of superpowers was nothing but a dream. Thus, the only option available to him was to have his students partake in live combat. Before constructing his legendary mana body and acquiring a mana domain, Shi Feng would have had difficulty creating a safe environment for his students to carry out live combat. However, now that he had a mana domain, that would no longer be a problem. So long as his students fought within his mana domain, he could control the flow of battle as he wished, thereby minimizing the risk of casualties. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng was inspecting his new mana domain, he suddenly received a call from Wu Lingling. "Everyone has gathered in the Blue Rose Bar already, Instructor Shi," Wu Lingling said as she looked at Shi Feng through the video chat. Then she worriedly asked, "Should I make some additional arrangements?" Previously, Shi Feng had already made it clear in his message that they would be challenging the Withered Ruins, the nearest level 100 regional dungeon to 100 Flow City. Unlike team dungeons, regional dungeons didn't have an entry limit. Players could enter the map by themselves or in massive teams. Meanwhile, not only did the monsters inside a regional dungeon provide ample EXP, but they also had much better loot than monsters found in the outside world. Thus, the Withered Ruins was the perfect place for 100 Flow Cities experts to grind at. However, grinding at the Withered Ruins wasn't an easy task. Like team dungeons, regional dungeons could similarly be categorized by difficulty, with the first 3 difficulties being normal, hard, and hell. Among them, hard mode regional dungeons were already enough to deter the average Tier 3 team. Only teams made up of Tier 3 experts could cope in these dungeons. Meanwhile, the Withered Ruins was a hell mode regional dungeon. Even Tier 3 expert teams could face annihilation if they weren't careful inside. Typically, only the frontline teams of large guilds could operate with relative safety inside a hell mode regional dungeon. As for freshman students like themselves, they were almost guaranteed to die should they enter the Withered Ruins. If they wanted to grind inside the Withered Ruins, they would need to recruit the help of some frontline experts. After all, there was no way Shi Feng could take care of everyone on the team. Shi Feng chuckled at Wu Lingling's concern. Then, he said, "Since you've already gathered, fill your stomachs with some food and drinks. We'll meet up at the Withered Ruins entrance in 2 hours. Fighting in a regional dungeon is much more exhausting than fighting in the outside world, so you should also prepare some stamina and concentration recovery potions." After saying so, Shi Feng disconnected the call, his words rendering Wu Lingling speechless. A female guardian knight wielding dark gold-ranked buckler and clad in level 100 fine gold equipment happened to overhear Shi Feng and Wu Lingling. In a worried voice, the female guardian knight asked, "Could Instructor Shi be joking with us? Class rep? The Withered Ruins is a hell mode regional dungeon. If we head there as we are now..." Previously, when the other students heard from Wu Lingling that they would be going to the Withered Ruins, They had reacted in joy and excitement. Hell Mode regional dungeons were places where even ordinary expert teams dared not enter, and only the expert teams of powerful guilds and adventurer teams would set foot into it. Under normal circumstances, students like themselves wouldn't even dare harbor any thoughts of entering a Hell Mode regional dungeon. Even the advanced instructors of the God's Domain Academy wouldn't bring their students into one. After all, doing so would require them to hire a bunch of frontline experts as babysitters, and they definitely wouldn't be willing to foot such a cost for mere students. Thus, they were ecstatic when they first heard that Shi Feng would be taking them into the Withered Ruins. Now, though, is Instructor Shi trying to take a gamble? It's the freshman tournament tomorrow, and every instructor has to send 3 students out to fight as a team. I heard that the top 3 instructors would get to visit one of the secret pavilion's training branches. This is a rare opportunity, even in our academy, Qinwuchen, a male assassin with a lean body, suddenly said. Upon hearing this Qinwuchen's words, realization immediately dawned upon the other students present. The secret pavilion was a transcendental existence in God's domain, and innumerable experts had originated from it. Even among super guilds, few were capable of rivaling the secret pavilion when it came to training talents. However, the secret pavilion would only ever train its own talents. Never did it allow the talents and experts of the various academies to join its training program. Now, though, the secret pavilion was allowing the God's Domain Academy's instructors to visit one of its training branches. This was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for the academy's instructors. Meanwhile, it was already common knowledge that Shi Feng had been Shadow's ex-guild leader, and that he had failed to break out of Tier 3 even after many years of struggles. If he could participate in the secret pavilion's training session, he might finally achieve a breakthrough and reach Tier 4. Meanwhile, out of the 30 students apprenticed under Shi Feng, only Wu Lingling was capable of ranking among the top of this year's freshmen. However, the freshman tournament was a team match. There was no way Wu Lingling could win the tournament by herself. She needed teammates that could be of help to her. Thus, Shi Feng was taking them to the Withered Ruins and betting on the possibility that the other students might improve there. All right, stop making blind guesses. Let's get ready and set out. When Wu Lingling saw her classmates starting to voice opinions about Shi Feng's decision, she quickly stopped them in their tracks. Though, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry on the inside. If they were already complaining about grinding in the Withered Ruins, what would happen if she told them about the matter regarding the Mana Outpost? Chapter 14. Entering Hell Mode for the first time. For the first time. 3 years, 6 months ago. 3 years, 6 months ago. The Withered Ruins was a magnificent city surrounded by a dead forest. Currently, over 30 teams had gathered in front of the magic barrier that surrounded the dead forest. Every one of these teams had at least 100 members, with some having up to 200 members. Moreover, even the weakest player was equipped in level 100 dark gold set equipment, while the strongest was fully equipped in epic equipment. When Wu Lingling and the others first arrived before the Withered Ruins, they immediately felt an oppressive feeling enveloping their bodies. Right now, even a fool could tell that their group of students did not belong to this place. They stood out like a sore thumb when they stood among these expert players. Meanwhile, the arrival of Wu Lingling's group also attracted the attention of the many expert teams present. This was especially true for one particular 200-man team. After taking a glance at Wu Lingling's group, a woman clad in an exquisite robe and wielding a crystalline epic staff sneered and said, "What's a bunch of children like them doing here? What is their leader even thinking? Do they think that a Hell Mode regional dungeon is some playground for children?" The words of the woman attracted the approval of many of her team members. Like the woman, these people also looked at Wu Lingling with eyes full of contempt. While it was true that any player who met the level requirement could enter a Hell Mode team dungeon, it didn't mean anyone who met the level requirement should enter a Hell Mode team dungeon. After all, it wasn't without reason that Hell Mode team dungeons were known as leveling spots for expert players. There was no possibility that Wu Lingling and her teammates were experts disguised to look like university students, either. Although players could alter their character appearances in God's domain, they couldn't hide their age. Meanwhile, anyone could tell at a glance that Wu Lingling and her teammates were merely a bunch of students. Moreover, judging by how they moved, they were definitely a bunch of newbies who had entered God's domain only recently. With the combat standards they possessed, let alone putting up a fight, they couldn't flee for their lives should they enter the withered ruins. While the members of this 200-man team were having a hushed discussion about Wu Lingling's group, a middle-aged man clad in silver armor and wielding 2 tower shields also glanced at Wu Lingling's group. Then, he looked at his team members and said, "It's time. Get ready to enter." As soon as this middle-aged man spoke, everyone on the 200-man team promptly shut their mouths and readied themselves to enter the withered ruins. Even the woman wielding the crystalline epic staff dared not continue speaking. Instead, she took out a magic scroll from her bag and started casting a spell that increased everyone's basic attributes. Although their team had entered many Hell Mode regional dungeons before, those were dungeons found on the main continent. The miniature ancient world had a much harsher environment than the main continent, and the monsters here were much stronger. Since this was their first time entering a Hell Mode regional dungeon in the miniature ancient world, they had no idea exactly how powerful the monsters inside were. Thus, they dared not act recklessly. At the same time as this 200-man team started getting ready, the other teams present also began making their respective preparations. The behavior of these teams made it look like this 200-man team was their leader. The reason for everyone's reaction was simple. It was because this 200-man team had an extraordinary origin. Although this 200-man team consisted of only independent players, these players were all members of Soulfire, a top adventurer team in God's domain. Soulfire was an adventurer team that only appeared 5 years after the launch of God's domain. The adventurer team had started as a small group of several dozen players. Though, it had already become one of the top 50 adventurer teams on the eastern continent, its member count exceeding 200,000. Although Soulfire's member count was inferior to even third-rate guilds, every member qualified to join. Soulfire was an expert capable of reaching the Trial Tower's 6th floor at the very least. Thus, Soulfire's overall strength rivaled even that of first-rate guilds. Moreover, the person leading Soulfire's 200-man team this time was none other than Southern Tiger, one of Soulfire's 16 captains and a half-step Tier 5 expert during his peak. Although Tier 5 players were labeled as apex existences in God's domain, the existence of Tier 5 players was incredibly rare. Tier 5 players were so rare that any one of them could instantly become the backbone of a first-rate guild should they choose to join one. In a situation where only a small portion of God's domain's players had chosen to enter the miniature ancient world, the existence of a half-step Tier 5 player was as rare as a phoenix's feather, let alone actual Tier 5 players. After all, not all players who had reached Tier 4 or higher possessed the courage to restart their progress from level 100, Tier 3. Meanwhile, even if everyone now had their tiers reduced to Tier 3, an expert who had once reached the half-step Tier 5 standard was still an existence worthy of everyone's respect. "Move out!" Southern Tiger bellowed as he looked toward the withered ruins. Immediately, Soulfire's 200-man team began marching toward the magic barrier that enveloped the regional dungeon. As for the other teams, they waited for around a minute after Soulfire's team disappeared before entering the dungeon themselves. Evidently, they planned on letting Soulfire test the waters and open the way for them. When all but Shi Feng's students had entered the withered ruins, Qin Wuchen couldn't help but turn toward Wu Lingling and asked, "What should we do now, class rep?" According to the information they found, it wasn't safe for players to enter the withered ruins whenever they wanted. This was due to the effects of the magic barrier enveloping the dungeon. On the surface, there was only one entrance into the withered ruins. However, in reality, the instant players walked through the magic barrier, they would be teleported to a random location inside the dungeon, depending on their time of entry. Meanwhile, the current time just so happened to be when players were guaranteed to get teleported to the Withered Ruins outer region. Once players missed this safe period, they would have to either wait 6 hours for the next safe period or risk getting teleported to the Withered Ruins inner region. Even for current expert teams, a level 100 Hell Mode regional dungeon's outer region was a huge challenge, so getting teleported to the inner region would be an absolute nightmare. This was also why the many expert teams from before did not enter the Withered Ruins as soon as they arrived. Wu Lingling grew anxious when she heard Qin Wuchen's question. She had no idea what they should do right now. If they rashly entered the dungeon without Shi Feng accompanying them, they would all but guarantee their deaths. Yet, if they didn't enter the dungeon now, they would have to wait for 6 more hours to do so. The miniature ancient world had been open to players only recently, so now was the best time for players to grind for levels. It was also a crucial period for players to secure the many opportunities available in the miniature ancient world for themselves. Their group had already wasted a lot of time gathering up previously. If they wasted 6 more hours on top of that, they would certainly miss out on many opportunities. During the time Wu Lingling was stomping her feet out of anxiety, a figure slowly approached the group of students. Meanwhile, this figure belonged to none other than Shi Feng. "What took you so long, Instructor Shi? The safe period is almost over. If we don't get ready to enter now, we'll have to wait here for another 6 hours. Wu Lingling immediately started complaining when she saw Shi Feng approaching. Compared to the expert teams from before, students like themselves needed to make many more preparations before entering a Hell Mode regional dungeon. Not only would they need to cast all sorts of buffs on themselves, but they would also have to use various enhancement potions. Most importantly, they needed to sort out everyone's responsibilities and positionings in battle. Otherwise, they would only be getting themselves killed if they entered the Withered Ruins. Similar to Wu Lingling, everyone else on the team also couldn't help but grow nervous. Although everyone had previously been afraid and resistant toward Shi Feng's decision to grind in the Withered Ruins, after arriving before the regional dungeon and seeing all those expert teams, they couldn't help but desire to compete with and grind at the same location as those expert teams. Thus, seeing Shi Feng's late and unhurried arrival stimulated their nerves. Meanwhile, Shi Feng chuckled when he saw the anxiety on his students' faces. Then he said, "A Hell Mode regional dungeon isn't as tough as you imagine. You don't need any troublesome preparations either. You bought the stamina recovery potions I asked you to, right? Have everyone take a bottle now, and let's enter the dungeon. Just 1 stamina recovery potion is enough?" Wu Lingling couldn't help but doubt her ears when she heard Shi Feng's words. The stamina recovery potion was an item sold in almost every potion shop in God's domain. Although the potion had an exorbitant price tag of 1 gold per bottle, it was a must-have item when grinding out in the fields. This was especially true in the miniature ancient world. However, apart from improving the user's stamina recovery rate, the potion provided no other benefits. Yet, Shi Feng was now telling them that they only needed a stamina recovery potion to enter a Hell Mode regional dungeon. "All right, hurry up. We're running out of time," Shi Feng said after taking a look at the time. "What about the team's division of labor and positioning, Instructor Shi?" Qin Wuchen asked in an exasperated tone. A team's positioning and division of labor were the foundation of team battles. If everyone on the team didn't have a clear task, chaos would ensue once the battle began. In such a situation, the team would be fortunate if it could even exhibit 30% of its combat power. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had not told them anything about their respective responsibilities when he gathered them before. Most of them had also only gotten acquainted with each other today, so they had no experience working together before. If they rashly entered the Withered Ruins under such circumstances, the consequences would be unimaginable. In response, Shi Feng smiled and leisurely said, "We can do that after we are inside. You guys really don't need to stress yourselves out so much. It's just a Hell Mode regional dungeon." Shi Feng's words rendered everyone speechless. Everyone also couldn't help but cast looks of contempt at their calm instructor. Even Wu Lingling was at the brink of tears when she heard Shi Feng's words. This was a hell mode regional dungeon they were talking about. Even the various large guilds' expert teams wouldn't dare act recklessly inside such a dungeon. Yet, now, Shi Feng spoke as if they were about to go and grind some common monsters at the beginner area. However, Shi Feng paid no attention to the looks of contempt he received. After having his students stand in a group, he promptly walked into the withered ruins. Seeing this, Wu Lingling and the others had no choice but to follow Shi Feng. Inwardly, they prayed that they wouldn't meet any monsters after entering the dungeon. The moment everyone stepped through the barrier, a bright light blinded them momentarily. Then, when their vision recovered, they found themselves standing on a hill a short distance away from the dilapidated city walls. Standing on top of the hill gave everyone a good view of their surroundings. They could see everything within a radius of several thousand yards. However, it was precisely because of this good field of view that Wu Lingling and the others couldn't help but gasp in shock. What? Wu Lingling and the others felt a chill crawling down their spines when they saw the half-orcs that covered the forest at the bottom of the hill. Demonized half-orc fighter. Demonized creature, High Lord. Level 100 HP, 50,000. Demonized half-orc warrior. Demonized creature, Great Lord. Level 100 HP, 140,000. These demonized half-orcs were 5 to 6 meters tall, and ominous pitch-black runes covered their robust bodies. Moreover, every one of these half-orcs patrolled the dead forest in groups, with the smaller groups having over 200 half-orcs and the larger groups having over 500 half-orcs. To make matters worse, demonized half-orc warriors made up at least 20% of every one of these groups' numbers. However, what made these demonized half-orcs truly terrifying was the number of HP bars they had. Even weaker half-orc fighters had 5 HP bars. In God's domain, the number of HP bars a monster had also represented the combat standards they possessed. Meanwhile, a monster with 5 HP bars would possess combat standards rivaling ordinary expert players. If ordinary experts came across such a monster, they would have to take the long way around, as picking a fight with such a monster would only lead to their deaths. Yet, even the weakest demonized half-orc here had 5 while the stronger ones had 7 HP bars. Let alone their team of 30 students, even the 200-man expert team they came across would suffer if they fought against these demonized half-orcs. Meanwhile, during the time Wu Lingling and the others were stunned by the sight before them, Shi Feng suddenly said, "All right, let's start grinding." Before Wu Lingling and the others could react, Shi Feng picked up a small rock by his feet and threw it at a demonized half-orc warrior in the nearby forest, the rock transforming into a streak of light and accurately hitting the half-orc warrior's head. Immediately, the half-orc warrior that was struck turned to Shi Feng's direction and let loose an angry roar, the roar inciting the other half-orcs nearby into a frenzy. Then, every one of these frenzied half-orcs turned their heads towards Shi Feng's group. Chapter 15, Unfolded Mana Domain 3 years 6 months ago. 3 years 6 months ago. When the demonized half-orcs turned to look at Shi Feng, time on top of the hill seemingly froze as Wu Lingling and the others stopped moving, expressions of shock and horror coloring their faces. This was Shi Feng's so-called grinding? Even the weakest demonized half-orc was a level 100 High Lord. In terms of basic attributes, they were superior to even level 100, Tier 3 experts fully equipped in dark gold equipment. Adding on their combat standards that rivaled ordinary experts, even veteran Tier 3 expert players would have difficulty fighting these monsters. Not to mention, there were also plenty of Great Lord-ranked half-orc warriors among the group of half-orcs, and these monsters possessed even stronger basic attributes and combat standards. Even a large guild's expert team would have to set up traps and magic arrays beforehand when going up against such a frightening group of monsters. Yet now, Shi Feng wanted them to fight these monsters with no preparations whatsoever. This situation was simply absurd. Before Wu Lingling and the others could recover from their shock, Shi Feng nonchalantly told them, "Each of you pick a target, lure it aside, and think of a way to beat it. Remember to stay within 100 yards of me at all times." Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, Wu Lingling couldn't help herself from asking, "What about the other monsters, Instructor Shi?" Immediately, the other students looked toward Shi Feng as well, curious to know the answer. Everyone had selectively chosen to ignore the part where Shi Feng required them to each lure a monster away. For them, accomplishing such an action wasn't at all difficult. The truly troublesome part was the remaining several hundred demonized half-orcs, particularly the Great Lord-ranked half-orc warriors. Normally, it would take several Tier 3 experts working together to defeat even one of these monsters. "Leave the rest to me," Shi Feng calmly replied. However, despite Shi Feng's calm and gentle tone, his words stunned everyone present. Even Wu Lingling, who believed in Shi Feng's strength, couldn't help but be surprised. Under normal circumstances, even a Tier 4 player wouldn't dare to fight against a large number of Great Lords unless they possessed a significant advantage in basic attributes. After all, there was strength in numbers. Not to mention, monsters in God's domain typically knew how to work together in battle. With their high HP, they could exhaust and kill a Tier 4 player without any problems. Currently, let alone having an advantage in basic attributes, Shi Feng didn't even have an advantage in tiers or levels. Yet, he spoke as if the approaching monsters were a bunch of insignificant creatures. During the time everyone was in a daze, the 300-plus demonized half-orcs had already arrived within 60 yards of the team. This was already a dangerous distance for both ranged and melee Tier 3 players. "All right, get ready," Shi Feng said, bringing everyone back to reality. Immediately, the students instinctively moved into battle positions and began choosing their respective half-orc fighters. Sacred Punishment, Starlight Arrow, Shadow Chaser, Thunder Howl. Wu Lingling and the other 29 students used their skills on their respective targets one after another, aggroing the monsters. Then, following Shi Feng's instructions, they spread out, lured the monsters away from the main group, and started fighting against these 30 half-orc fighters. As to whether they could defeat these half-orc fighters, none of them cared about that now. After all, no matter how their individual battles turned out, they were destined to lose this battle. Subsequently, the rest of the demonized half-orcs started moving closer and closer to Shi Feng. 50 yards, 40 yards, 30 yards. As the main group of half-orcs moved closer and closer to Shi Feng, Wu Lingling and the others also grew more and more nervous. Even the ground trembled at the charge of the 5-meter-tall half-orc fighters. The mana in the air had even turned violent, causing Wu Lingling and the others to experience a suffocating sensation. However, what made this group of demonized half-orcs truly terrifying wasn't their individual prowess. When the half-orcs were within 30 yards of Shi Feng, they suddenly split into two groups and encircled Shi Feng. Over 30 half-orc warriors also took the lead in attacking Shi Feng from all directions, leaving no gaps for Shi Feng to escape through. Wu Lingling's complexion paled at this scene. She did not expect the half-orcs to behave in such a manner. Normally, monsters that had reached level 100 in God's domain would gain a certain degree of intelligence and no longer mindlessly attack players. Instead, they would first probe their opponent's strength and target their opponent's weak points. When faced with such a reckless assault, even a Tier 4 player would have to rely on their superior basic attributes and physique to evade the monster's attacks. If they tried clashing head-on, they would certainly suffer injuries and maybe even get killed. After all, even a Tier 4 player would still take a lot of damage if they received an attack from a Tier 3 Great Lord, let alone a Tier 3 player. While Shi Feng indeed possessed combat standards and techniques that left even Gan Yuan in admiration, he was only a Tier 3 Sword King right now. Moreover, the gear he currently had on him was the default equipment players received when creating a new character in the miniature ancient world. He couldn't afford to make even the slightest mistake when going up against the 30-plus Great Lords with such parameters. Otherwise, death would instantly claim him. Contrasting Wu Lingling's reaction, Shi Feng remained calm even in the face of the half-orc warriors' frenzied assault. It looked as if he hadn't noticed the approaching half-orc warriors. Instead of hastily taking evasive maneuvers, he simply took a small step forward. Shi Feng's action looked incredibly natural and gentle. However, the instant Shi Feng's right foot touched the ground, Wu Lingling and the other students were immediately stunned. Suddenly, the space around Shi Feng had seemingly frozen as all of the half-orc warriors charging at him had stopped moving simultaneously. Although these half-orc warriors quickly started moving again, their movements had become much more sluggish and awkward than before. It looked as if these monsters were trying to maneuver inside a muddy swamp. However, what surprised Wu Lingling and the others the most was the mana surrounding Shi Feng. Previously, the demonized half-orc's presence had caused the ambient mana to grow violent. Now, though, none of the demonized half-orcs present were able to influence the mana surrounding them. Moreover, the density of the ambient mana had increased to a point where it had condensed into mist. A mana domain? Qin Wuchen couldn't help but rub his eyes in disbelief when he saw this scene from nearby. Most players in God's domain had trouble improving even the quality of the mana within their own bodies, let alone altering the mana around them. Of course, that wasn't to say that players couldn't accomplish such a feat. One method players could use to accomplish this feat was to set up a magic array to alter an area's mana composition and improve it. However, such magic arrays required many players to operate, with some even requiring the efforts of dozens of players. Apart from magic arrays, there was only one other method players could utilize: mana domains. Normally, players would have to reach the peak of Tier 4 before they even had a chance of creating a mana domain of their own. Even then, the players who managed to acquire a mana domain at Tier 4 were still few and far between. Meanwhile, acquiring a mana domain at Tier 3 was a feat of legends. Any player who managed to create a mana domain at Tier 3 would be invincible among those below Tier 4. However, before Qin Wuchen and the others could recover from their shock, Shi Feng had already started his attack. Normally, swordsmen would try to avoid fighting against groups of enemies, since the swordsman class focused more on single-target combat than group combat. However, Shi Feng did not back down from the half-orc warrior's charge. Unsheathing his two swords, Shi Feng charged at the oncoming half-orc warriors without hesitation. The demonized half-orc warriors were 6-meter-tall giants wielding greatswords of similar sizes to them. Whether it was Shi Feng or the longswords he wielded, both looked tiny and harmless in comparison. Yet, when Shi Feng's longswords clashed with the half-orc warriors' greatswords, the greatswords had shockingly altered their trajectories from Shi Feng and struck the half-orc fighters near them instead. 734,044, 1,433,154, 713 from 64. Immediately, damage values in the hundreds of thousands appeared above some of the half-orc fighters' heads, some even exceeding 1 million. All of a sudden, the half-orc warriors had gone from being formidable enemies into becoming weapons for Shi Feng. Moreover, the damage output of each of these weapons far exceeded the damage output of the average Tier 3 expert party. It should be noted that the monsters in the miniature ancient world possessed much tougher bodies than monsters on the main continent. A Tier 3 berserker fully geared in level 100 dark gold equipment would be fortunate to cause 40,000 damage to a level 100 high lord with their normal attacks. Even if the berserker used a Tier 3 skill, he would, at most, cause around 100,000 damage. However, Tier 3 skills and spells had cooldowns, and most Tier 3 players would only have a handful of Tier 3 skills and spells in their arsenal. It was impossible for players to continuously attack using Tier 3 skills and spells. Thus, a 6-man party would need a long time to defeat even a level 100 High Lord. Yet now, Shi Feng needed less than a minute to defeat a demonized half-orc fighter. Every attack Shi Feng redirected from a half-orc warrior would hit at least 3 half-orc fighters. As a result, the half-orc fighters' 50 million HP could be seen rapidly decreasing. Even though these demonized half-orcs possessed frightening recovery and could regenerate 2% of their HP every 5 seconds, the amount of HP they recovered was nothing in the face of Shi Feng's damage output. How is this possible? This scene momentarily stupefied Wu Lingling. As the younger sister of Wu Xiaoxiao, the God's Domain Academy's top talent, She had watched many spars between the experts of first-rate guilds before. She had also watched Tier 4 experts grinding out in the fields before. However, none of those experts could manipulate 30-plus great lords and use them as their puppets like Shi Feng. The degree of awareness and control Shi Feng had over his surroundings was simply astounding. Even powerful great lords were nothing but a joke in front of him. However, what Wu Lingling didn't know was that while a mana domain could indeed grant players a significant advantage in manipulating their surroundings, if the difference in basic attributes was too significant, even a mana domain would be of no use. Meanwhile, the demonized half-orc warrior's basic attributes wasn't exceptional among great lords of the same level. On the contrary, the half-orc warriors had average basic attributes for great lords. Rather than basic attributes, the part that made them difficult opponents was their combat standards. Meanwhile, a competition of combat standards was the thing that Shi Feng worried about the least. Thus, he could toy with these demonized half-orcs as if he were messing around with puppets. If Shi Feng were to go up against great lords with basic attributes rivaling grand lords, though, even he would have no choice but to evade the monster's attacks. He would simply be seeking a quick death if he tried to divert their attacks. After Shi Feng fought for some time, he took a glance at Wu Lingling and the others. Then, he said in the team chat, "Don't just look at me. Pay attention to your targets. Although I am suppressing the mobility and basic attributes of these demonized half-orcs with my mana domain, their combat instincts remain unaffected. Their basic attributes are also not at a level where you can casually block their attacks. I won't be able to save you if you get hit." Upon hearing Shi Feng's reminder, Wu Lingling and the others quickly snapped out of their daze and focused their attention on the half-orc fighters in front of them. Sweat had also started covering their foreheads as reality dawned upon them. They had been so shocked by Shi Feng's mana domain just now that they had forgotten that it only helped in weakening the enemy. It didn't prevent one from taking damage. Not to mention, this mana domain didn't even belong to them, so it didn't provide them with any performance enhancements. Shi Feng might have stabilized the situation on his side already, but what about them? What should they do against their respective opponents? They were talking about a level 100 High Lord in the miniature ancient world here. Even frontline Tier 3 experts had difficulty fighting a one-on-one battle against a level 100 High Lord. What could students like themselves, who couldn't even be considered experts, do against such an opponent? Don't panic. The maximum reach of these half-orc fighters' normal attacks is 12 yards, and they can only attack up to 6 times in a row. Afterward, they will fall into a brief moment of stagnation to catch their breath. Their speed is no match for yours, neither is their reaction speed. Use this knowledge to find opportunities to attack. While the many students wondered how they should fight against the demonized half-orc fighters before them, Shi Feng's voice rang in their ears once more. An attack range of 12 yards and a maximum attack count of 6? Qin Wuchen's eyes brightened when he heard Shi Feng's advice, the worry on his face lessening. The scariest part about fighting monsters in God's domain was not knowing the limits of a monster. In God's domain, monsters possessed intelligence and were afraid of death. Thus, they would hide their strength in battle, only exposing their limits when necessary. In a way, this was similar to how players fought. Normally, Qin Wuchen and the others would gradually probe the limits of the monsters they fought over the course of the battle. However, they dared not conduct such casual probings with the demonized half-orc fighters, since the other party possessed far superior basic attributes. They would die if they made a mistake. However, now that they knew about the half-orc fighters' limits, their confidence grew. It was akin to having a lamp shine on them as they were walking down a dark road. They now knew what they should do to achieve victory. Subsequently, the students began maintaining a 12-yard gap between themselves and their opponents, preventing any of the half-orc fighters' normal attacks from reaching them. Now, they only had to pay attention to when the half-orc fighters used their skills. The half-orc fighters' movements when using skills were vastly different from when they were attacking normally. Thus, It was very easy to tell when they were attacking with a skill. All the students needed to do was figure out how they should dodge these skills. For a time, the students, who were originally at an absolute disadvantage, began holding their ground against the demonized half-orc fighters, neither side getting the better over the other. The more talented of the bunch had even started retaliating against the half-orc fighters, inflicting some damage to the High Lords. Of these talented students, Wu Lingling's performance stood out the most. She grew braver and more excited with every passing moment. Although Wu Lingling had previously sparred with the experts of her elder sister's guild, those experiences did very little in helping her improve. Even though the experts she fought had matched their basic attributes with hers, there was simply too huge a gap in combat standards and techniques. Thus, she could never last more than a few moves against these experts. However, it was a different story for the demonized half-orc fighter before her. Currently, the High Lord was no match for her in terms of reaction speed and mobility, so she could see its movements with perfect clarity. The half-orc fighter's combat standard was also only superior to hers by a small margin, so she could quickly discern her flaws through the half-orc fighter's attacks. As the battle progressed, Wu Lingling could tell that she was improving. Subsequently, time passed by quickly. After battling continuously for several hours and killing several groups of demonized half-orcs, Shi Feng and the others saw their experience bars rising by 15% or more. The half-orc warriors they killed had also dropped plenty of equipment. Originally, Wu Lingling and the others weren't particularly interested in the equipment dropped. After all, the demonized half-orc warriors only dropped level 100 secret silver equipment. Meanwhile, every one of them was fully equipped in level 100 fine gold equipment, with some even fully equipped in dark gold equipment. Thus, the half-orc warriors' loot held no significance to them. However, when Shi Feng shared the statistics of the weapons and equipment dropped, everyone's eyes immediately turned red with desire. Crap! These things buff mana affinity? Qin Wuchen was greatly shocked when he saw the statistics of the level 100 secret silver weapons and equipment Shi Feng shared. In the current God's domain, even epic weapons and equipment rarely had attributes that increased the user's mana affinity. Yet, now, even the secret silver equipment the demonized half-orc warriors dropped could increase players' mana perception and mana affinity. Although these secret silver weapons and equipment was a measly 5% improvement to mana perception and mana affinity, they could probably sell for more than even level 100 dark gold weapons. Some people might even be willing to trade level 100 epic weapons for these secret silver weapons and equipment. After all, mana was everything in God's domain. There were many people in God's domain who'd be willing to spill blood just to acquire a piece of equipment that improved mana affinity. Depending on the item's quality, some guilds were even willing to wage war with each other. This was because a boost in mana perception and mana affinity could make it much easier for players to ascend through the tiers. Now that such an effect had appeared on a bunch of level 100 secret silver weapons and equipment, how could Qin Wuchen not be shocked? Meanwhile, after taking a glance at the dozen or so secret silver weapons and equipment, Shi Feng said to his students, "There isn't a significant difference in basic attributes between secret silver and fine gold equipment. I recommend that you swap out your fine gold equipment for this secret silver equipment. These things should be of much greater help to you in improving your techniques." To be honest, even Shi Feng was surprised that the Withered Ruins monsters could drop such weapons and equipment. If the outside world were to find out about this, the various large guilds would flood the regional dungeon. They might even lock down the area to monopolize these items. Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, the students quickly allocated the loot and replaced their old equipment. Then, the group of students continued following Shi Feng into the Withered Ruins inner region, slaughtering any demonized half-orcs they came across on the way. Because of their increase in magic affinity, Wu Lingling and the others saw a visible improvement in the completion rate of their skills and spells. They could also move their bodies much more naturally, which, in turn, improved their combat standards. After battling for over 10 hours, Shi Feng and the others arrived in front of the city wall that separated the withered ruins' inner and outer regions. Apart from Shi Feng's team of 31 players, there was another team of 200 players resting a short distance away. Meanwhile, this 200-man team was none other than the Soulfire adventurer team Wu Lingling and the others encountered at the withered ruins entrance. Soulfire's members were currently huddled around campfires, eating and drinking to recover their stamina and concentration. It was evident that they planned to head to the inner region to grind. When Shi Feng's team arrived at the inner region's entrance, they immediately attracted the attention of Soulfire's members. When the woman wielding the crystalline epic staff saw Shi Feng's team, a look of surprise flashed across her face, and she couldn't help but mutter, "How is this possible?" "What's wrong, Rain?" Southern Tiger, who had been resting with his eyes shut, asked when he heard the woman's words. "Captain, look at them," the woman named Moonrain said as she pointed at Shi Feng's team. Hearing this, Southern Tiger followed Moonrain's finger and looked over to Shi Feng's team. Immediately, surprise flashed across Southern Tiger's eyes. Level 101, Chapter 16, Tier 5 Existence, 3 years 6 months ago, 3 years 6 months ago. In front of the wall that led to the withered ruins' inner region, Southern Tiger, Moonrain, and the other members of Soulfire couldn't help but be shocked when they saw Shi Feng's team. Level 101? How can their team reach this place? Questions appeared in the minds of Soulfire's members one after another. Some of them even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were hallucinating. "Captain, could they be monsters disguised as players?" Moonrain asked in a quiet voice as she warily looked at Shi Feng's team. Moonrain had scrutinized Wu Lingling and the other students at the dungeon's entrance, so she knew what kind of combat standards they possessed. Let alone reaching the withered ruins' inner region, these students would be fortunate if they could last even half an hour in the outer region. Yet, now, not only did Wu Lingling and the others reach the inner region's entrance, but they had even managed to level up within this short period. Moreover, none of them looked to be in a miserable state. No matter how Moonrain looked at this situation, she couldn't help but find it unbelievable. Instances of monsters disguising themselves as players were not unheard of, and monsters capable of such disguises were incredibly dangerous in God's domain. This was because these monsters were not only highly intelligent, but they were also capable of devouring players. Meanwhile, players that were devoured would not only be prevented from logging into the game for half a month, but they would also permanently lose a small portion of their basic attributes. To make matters worse, even high-ranking identification skills did not work on these monsters. One would need a top-tier identification skill to see through their disguises. Meanwhile, out of the 200 players in their team, only Southern Tiger owned a top-tier identification skill. "No, they are indeed the people we met at the entrance. They aren't disguised monsters," Southern Tiger said, shaking his head. Then, in a confused voice, he continued, "I'm not sure if my senses are playing tricks on me, but I feel that they have undergone a slight transformation since we last met them." "Transformation?" Moonrain started paying closer attention to Wu Lingling and the others after hearing Southern Tiger's words. "Is it their equipment?" Southern Tiger was one of Soulfire's 16 captains. While he might not be the strongest captain, he was the best when judging people. If Southern Tiger said that a person had changed, it was almost certainly true. However, even after scrutinizing Wu Lingling and the others for some time, Moonrain failed to see any substantial change in these students. Apart from their levels, the only difference she could see in these students was their equipment. Moreover, it wasn't a positive change, but a negative one instead. Initially, these students had been fully equipped with fine gold and dark gold weapons and equipment. Yet now, many of them had secret silver weapons and equipment mixed in their gear. If Moonrain was meeting these students for the first time, she would have mistakenly assumed that they were players who had recreated their accounts. "It's not their equipment, it's their attitude that has changed," Southern Tiger said. Then, after taking a moment to think, he continued, "Yes, it's their composure. Every one of them looks much more composed now than before." "Composure?" Moonrain took another look at Wu Lingling and the others. Thanks to Southern Tiger's hint, realization quickly hit her. If Moonrain were to equate the students she saw at the dungeon's entrance as frightened rabbits, the students she was looking at now were akin to seasoned hunters. Even after arriving at the inner region's entrance, Wu Lingling and the others behaved calmly and showed no sense of crisis. Meanwhile, this was a strange sight no matter how Moonrain looked at it. The Withered Ruins was a hell mode regional dungeon. Even frontline experts would need to remain at high alert when roaming in the dungeon's outer region, let alone the area close to the inner region's entrance. Even their team was no exception. Although they were currently resting in front of the inner region's entrance, none of them had loosened their guard. This was because even the slightest mistake could lead to the annihilation of their team, which would in turn waste all of the efforts they had put into grinding previously. However, Wu Lingling and the others currently behaved as if they were on a sightseeing trip. None of them showed any signs of crisis whatsoever. Maybe they didn't encounter any monsters on the way here? Moonrain asked. The change in the behavior of Wu Lingling's group was simply too unbelievable. No matter how she racked her mind, she couldn't figure out what gave these students the confidence to behave so calmly in front of the dangerous inner region's entrance. The only reasonable explanation Moonrain could come up with was that these students had not encountered any monsters on the way here. After all, players would be teleported to a random location when they entered the dungeon. It might be possible that Wu Lingling and the others had been teleported to a safe location, thus explaining their calm behavior. However, Southern Tiger couldn't help but roll his eyes at Moonrain when he heard her words. Then, he said, "If they didn't encounter any monsters, do you think they could reach level 101 before us?" "Ah, you're right." Moonrain immediately realized the flaw in her explanation. However, this outcome only served to further confuse her. But how can they reach this place so quickly with their strength? We have a 200-man team while their team only has 31 players. Moreover, every one of them is so weak. Although the Withered Ruins teleportation was random, those teleported to the outer region wouldn't be transported anywhere close to the inner region. Moreover, the closer one got to the inner region, the more monsters one would encounter. Moonrain found it hard to believe that a team as weak and small as Wu Lingling's group could reach the inner region's entrance so quickly. "My guess is that it is related to that male swordsman," Southern Tiger said as he shifted his gaze to Shi Feng. Then, a hint of fighting spirit appeared in his eyes as he continued, "It's been a long time since I came across such a powerful expert. I didn't think I would actually meet one in the miniature ancient world." Moonrain followed Southern Tiger's gaze and looked at Shi Feng as well. However, when she saw Shi Feng's terrible equipment and sensed his lack of presence, she couldn't help but grow confused and asked, "He's an expert?" Even the average Tier 4 expert could easily secure themselves a full set of level 100 epic equipment when they entered a miniature ancient world, let alone someone capable of being regarded as an expert by Southern Tiger. In God's domain, anyone Southern Tiger regarded as an expert would be at the half-step Tier 5 standard at the very least. Meanwhile, such experts were existences capable of serving as the cornerstones of first-rate guilds. These existences could easily get a 1,000-man expert team to help them level up, should they choose to do so. Yet, what about Shi Feng? Not only was he geared in secret silver equipment, but the team he led only had 31 players. To make matters worse, his teammates were nothing but children with immature combat standards. If she were to tell others that a half-step Tier 5 expert was using such equipment and leading such a team, others would probably call her out as crazy. It's normal that you can't tell. Real experts will never show their true colors. Whether it is their killing intent or aura, they will only reveal these things when they take action, as this is a sign that they have perfect control over their bodies, Southern Tiger said, chuckling when he saw Moonrain's skepticism. Seeing that he can conceal his aura to such an extent, I'm guessing that his combat standard might be at the level of Blue Smiles. How is they at possible? Moonrain couldn't help but look at Southern Tiger skeptically. Not only was Blue Smile Soulfire's honorary elder, but she was also a Tier 5 Guardian Knight. She was one of Soulfire's strongest combatants, and her combat standard had already reached an inhuman level. So, Moonrain found it unbelievable that an expert of Blue Smile's caliber had entered the miniature ancient world and was even grinding together with a bunch of children. Seeing that Moonrain still doubted him, Southern Tiger did not try to persuade her further. This was because even he wasn't sure about his conjecture. After all, Tier 5 experts were esteemed individuals in God's domain. These experts were typically busy searching for ways of getting promoted to Tier 6. There was no way they would casually abandon their past achievements to enter the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, during the time Moonrain and Southern Tiger were conversing with each other, Shi Feng's group had also arrived in front of the city wall that measured several dozen meters in height. Then, when Wu Lingling and the other students saw Soulfire's team resting in front of the wall, every one of them grew ecstatic. Instructor Shi is amazing. We actually caught up to Soulfire's exploration progress. I'm definitely going to boast about this to my old classmates. I'm not dreaming, right? We outleveled Soulfire's team. Previously, when Wu Lingling and the others had been continuously slaughtering demonized half-orcs with Shi Feng and refining their combat standards, they already knew that their leveling speed had surpassed that of the average expert. However, they never thought that their leveling speed would surpass Soulfire's team. However, before everyone could get too excited, Shi Feng suddenly said, "Everyone, quiet down. It's getting late, so we will log off here for today. We'll proceed to the inner region after the Academy's enrollment ceremony, so make sure to rest up." When everyone heard Shi Feng's words, they couldn't help but grumble in complaint. They felt that it was still too early to rest. After all, they were still brimming with energy, and there were still 2 hours left until the enrollment ceremony. So they eagerly suggested that they enter the inner region now. By doing so, not only could they enter the inner region before Soulfire's team, but they could even hone their techniques against stronger monsters. However, Shi Feng shot down every one of his students' suggestions. Players in God's domain might be able to mitigate their fatigue using stamina and concentration recovery potions, but these items did not reduce the mental stress they experienced. After grinding continuously for so many hours, everyone's minds had long since entered an incredibly tense state. If he let his students fight in such a state, they wouldn't achieve any significant improvements. Rather than wasting time trying to achieve negligible improvements, it'd be better if everyone got some rest now. That way, they would be able to explore the inner region with much greater efficiency afterward. Faced with Shi Feng's rejection, Wu Lingling and the others had no choice but to log out and rest. After all, they'd be committing suicide if they insisted on going into the inner region without Shi Feng. After seeing all 30 of his students log out, Shi Feng chose to rest as well. Today would be the first day he officially began his duties as one of the God's Domain Academy's instructors, after all. He could no longer act with as much freedom as he did in his previous life. However, as the villa Shi Feng lived in was quite distant from the God's Domain Academy, by the time he arrived, there were only 15 minutes left until the enrollment ceremony began. He had just barely arrived on time. Originally, Shi Feng didn't think much of the enrollment ceremony. However, when he entered Jinhai University's indoor arena, he couldn't help but be surprised by the scale of the enrollment ceremony. What's going on? At this time, not only were there over 1,000 students standing in the arena, but there were also many executives of first- and second-rate guilds seated on the spectator stands. Based on the seating arrangements, there should be at least 30 guilds present. Rather than an enrollment ceremony, it looked more like a fighting competition was being held here. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng arrived at the seats reserved for instructors, the several dozen instructors present immediately turned to look at Shi Feng and began a quiet discussion among themselves. "So, he's Shi Feng? The ex-guild leader of Shadow? I didn't think he would dare show himself. Does he not know that Gu Yiren is attending the ceremony in person today? Maybe he thinks that Wu Lingling can win against Gu Yiren's cousin. She is one of the few freshmen capable of rivaling Gu Tong, after all." He must be dreaming. Wu Lingling might stand a chance in a one-on-one fight, but the competition is a team battle. Gu Tong has 2 other talented freshmen on his team, while Wu Lingling has nobody. There is no way Wu Lingling can hold off 3 people by herself. I heard that Gu Yiren has personally come here to watch his cousin secure the championship for the freshman competition today. If Gu Tong secures the championship, he will become an unofficial internal member of Shadow and get the opportunity to visit the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters. Many of the instructors present secretly ridiculed Shi Feng for his shamelessness and overestimating himself when they saw him attending the enrollment ceremony. After all, even though he had already been dismissed from Shadow, he still planned to rely on Wu Lingling, whom Shi Feng had tricked into becoming his student to increase his reputation. Meanwhile, Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but smirk gleefully when he thought of what was to come. Let's see how you embarrass yourself when you try to compare with guild leader Gu. Amidst the various instructors' quiet discussions, the God's Domain Academy's enrollment ceremony officially began. After the Academy's dean finished his speech, the executives of the various attending guilds also went up the stage to give a short speech. The sweet promises these executives made excited the freshmen present, and many of them couldn't help but wish they could join these large guilds immediately. Meanwhile, after the various guild executives finished their speeches, the highly anticipated freshman competition also officially began. Immediately, the mood in the arena soared to its peak. Instructor Shi, did you properly read the competition rules I emailed you? At this time, Lin Yaoyue, who was wearing a black suit that emphasized her enchanting body, approached Shi Feng and asked in confusion, "Are you sure you want to let Wu Lingling participate by herself?" Chapter 17. One person 3 years 5 months ago, 3 years 5 months ago. Although Lin Yaowei had spoken softly, the instructors present were seated nearby. Moreover, Lin Yaowei's existence in the God's Domain Academy was akin to a celebrity. No matter where she appeared, she would become the center of attention of every instructor. Thus, the instructors present all heard Lin Yaowei's words clearly. For a time, every instructor present couldn't help but shift their line of sight toward Shi Feng, surprise and confusion in their eyes. He's sending only Wu Lingling? What is he trying to do? Did he not read the rules properly? Does he think it's going to be one-on-one fights? Most of the instructors present had done some research on Shi Feng's situation. On one side, there was Shi Feng, Shadow's dismissed guild leader. On the other side, there was Gu Yiren, Shadow's newly promoted guild leader. Since Gu Yiren was here to show support to his younger cousin Gu Tong in the freshman competition, the competition could be said to be Shi Feng's best opportunity to one-up Gu Yiren and show his worth in the God's Domain Academy. Shi Feng even had the necessary conditions to achieve this goal. So long as he paired the incredibly talented Wu Lingling with 2 other talented students, he would have a high chance to win against Gu Yiren. Yet, now, Shi Feng was letting Wu Lingling participate by herself. It should be known that Wu Lingling and Gu Tong had similar results in the entrance evaluation. Both had reached the trial tower's 5th floor early stage. So, the 2 could be regarded as evenly matched, and it wouldn't be strange for any of them to win against each other. Although Gu Tong's teammates were stronger than any of Shi Feng's other students, Wu Lingling still had a winning chance, so long as she had reliable teammates to support her. Although the competition's rules did not state that participating teams needed to have 3 members, sending a one-man team to participate was no different from forfeiting the competition. Instructor Luo, do you think that Instructor Shi got scared after experiencing Guild Leader Gu's frightening aura? A young junior instructor sitting beside Luo Cheng asked. Then, he smirked and continued, even if he's unwilling to embarrass himself and forfeit the match, there's no need to have Wu Lingling participate by herself. If Wu Xiaoxiao learns of this, his career as an instructor will probably come to an end. Everyone capable of enrolling into the God's Domain Academy possessed a certain degree of talent. Even if Wu Lingling was superior to her peers, she hadn't reached a level where she could fight multiple opponents by herself. Not to mention, having teammates meant that one could execute many more strategic maneuvers. Thus, Wu Lingling would face an overwhelming defeat even if she fought in a 2-on-1 matchup, let alone a 3-on-1 matchup. Wu Xiaoxiao, one of the God's Domain Academy's brightest students, definitely wouldn't be willing to watch her little sister suffer a miserable defeat. Even if everyone could understand the reason for Wu Lingling's miserable defeat, it still wouldn't sound nice when others talked about it. Meanwhile, if a top student like Wu Xiaoxiao tried to seek justice for this matter, the academy would probably fire Shi Feng without hesitation. After all, Shi Feng was merely a newly hired junior instructor. In regards to this situation, Luo Tiancheng glanced at Shi Feng and sneered, saying, "You can't say that about Instructor Shi. Who knows? Instructor Shi might be aiming to replicate Senior Instructor Qi's achievement several semesters ago and make a name for himself in this freshman competition." How is that possible? Instructor Qi was in charge of the academy's golden duo at the time. Although Wu Lingling is a genius in her own right, she is still only one person, the young junior instructor said, shaking his head. However, he also understood that Luo Tiancheng was trying to ridicule Shi Feng, so he didn't continue detailing the matter. In Rhea, Lidi, there had been many past instances where instructors would send only 1 or 2 students to represent them in the freshman competition. However, out of the many instructors who did so, only Instructor Qi had ever secured the championship. Moreover, his achievement was largely attributed to his 2 students being twins. Not only did these twins have incredible talent, but they also had extraordinary coordination. Thus, they managed to win despite fighting in 2-on-3 matchups. However, Wu Lingling's situation was different. She didn't even have someone to rely on, let alone a twin sibling. In such a situation, she wouldn't even get through the preliminary round, let alone winning against Gu Tong's team of 3. In the meantime, Shi Feng ignored the discussions taking place around him and calmly nodded to Lin Yaoyue, saying, just her. It won't be interesting if I send too many." It won't be interesting? Lin Yaoyue was momentarily stunned when she heard Shi Feng's answer. Her mind failed to comprehend what Shi Feng was trying to say. As for the instructors seated nearby, they laughed when they heard Shi Feng's answer. It won't be interesting if he sends too many? Does he think it's interesting to watch 3 people gang up on one person then? Could he be insane? I don't know whether Instructor Shi is insane, but I do know he'll go insane once Wu Xiaoxiao finds out about this. The many instructors present discussed and laughed over Shi Feng's words. Some instructors also started to look forward to the end of the competition. After all, nobody in the academy had ever seen Wu Xiaoxiao go berserk before. However, they might just get the opportunity to see it this time. While a commotion was taking place over the instructors' seating area, the academy's dean also officially announced the start of the freshman competition. The competition's format was simple. There were 6 virtual gaming pods prepared in the center of the arena, and participating teams would fight each other in the virtual realm. There was also a holographic screen projected above the gaming pods to allow spectators to see the fights. Participants would automatically receive a virtual body with a level 100, Tier 3 physique and weapons and equipment of similar quality when they entered the virtual realm. Afterward, all they needed to do was select their classes, and they would be automatically teleported into a randomized battlefield that spanned a radius of 200 yards. Unlike the professional league, the freshman competition was a contest of skills and tactics. Meanwhile, after the dean explained the competition rules, he also revealed the list of participating students and their respective teams. Then, when Wu Lingling saw the teammates she had, or lack thereof, she couldn't help but have a huge headache. Is Instructor Shi insane? Wu Lingling was a little stunned when she saw that Shi Feng's team only had her name in it. Although she had long since known that she would be chosen to participate in the competition, she never thought she would do so without even a single support. As soon as Wu Lingling snapped out of her daze, she immediately tried to call Shi Feng and ask him why he was having her participate by herself. Wu Lingling admitted that her combat standard had improved significantly after her training session in the Withered Ruins. She had also learned many evasive maneuvers from Shi Feng, which elevated her dodging standard to a whole new level. However, She hadn't gotten so arrogant as to think she could go up against 3 opponents simultaneously. Even if all 3 of her opponents were freshmen capable of only reaching the trial tower's 4th floor, it didn't matter. In a situation where all participants had similar basic attributes, weapons, and equipment, so long as the other party didn't foolishly take independent action, their victory against her would be guaranteed. However, before Wu Lingling could call Shi Feng, the holographic screen in the middle of the arena revealed the first matchup of T competition. Upon seeing the matched teams, the entire arena instantly fell silent. As if fate was toying with her, Wu Lingling had gotten matched against Gu Tong's team in the very first round. The matchup that everyone thought would only appear in the final round had actually appeared in the first round. Huh? Wu Lingling doesn't have any teammates? Wu Lingling is participating by herself? Is she insane? Surprise and confusion flashed across Gu Tong's eyes when he saw the information displayed on the holographic screen. Out of the 1,000 or so freshmen this year, the only person Gu Tong acknowledged as his rival was Wu Lingling, Wu Xiaoxiao's younger sister. As for everyone else, he placed no importance on them at all. Once he defeated Wu Lingling, he even planned to challenge Wu Xiaoxiao before graduating, becoming a legend in the God's Domain Academy. While everyone was still trying to process this situation, the mechanical voice of the competition's administrative system echoed throughout the arena. May the participants of both teams enter the virtual gaming cabins. The match will begin in 1 minute. The mechanical voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. When Wu Lingling saw Gu Tong's team walking to the gaming cabins, she gritted her teeth and swiftly made her way to the center of the arena as well. Then, she laid down into a gaming cabin and entered the virtual arena. While both teams were waiting for the timer to count down and the system to teleport them to a random battlefield, Gu Tong's team members couldn't help but look at Gu Tong and ask, "Boss Gu, should we step aside and let you fight Wu Lingling one-on-one?" The two of them knew that Gu Tong had originally planned to utilize his victory against Wu Lingling to increase his reputation in Shadow. However, now that Wu Lingling was participating by herself, it'd be meaningless even if the 3 of them won against her. No, Gu Tong shook his head. Then, in a definitive tone, he said, "We'll fight together. Since Wu Lingling has given up on the competition, she is no longer worthy of being my rival." Chapter 18. Shocking Technique. 3 years 5 months ago. 3 years 5 months ago, Gu Tong's words were cold and determined, and even his teammates could feel his anger and disdain for Wu Lingling. "Bing Shou, you support from range once the match begins. Li Yun, you keep her distracted with feints. I'll land the finishing blow on her," Gu Tong said to his teammates as he unsheathed his 2 daggers. "However, make sure to be careful when you attack her, Li Yun. Wu Lingling might be a swordsman, but she's even more agile than an assassin. She also has numerous attack patterns. Make sure you do not get caught up with her for too long. It doesn't matter even if your strength is greater than hers. You won't be able to cope with her attacks once the fight prolongs." "I understand. You can rest assured, Boss Gu," Li Yun, a berserker who was nearly 2 meters tall and clad in armor, said and nodded. Li Yun was well aware of Wu Lingling's strengths. Even his instructor had praised Wu Lingling for her offensive capabilities in one-on-one combat. When it came to one-on-one combat, Wu Lingling was the undisputed #1 among the freshmen this year, and even Gu Tong was slightly weaker than her in this regard. Meanwhile, Li Yun couldn't last more than 10 seconds in a frontal confrontation against Gu Tong, so he'd be foolish to try to win against Wu Lingling by himself. "Bing Shou, when you're attacking Wu Lingling, you don't need to care about me or Li Yun. Just make sure Wu Lingling cannot chain her attacks," Gu Tong said as he looked at the short-haired girl, who wielded a bow and wore light armor, standing beside Li Yun. "Many people are watching this competition. We cannot let Wu Lingling have any chances at showing us up." When the girl named Bing Shou heard Gu Tong's words, her expression immediately sharpened. At this time, she and Li Yun had already been recognized as reserve internal members of Shadow. Meanwhile, the treatment they would receive as internal members would depend on their performance in today's competition. While Gu Tong was discussing strategies with his teammates, the timer above the waiting area finished counting down. Immediately, the trio found themselves teleported into a forest and saw Wu Lingling, who wielded 2 long swords and was clad in light silver armor, standing beside a large tree that was around 100 yards away from them. Along with the start of the match, the spectators in the arena also started making a racket. It's finally starting. A forest? Wu Lingling might still have a chance after all. The question now is whether Gutong will go for a one-on-one fight. I heard that Gutong is treating Wu Lingling as his rival and that he intends on beating her to secure himself as #1 among the freshmen. What a pity. If Wu Lingling's instructor wasn't that Shi Feng, we could have witnessed an interesting match today. The many students, instructors, and guild executives present held a hushed discussion as they looked at the holographic display with great interest. After Wu Xiaoxiao, Wu Lingling's and Gutong's names received the most attention in the God's Domain Academy right now. Many people would also frequently compare the two with each other. Some people even believed that this generation's freshmen would lead the God's Domain Academy into its golden era because of these 2 students. However, to everyone's surprise and confusion, Wu Lingling had actually chosen to apprentice under Shadow's ex-guild leader. Now, because of Shi Feng, she even had to go up against Gutong's team of 3 all by herself. While the spectators outside were discussing among themselves, Gutong did not remain idle on the battlefield. Don't let her escape our sight. Bingshou, seal her movements. Li Yun, charge with me. After arriving on the battlefield, Gutong immediately analyzed the battlefield and shouted instructions to his teammates. Simultaneously, he activated his stealth skill and charged at Wu Lingling without hesitation. When Li Yun heard Gutong's command, he instantly reacted deactivated the Tier 3 flame charge, transforming into a huge ball of flames that charged at Wu Lingling. As for Bingshou, she drew her longbow and used the Tier 3 wind wings against Wu Lingling. Then, as soon as she released her bow, 8 arrows shot out of her bow and transformed into blades of wind that flew at Wu Lingling from multiple directions, cutting off Wu Lingling's paths of escape. When Luo Tiancheng, who sat in the spectator stands, saw the actions of Gutong's team, he couldn't help but sneer and think, as expected of the guild leader's little brother. Beautifully done. Originally, Luo Tiancheng had still been rather worried that Gutong would grow soft-hearted against his opponent and choose to fight Wu Lingling one-on-one. If that happened, it would give Wu Lingling a significantly greater chance of winning. That, in turn, would improve Shi Feng's performance as an instructor. Thankfully, Gutong did not choose to fight Wu Lingling one-on-one. Moreover, he had even wisely instructed his teammate to seal off Wu Lingling's paths of retreat. Now, Wu Lingling had no choice but to clash against Gutong's team of 3. In such a situation, Gutong's team was almost certain to win. It might even become a landslide victory. If that happened, Wu Xiaoxiao, the Academy's top talent, would definitely come and find trouble with Shi Feng. Meanwhile, when Lin Yaoyue saw the development on the battlefield, she couldn't help but frown and glance at Shi Feng, who sat in front of her. What is he thinking? Lin Yaoyue couldn't help but be confused by Shi Feng's actions. While she wasn't interested in the affairs between Shi Feng and Shadow, that didn't mean she was willing to watch one of the Academy's top talents suffer a humiliating defeat in front of so many people. Moreover, Shi Feng had just arrived at the God's Domain Academy. Logically, if he wanted to raise his position in the Academy or prove his value to Shadow, he should cherish Wu Lingling a lot. After all, there had been many instances in the past where instructors of the Academy had received a huge promotion because of a talented student. This was also why the Academy's instructors were willing to sacrifice a lot of their time and resources into nurturing their students. However, no matter how Lin Yaoyue looked at the current situation, it did not seem like Shi Feng was trying to nurture Wu Lingling at all. On the contrary, he seemed to be trying to harm Wu Lingling's future. Back on the battlefield, Li Yun had already arrived before Wu Lingling and swung his battle axe at her, the two-handed weapon releasing a blinding radiance and increasing in size as it made its way to Wu Lingling. At the same time, Gutong had used shadow steps and appeared behind Wu Lingling. Then, he brandished his daggers at Wu Lingling's back. Die! Combat technique Phantom Snake. Immediately, the two gleaming daggers transformed into multiple phantom snakes that struck at Wu Lingling from various blind spots, the attacks seamlessly timed with Li Yun's gigantified axe. How ruthless! The various instructors and guild executives were astonished when they saw Gutong and Li Yun's joint assault. The two students' joint assault was something even veteran experts like themselves would have trouble dealing with if their basic attributes were equalized. This was because the two students were attacking with the intention of trading lives. In the case of Li Yun, he was attacking Wu Lingling without paying any regard to his defense. He was fully intent on receiving any counterattacks Wu Lingling launched with his body. Moreover, to ensure his attack landed on Wu Lingling, he had even chosen to use an AoE skill with wide coverage. And seeing how close Gutong was to Wu Lingling, it would seem that Li Yun intended on hitting Wu Lingling even at the cost of hitting Gutong. As for Gutong, he showed no intentions of dodging Li Yun's attack, either. Instead, he focused all of his attention on striking Wu Lingling's weak points and sealing off any possible paths of retreat for the swordsman. In this situation, even if Wu Lingling had noticed Gutong's presence behind her, there was nothing she could do to avoid both Li Yun's and Gutong's suicidal attacks. The only thing she could do was choose to dodge one of their attacks. However, no matter which attack Wu Lingling chose to evade, she would still end up getting killed by the other person's attack. Normally, in a 3-on-1 situation, the side with the numerical advantage wouldn't have chosen such a suicidal combat method. Instead, they would rely on their numerical advantage to suppress and whittle down their opponent. Yet Gutong's team had chosen this suicidal combat method to ensure their victory and leave Wu Lingling with no opportunities to make a comeback. Back on the battlefield, even when Li Yun's gigantified axe and Gutong's shadow snakes were about to devour Wu Lingling actually remained motionless, behaving as if she had not noticed the two attacks coming at her. Did she give up? Gutong couldn't help but be confused when he saw Wu Lingling's lack of reaction. In his opinion, an expert like Wu Lingling should more or less put up a struggle even when faced with such a hopeless situation. Yet now, "It seems I have overestimated you," Gutong said, his eyes filled with disappointment. At the same time, his hands also moved with greater speed as he planned to end this boring battle quickly. However, as soon as Gutong finished speaking, a crisp and sweet voice suddenly appeared from beside him. "I think so as well." Gutong was startled when he heard this voice. This was because he couldn't be any more familiar with this voice. Wu Lingling. This was Wu Lingling's voice. Glancing at the source of the voice, Gutong immediately found himself stunned. Through the corner of his eyes, Gutong actually saw Wu Lingling standing a short distance away from him, behaving like a spectator as she watched him and Li Yun executing their suicidal assault. Gutong wasn't the only one who saw this scene. Li Yun and Bingshou also saw this scene. However, unlike Gutong, they quickly recovered from their shock and started shouting at Gutong to get out of the way in a panic. After all, with Li Yun's combat standards, he was incapable of altering his attack trajectory this late into his attack. Meanwhile, a full-powered attack from a Tier 3 berserker was not something a Tier 3 assassin could survive. So, Gutong's only chance to live now was to dodge Li Yun's attack. Only, that evidently wasn't possible with Gutong's current state of mind. Meanwhile, when the various instructors and guild executives saw this scene, they couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "Mirage Steps?" Impossible! Mirage Steps is a top-tier footwork among basic combat techniques. Even veteran frontline experts have a hard time learning it. How can a freshman like Wu Lingling master it already? The many experts in the arena quickly understood the cause for two Wu Linglings to appear on the battlefield. Seeing as there were no fluctuations in the mana around Wu Lingling, the girl definitely did not use a skill or spell. Thus, the only explanation they could come up with for this situation was that Wu Lingling had executed Mirage Steps, a basic combat technique. However, Mirage Steps was a special footwork that even frontline experts had difficulty mastering. Anyone capable of mastering it would be regarded as a powerful expert even in first-rate guilds. Is this the reason for his confidence? At this time, Even Lin Yaowei was surprised when she saw this scene, her eyes inadvertently turning to Shi Feng, who currently wore a calm expression on his face. Chapter 19, Monster 3, Years 5 months ago, 3 years 5 months ago. Most of the spectators in the arena were shocked when they saw the footwork Wu Lingling executed. The only exceptions were Qin Wuchen and the other students who had fought alongside Wu Lingling in the withered ruins. Their expressions remained calm throughout the entire process. Meanwhile, after seeing Wu Lingling's performance, Qin Wuchen's friend from high school enviously said to him, "So this is why you decided to follow a newbie instructor, Wuchen. I didn't know you had such a strong class rep. Her footwork is simply amazing. With her taking the lead, your class will be blessed when competing for school resources in the future." The God's Domain Academy might have abundant resources. It didn't mean that it could afford to waste them. Not to mention, the Academy's goal was to produce expert players. Thus, rather than treating all students equally, the Academy distributed its resources based on the students' performances. While this might seem like a harsh method of education, the world of experts in God's domain was cruel. Meanwhile, if students of the Academy wished to obtain more resources, apart from choosing a good instructor and working hard, they could also pray for capable classmates. This was because the Academy would hold monthly class competitions for resource distribution. In these monthly competitions, students from the classes ranked within the top 3 would each receive a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid. They would also receive free access to the school's simulation training room for 3 days, allowing them to spar against simulated experts. Although the Academy's simulation training room was inferior to that of first-rate guilds, it was still significantly better than the simulation training room of most large guilds. However, as operating a simulation training room consumed high-level energy, even first-rate guilds experts had few opportunities to use it. Moreover, these experts typically had to pay a huge price to use their guild's simulation training rooms. Yet, the God's Domain Academy was offering this opportunity to its students for free. Thus, the Academy's monthly class competitions were extraordinarily intense. Meanwhile, having capable students like Wu Lingling in a class was sure to increase the class's chances of ranking within the monthly competition's top 3. Amazing footwork? Qin Wuchen couldn't help but look at his friend strangely. The class rep is simply evading Gutong and Liyun's joint assault normally. I don't know what those two are thinking. Why are they using such predictable attacks? They're not even comparable to the half-orc fighters, or are they probing the class rep? Hearing Qin Wuchen's comments, Xiao Yuheng, another one of Shi Feng's students, nodded in agreement and said, "That's probably the case. The class rep is the only freshman who rivals Gu Tong, so Gu Tong must be checking to see if the class rep is qualified for him to get serious. But isn't this too simple of a probe? It feels like he is looking down on the class rep." Xiao Yuheng considered Wu Lingling's current performance to be standard. Wu Lingling was neither underperforming nor overperforming. After fighting in the withered ruins for over a dozen hours, Wu Lingling had already become capable of holding her ground against 3 demonized half-orc fighters. As for the other students in Shi Feng's class, while they couldn't match Wu Lingling's performance, they could still withstand the joint assault of 2 half-orc fighters. Meanwhile, the half-orc fighters' attack patterns were varied and constantly changing. It was especially true when they worked together. If one was not careful when going up against multiple half-orc fighters, one would quickly find themselves overwhelmed. However, Gutong and Liyun's joint assault was nothing like that. While Gutong and Liyun might seem to have good coordination with each other, their attack patterns were simple and predictable. So long as one grasped the timing of their attack, it wouldn't be difficult to dodge their joint assault. In Xiao Yuheng's opinion, at least half of Shi Feng's class could dodge this joint assault, let alone Wu Lingling, the class's top student. As for the afterimages Wu Lingling created, that was merely the byproduct of an evasive maneuver, which was part of the aerobic exercise Shi Feng had taught them previously. The evasive maneuver required them to exert the muscles in their entire body during the moment of evasion, going from static to top speed instantly. Not only could the instantaneous burst of speed prevent their opponents from predicting the trajectory of their evasion and launching follow-up attacks, but it could also fool their opponent's vision, making their opponents see an afterimage of themselves. During the training session in the Withered Ruins, Shi Feng had already explained the theory behind this evasive maneuver to them. Meanwhile, the faster one could go from static to top speed, the more realistic one's afterimage. However, the fact that Wu Lingling had managed to create a realistic afterimage with her evasive maneuver shouldn't be regarded as anything amazing. On the contrary, the afterimage should be considered an unwanted byproduct instead. When a truly powerful expert executed an evasive maneuver, they wouldn't create any visual afterimages at all. Instead, they would vanish from their opponent's field of vision completely. Their evasive technique making it so that their opponent's brain became unaware of their presence. To be precise, the evasive technique created visual signals so complex that the human brain couldn't process them. Thus, the brain would actively ignore such signals, thereby erasing the technique user's presence completely. Indeed, at least half of our class can dodge such a simple probing attempt. I honestly don't know what's going through Gutong's and Li Yun's minds, Qin Wuchen said, nodding in agreement with Xiao Yuheng's comment. However, as soon as Qin Wuchen finished speaking, his high school classmate and the freshmen from other classes sitting nearby were immediately rendered speechless. Simple probing attempt? At least half the class could dodge it? Were they even speaking the same language? It should be known that Wu Lingling's current performance had amazed even the many guild executives present. Yet, Qin Wuchen and Xiao Yuheng regarded Wu Lingling's performance as nothing special. Did these two think everyone else was an idiot? While everyone was talking about Wu Lingling's footwork, Gutong had used the Tier 3 life-saving skill Shadowless Step to forcibly enter stealth. Then, he used the 0.5-second invulnerability period the skill provided to tank Li Yun's attack, allowing him to avoid the awkward situation of getting heavily injured due to friendly fire. However, after using up his life-saving skill, Gutong fell into the predicament of having no means of escaping Wu Lingling's follow-up attacks. The assassin class wasn't designed for frontal combat. The class shined most when executing surprise attacks and dexterous combat methods. In contrast, not only was Wu Lingling's swordsman class adept at frontal combat, but Wu Lingling herself was also known for her agile combat style. Because of these factors, Gutong continuously lost HP when he clashed blades with Wu Lingling, and although Li Yun was frantically trying to attack Wu Lingling from behind, Wu Lingling seemingly had eyes growing on the back of her head as she could always evade Li Yun's attacks at the very last moment. In this situation, Li Yun might as well not exist, as his attacks were hardly doing anything to affect Wu Lingling's fight with Gutong. Damn it, how is she so strong? Has she been hiding her strength all this time? Feelings of frustration and confusion filled Gutong's heart as he desperately tried to defend against Wu Lingling's attacks. Li Yun and Bingshou also experienced the same feelings when they saw Wu Lingling evade every one of their attacks with little effort. After the clash continued for around 20 seconds, Wu Lingling successfully whittled Gutong to death. As for Li Yun and Bingshou, they didn't even last 20 seconds against Wu Lingling after losing their team's core. When the administrative system announced the end of the match, silence filled the arena's spectator stands as everyone turned to watch Wu Lingling climb out of her virtual gaming cabin, their eyes looking at Wu Lingling as if they were looking at a monster. Chapter 20. Merely a junior instructor 3 years, 5 months ago. 3 years, 5 months ago. What a monstrous talent. Even the top talents of first-rate guilds can't hold a candle to her. I never thought Wu Lingling's talent would actually surpass that of Wu Xiaoxiao's. Shortly after Wu Lingling exited her gaming cabin, voices of exclamation filled the arena. The academy's instructors and various guild executives in particular looked at Wu Lingling as if she were their golden goose. As for Luo Tiancheng, his eyes were close to popping out of their sockets as he looked at Wu Lingling in utter disbelief. Impossible. How can Wu Lingling be this strong? Gutong, the younger cousin of Shadow's current guild leader Gu Yiren, had actually lost to Wu Lingling even while having a numerical advantage. After this incident, Shadow's plans to expand its influence in the God's Domain Academy had thoroughly become a joke. Meanwhile, unlike everyone else in the arena, Lin Yaowei did not focus her gaze on Wu Lingling. Instead, she looked at Shi Feng, who sat in front of her. So this was what he meant? Lin Yaowei had previously been confused when she heard Shi Feng saying, "It won't be interesting if I send too many." However, after witnessing this match, she found that Shi Feng's words indeed made sense. With Wu Lingling's strength, if the girl gained 2 more people to support her, the match probably would have ended as soon as it began. Gutong's team wouldn't have gotten the opportunity to put up any resistance, and the match wouldn't have lasted for several dozen seconds. However, after looking at Shi Feng for a moment, Lin Yaoyue couldn't help but sigh and look at the man with a sympathetic gaze. Originally, Shi Feng could have relied on Wu Lingling to make a name for himself in the academy and even secure a respectable position in Jinhai City. Unfortunately, it was a sin to possess treasure without having the strength to protect it. In the current era, God's domain had already become a second world for people. In fact, its importance even surpassed that of the real world. After all, people could essentially double their lifespans by living in God's domain. Thus, God's domain had also become a place of competition for both individuals and competition. Meanwhile, organizations seeking to secure a better standing in God's domain needed to recruit highly talented individuals. Although Gutong was recognized as a genius by God's Domain Academy, he could only be regarded as such in a third-rate city like Jinhai City. One could find many other geniuses like him in the various first-rate guilds. Thus, none of the various first-rate guilds in God's domain had deemed it necessary to poach him before he met the Academy's requirements to join a guild. Previously, this was also the case for Wu Lingling. Although the first-rate guild Dazzlewave had already shown signs of trying to recruit Wu Lingling, that was only because of Wu Xiaoxiao's influence and Wu Lingling's relatively good talent. If it weren't for her elder sister, Wu Lingling definitely wouldn't have received such treatment. However, the situation was different now. The talent Wu Lingling displayed had already surpassed that of Wu Xiaoxiao, the Academy's current star, let alone Gutong. The various first-rate guilds would definitely fight to recruit such a talent. Shi Feng was merely a junior instructor at the Academy who possessed no backing whatsoever. The Academy wouldn't allow Shi Feng to nurture a top-tier talent like Wu Lingling. After all, Wu Lingling was the Academy's chance to make a name for itself throughout the country. The Academy's influential senior instructors probably wouldn't let go of this opportunity either. Apart from Lin Yaoyue, many of the intermediate instructors also looked at Shi Feng with sympathetic gazes. After all, every one of the Academy's senior instructors had already run to the Academy's dean by now, evidently trying to secure her as their apprentice. Moreover, senior instructor Qi was even among these people. Not only did Instr. Uktor Qi possess deep ties with Shadow, but he was also Gutong's instructor. Although the Academy's rules indicated that students couldn't change their instructors for a year after they apprenticed themselves under an instructor, it wasn't impossible to circumvent this rule. So long as the students and instructors involved agreed to the change, students could change instructors at any time. As for top-tier geniuses like Wu Lingling, they wouldn't even need their instructor's consent to change instructors. Wu Zhenyang, who was seated in the VIP section, was presently experiencing a huge headache. Jinhai City's God's Domain Academy had 4 senior instructors, and every one of them was an influential individual in Jinhai City. They had nurtured many professional players throughout their career, and even the city's various large guilds respected them greatly. Yet now, because of Wu Lingling's fight, all 4 of these senior instructors had come running to him in an attempt to secure Wu Lingling as their student. They didn't even care that there were a bunch of guild executives sitting around them. "Dean, this is the first time our academy has seen a student as talented as Wu Lingling. We must develop her using the best resources available." That's right, Shi Feng is merely a newly hired junior instructor. He doesn't have any resources in God's domain either. The responsibility of nurturing Wu Lingling is too heavy for him. You should leave it to me instead. "Dean, I've helped nurture many professional players for the Academy these past few years, but I have never encountered a truly excellent sapling. How about letting me nurture Wu Lingling? I promise she will have a much brighter future than Wu Xiaoxiao. I can even guarantee that she will make it into the A-League. 3 of the 4 senior instructors blabbered away like desperate salesmen in front of Wu Zhenyang, their usual arrogance nowhere to be seen. When the various guild executives sitting nearby saw this scene, they couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Meanwhile, shortly after the 3 senior instructors finished their sales talk, Instructor Qi, the youngest out of the 4 senior instructors, looked at Wu Zhenyang and solemnly said, "Wu Lingling's talent is exceptional, Dean. If you are willing to let Wu Lingling come under my wing, I promise to give her a training slot in World Dominator's branch headquarters." As soon as Instructor Qi made his offer, the other 3 senior instructors and various guild executives couldn't help but gasp. None of them had expected Instructor Qi to be willing to pay such a huge price. As a super guild, World Dominators was a bona fide titan in God's domain. It was an existence that far surpassed the various first-rate guilds. Although they had no idea how Instructor Qi had managed to form a connection with a super guild like World Dominators, the fact that he was willing to part with a training slot in World Dominators was simply absurd. Even if it was only a branch headquarters training slot, it was still something countless geniuses sought to obtain. The training one could acquire through this training slot was something no first-rate guild could ever hope to provide. If Wu Lingling could receive World Dominator's training slot, her future would be limitless. Wu Zhenyang hesitated to make a decision. After thinking for a long time, he looked at the 4 senior instructors in front of him and said, "I cannot arbitrarily agree to your requests. This matter requires the approval of Instructor Shi and Wu Lingling herself. If the 2 of them agree to the change, I won't have any problems with it either." "Is that so?" Wu Zhenyang's words put the 4 senior instructors into thought for a moment. Then, without saying anything more, the 4 of them turned around and left. Wu Zhenyang had already made it clear with his words that he did not wish to offend anyone and that he wouldn't meddle in this affair. Thus, it was up to them to persuade Wu Lingling to become their apprentice. As for Shi Feng, he was a non-factor. He was merely a junior instructor in the academy, after all. He had nothing to offer Wu Lingling. According to the rumors they heard, he was even someone dismissed by Shadow. So long as Wu Lingling agreed to become their apprentice, it wouldn't matter even if Shi Feng opposed the change. After the 4 senior instructors left the VIP section, Wu Zhenyang and the various guild executives returned their attention to the central display. However, after witnessing the match between Wu Lingling and Gu Tong's team, it became a little boring to watch the matches of the other students. 2 hours later, the freshman competition ended without any suspense. To nobody's surprise, Wu Lingling became the competition's champion and won the privilege of visiting the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters a few days later, earning the envy of Gu Tong and the other freshmen. After the freshman competition ended, Gu Tong went out of his way to appear before Wu Lingling and enthusiastically declared, "Just you wait, Wu Lingling. You might have won this time, but don't think I'll just let you have Instructor Qi's training slot in World Dominator so easily." After saying so, Gu Tong turned around and left. However, despite his arrogant statement, none of the freshmen nearby thought that he was being overconfident. After all, everyone present was aware that Gu Tong's cousin was Gu Yiren, Shadow's current guild leader and a genius nurtured internally by World Dominators. The resources he had access to far surpassed that of the average person. However, Wu Lingling couldn't help but be confused by this situation. Since when did she possess a training slot in World Dominators? "Ignore that crazy bastard, class rep. Instructor Shi told us to get online as soon as the competition ends," Qin Wuchen reminded Wu Lingling when he saw her deep in thought. "We'll be exploring the Withered Ruins inner region next. We might miss the chance to get in if we're late." Upon hearing Qin Wuchen's words, Wu Lingling quickly snapped out of her daze and followed Qin Wuchen to the Academy's rest area. God's Domain Academy, Instructor's Rest Area. Just as Shi Feng was about to enter one of the private rooms and log into God's Domain, a familiar figure approached him. This person was none other than Luo Tiancheng, the right-hand man of Shadow's president Lan Hailong. At this moment, though, instead of the hostile and contemptuous expression he previously wore, Luo Tiancheng currently wore a wide smile on his face. "What are you looking at me like that for, Instructor Luo?" Shi Feng calmly asked as he looked at the hindrance blocking his way. "Do you have some good news to tell me?" "You guessed correctly. I did come here with good news," Luo Tiancheng said, nodding. "The Academy's senior instructor Qi has set his sights on Wu Lingling, so President Lan plans to give you a chance. So long as you hand over the position of Wu Lingling's instructor, President Lan will allow you back into Shadow. Although you won't be able to return to the guild leader position, it shouldn't be a problem for you to become a team leader for one of the guild's second-line teams. With that position, you won't have to worry about money for the rest of your life." "I see." Shi Feng had more or less expected something like this to happen, so he wasn't surprised by Luo Tiancheng's good news. Calmly, he said, "In that case, I'll have to trouble you to pass a word to President Lan, Instructor Luo." "What is it?" Luo Tiancheng asked with a puzzled look. "Scram!"